You're good. You're live.
We are live. Hello. Uh, Welcome to the American Prospect Holiday Telethon.
You're good.
This is
Yeah.
I am speaking. We are live. Hello. uh, uh, this is first time we've ever done this. We bear with us, please, as we are getting through some of the technical difficulties. But we do have a great set of guests and a great all-day affair set up for you. So the first and foremost thing is to tell you that we are doing this in order to raise money for our end of the year drive, our campaign for 2024. And the way that you can help us out with that is by going to prospect.org/telethon. That is where you can donate to us. No amount of money is too small. If you know, the Prospect is a magazine about ideas, politics, and power. I should probably introduce myself. I'm very well versed at hosting telethons, as you can see. David Dayen. I'm the executive editor of the American Prospect. We are a magazine about ideas, politics, and power. We have a print magazine 6 times a year. We go live on prospect.org with at least 3 stories every day. And we cover power, whether in the corporate boardroom, whether in Washington. We tell you what people are doing with it, how it matters to you, and how we can change America to make sure that that power is broadly distributed. And we really can't do any of it without the support of our readers. We do not have a big corporate benefactor. We do not have a billionaire that is, seeding us with a little bit of money here and there. We do all of this because of you, our readers, our supporters. It's crucially important that as we set our budgets for the next year and we ramp up our coverage in what's going to be obviously a critical election year, that we continue to maintain that great support. Now, we've already announced one thing that we're doing in 2024. We're going to have Rick Perlstein, who is probably the eminent scholar and historian of the conservative movement, doing a weekly column for us on Wednesdays. It's actually going to start right at the beginning of the year, January 3rd. Every Wednesday, you're going to get Rick Perlstein's incredible insights every week throughout 2024. And so we started raising money for that. And then we decided, well, hey, let's do this telethon and bring together all of our staff, bring together all of the special guests and people who help us throughout the year, and put on a little show for people to see, if we can get people interested in continuing to support us throughout the year. One thing I will say that is important, you'll hear about this later in the show. Virtually all the money that we get from our readers goes right back into our journalism. We have incredibly low overhead thanks to the tireless efforts of our publisher, Alumni, and her support staff. The money really goes towards paying our writers, paying our staff, paying for art and illustrations and photos, paying for travel, so that we can do the reporting on the ground that you need to understand what's happening, paying for everything that you see in our pages. And really all of your money goes to that, more than I think virtually any other organization that I've been part of. We really try to keep other costs incredibly low so that we can bring, all that money shows up on our pages. And so you can rest assured that whatever you give to us, $3, $5, $10, whatever it is, at prospect.org/telethon, that's where you go to donate throughout this telethon, that it will show up. It will, you'll see the difference in the work that we do. Now we have a great show that we've had lined up for you for the next 8 hours. We're going all the way from doing this not very often to doing an 8 hour show. So we're ramping right into it. I'm going to give you a bit of a rundown on what's going on today. So coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to do one of our affiliated podcasts is a show called Left Anchor that our managing editor Ryan Cooper does along with Alexei the Greek. He's going to have Matt Brunig from the People's Policy Project on, and they're going to do a live version of Left Anchor. After that, we have Ganesh Sitaraman, who's the author of a new book called Why Flying is Miserable and What We Can Do About It. About the airline industry. There was some news that broke today about airlines that I reported at the Prospect. If you go to prospect.org, you can see that. A new fine on Southwest Airlines, $140 million fine. It's the largest Department of Transportation civil penalty by a factor of 30 in history. And they did that for the meltdown that happened last Christmas, where about 17,000 Southwest flights were canceled. So we've seen some movement there, and Ganesh can talk to us about some more of that. We're going to have Jeff Hauser, who does the Revolving Door Project, great partner of ours. They do a weekly column for us. We're going to have Hasan Piker from streamer extraordinaire, Hasan the Hun. We're going to have Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report, Lindsay Owens from the Groundwork Collaborative, Ryan Grimm from The Intercept, and author of a new book called The Squad. We're going to talk to some of our former alumni, people like Rachel Cohen from Vox, Jonathan Geyer, who had that great New York Magazine series on Henry Kissinger, Alex Salmon from Slate, Jared Facundo, who's our writing fellow and just moved on to a great investigative site called the Capitol Forum. Rick Perlstein's going to be with us later on in the show. We're going to talk to Lee Hepner and Katie Van Dyke from the American Economic Liberties Project. We have Francesca Fiorentini, comedian extraordinaire. Michael Kazin, who wrote What It Took to Win, a book about the history of the Democratic Party that came out this year. He's going to be on later. We have just a really tremendous. We put this together, I think, in a week and a half, and somehow we've managed to put together all of these people, all for the purpose of helping the Prospect, helping get people excited about supporting us in the new year. Once again, prospect.org/telethon is where to go. So we're going to have all those people in addition to members of our staff, people who put out the work that you see at prospect.org every day, are going to be with us as well. We're really excited about this. I do want to thank Tisha Mavaram, who is our PR and communications leader, and she put together this whole thing in the last week, and we're really grateful to her for putting it up and getting it going. And you're going to see the fruits of that throughout this 8-hour telethon that we're kicking off here. By the way, I should tell you that this is live on YouTube. And if you want to tell others about it, it's at prospect.org/live. That will take you to our YouTube stream. And if you want to get involved in the chat, please do so. If you want to ask questions, put them in there. We'll try to get to them. If you donated and you want to tell people about it, put that in the chat. We want this to be a little interactive, so please get involved as you watch this throughout the day, and get involved on the chat in the stream. It's right there, I guess, to my right, as you see it during this live stream. So we're really happy to have you here. Thank you if you are a supporter of the Prospect, even if you're just a reader of the Prospect. Thank you very much for being interested in stories about ideas, politics, and power. Thank you for showing your support for independent media. Thank you for getting involved. And thank you, hopefully in advance, for supporting us during this telethon, prospect.org/telethon, to make sure that we have the resources we need in this critical election year to cover everything that is going on, everything from monopolies to labor to the new industrial policy that we've seen from the Biden administration, to politics, of course. Obviously, we're going to be anywhere and everywhere covering whether it's the primary season and what we're expecting to see with a lot of challenges of some of the more progressive members in the House, or the general election, and going to the battleground states and seeing what is happening there. So I believe in about 5 minutes we're going to start this live version of Left Anchor, and we're going to get that going with Matt Brunig. I imagine we'll be talking about the economy a little bit. There's been a flare-up sort of on the Twitter left, I guess, over the last few weeks, on what this economy really looks like and how it feels for people. There's this school of thought that President Biden is presiding over an economy that actually, if you look at employment statistics, if you look at household income, things like that, actually looks decent. But there's another school of thought that says we have had this tremendous inflation, even though it's subsided over the last few months. That prices are still very, very high, especially for key goods like housing and food, that we've lost a lot of the pandemic supports, welfare supports that were in the economy, and that it's natural that people who, having seen the price level go up and having seen, particularly people who qualified for all of these pandemic benefits, seen them go down, it's natural that they would feel not so great about things. But look, I see that they're both in the waiting room, so maybe we can get this started in a couple minutes. We're going to bring in Ryan Cooper, who is our managing editor here at the Prospect. Ryan, are you there? Not sure that he's quite up yet, but we'll have Ryan here with Lexi and doing a left anchor with Matt Brunig, who has participated in this debate about the economy and about the ways in which the sentiment debate has gone forward. Everybody seems to be in now. I'm going to just editorially say that we're having work done in this house today. So if you hear a bunch of banging and stuff in the background, that's probably from me. But I'm going to hand it over right now to kick off this telethon, really, with Ryan, Cooper, and Alexi. Thank you so much for being here, guys.
Yeah,
glad to be here.
My pleasure.
All right, awesome. Take it away.
Will do. Thanks, Matt, for coming on. Got your audio figured out there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, great. Cool. Yeah. So thanks again for coming on the program here. And I should note, given that this is a fundraiser, we're encouraging people to donate. this is a small magazine, and as Matt, you would appreciate, we have very low overhead. Trying to stretch our journals
Mm-hmm.
to
How do
the
they donate? Do they buy stickers on the YouTube stream, or what's the game here?
You go to prospect.org/telethon, I think is the link, and we got a little ActBlue page set up there. Um, so we're a ways to our end of year goal, but yeah. So thanks to anybody who's donated, or if you're thinking about it, well, now's the time. So in the meantime, Matt, I thought we could sort of kick our discussion off here and talk a little bit about uh, the labor situation in the Nordic countries.
Oh.
Um, you know, you I want to get to Tesla,
Mhm.
and what's going on there. But I think, as a sort of background to the discussion, there's a famous story you wrote some years ago about when McDonald's came to Denmark. And
Hmm.
so maybe you could start off by telling viewers what happened during that particular instance.
Yeah, so the background for this is, there's all these stories that are written. I think there was one written in the New York Times, and there was one in the Washington Post, and AOC liked to talk about in Denmark, McDonald's workers make $22 an hour, and you could find all this stuff. And no one ever really explained why that was. It was just kind of like, well, everyone there, they're so generous, this is such generous social democratic society. And at least that was the sense you got from it. They would mention that they were unionized, but they didn't. There's like a great story that leads up to it, and I would read these reports, and I'm thinking, man, I don't know, if I were a journalist, I might tell this story. And then eventually I said, okay, well, let me take a crack at it. So basically in the 1980s, 1981, McDonald's opened its first store in Denmark. They were globalizing at that point, and they were in 20 countries, and they had avoided unions in all the countries except for Sweden, where they had just came in on day one and said, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with the Swedish unions, which is funny. That's a little a little insight into the Nordic labor situation. For starters, Sweden did. I didn't put this in my piece, but there were some like bombings of McDonald's in Sweden, but I think that was sort of like an anti-imperial sentiment more than an anti-McDonald's sentiment. But I guess they decided to deal with them. So, but when they went into Denmark, they I guess they didn't really have this notion of Nordics maybe, and they thought, well, we don't have to do that in Denmark. So they didn't follow the agreement in Denmark. And the way these things are organized over there is all the workers in a particular kind of industry, broadly defined. In this case, it would have been hotel and restaurant workers. They come together, they have their union, and then all the employers come together and they have their employer organization, and they scratch out a deal that covers the whole sector. And it's not like a contract. It's not like here where we have collective bargaining agreements, and if you violate it, you can sue for breach of contract, which usually goes to an arbitrator. It's not that kind of situation. It's more just kind of, all right, so here's our deal, and if you don't follow it, we have ways of enforcing it ourselves informally, the unions. And so McDonald's comes in and says, well, it says we don't have to follow it, so we're not going to. And for a few years, the Danish unions would come to them and say, hey, like, no, you do have to follow this. And they just said, no, we're not going to follow it. And so in the late 1980s, what was it, 1988, they enough was enough. They had made some efforts to get them to understand, this is our labor model, this is how it works. And so they called a strike. And the way they strike over there, they don't just say, okay, all the McDonald's workers go out on strike, and picket, and we'll hold out until it works, because that's just not necessarily the most effective way to do things. You could probably find replacement workers at McDonald's. It's not necessarily, it's an entry level job. It's designed to be doable by people with no labor market experience. That's the kind of how it works. So instead, they start calling the sympathy strikes. So any entity, especially in the logistics world, that touches McDonald's, they go to them and they say, stop doing anything for McDonald's. So you had what were some of the ones? The printers refused to print any McDonald's like cups and menus. The construction workers stopped building McDonald's stores. The dock workers wouldn't unload any McDonald's equipment off the boats. That's the one they really love. They always go to the docks first, which makes sense, I guess, because that's where they get a lot of their stuff. But you go to the docks and you just say, hey, don't touch any of their things. Um, the typographers union wouldn't make any McDonald's ads and put them in newspapers. So across the board, the food and beverage workers wouldn't make the McDonald's food. And so within a few months, McDonald's gave up. There were also, and I didn't include this in my piece, there were some sort of international components to it as well. So in Finland, they were striking McDonald's in solidarity with the Danish strike against McDonald's. There was a consumer boycott on my piece about it. I have these old photos where they're showing a dog pissing on the McDonald's logo, and it says boycott McDonald's. Boycott only has one T in Danish, I guess. Those are fun pictures. I'd love to get that logo, but yeah. So after a few,
you gotta love the cross species solidarity. You know, it's like there's more of that.
There's one picture where there's this kid. He looks like he's like 17, and he's got this boycott McDonald's placard, and it's just a dog pissing on the golden arches. And there's this old lady kind of looking at him, just sort of. She looks a little shocked by the whole thing. Yeah, they just gave up, and then they followed the agreement, and they've been following the agreement ever since. And so it's not that, McDonald's in Denmark is super generous as an entity. It's just that all the restaurants and hotels are governed by this same agreement. And so everyone who works a McDonald's-like job is going to be getting the 22 an hour. This was in 2021, so.
Yeah, I think yeah, naive outsiders like myself, for instance, when I went to Finland as part of a reporting project that was done jointly with the Prospect and a People's Policy Project, your outfit, Matt. You go and you talk to these union guys that worked at the grocery store co-op, the S Group, and they describe these very cordial labor relations. It's like, they always sit down at the bargaining table in good faith. They open up the books, and you really don't have strikes hardly ever. But it seems like the important lesson from the McDonald's story is that back of that is an implicit threat of overwhelming force that should
Yeah.
somebody really try to like go hard and bust the union and cut wages down as far as possible, then they would be devastated, at every point in the whole business system, right?
Yeah, I think it can be, it's a very simplistic to think, hey, the strength of the union is going to be indicated by how much strike activity there's going on. I think that is a belief most people have on the US left, and I don't know, maybe more generally. And it makes sense, right? You're like, well, that's what unions do, right? They strike, they do labor disputes and conflicts and so on. So when you see them out picketing, like people were celebrating in the summer, for instance, what was it, like the strike summer, or wasn't there like Striketober or something like that? And it was, we had the writers were out on strike, and then the auto workers, and people thought UPS might go out on strike, and there was all these things, and everyone's like real excited about that. And that's fine. I was excited about it too. But you only have a strike if both sides think they can win. Like you only have a conflict if both sides are willing to say, you know what, I bet if I stick this out, I can actually win and like do better for me. If you are so dominant that the other side knows they can't win, then you're never going to get pushed to a strike, or only rarely going to get pushed to a strike. You know what I mean? So in a way, strikes, they're indicative of union power because they show that you can mobilize people to strike, but they're also indicative of unions not having so much power that they don't need to strike.
Right. It's kind of like Lao Tzu's Art of War. If you can win before the battle even commences and not need it, then that's better, right? And that, to be clear, can you clarify, Matt, how the wage increases and those things come to play? It's like every couple of years they're mandated to come together and negotiate about what labor improvements are needed, something like that.
Yeah, they have, their deals expire So they have expiration dates, even though they're not formal deals. And I would say typically it's every 3 years. Sometimes they'll reopen them in the middle of a thing, middle of a contract term. But the kind of classical approach is you have the so-called tripartite negotiation. So you have the employers association, you have the union, and then you also have the government involved. And at the peak, these things were being organized sort of centrally, like almost all the sectors at the same time and the government at the same time, recognizing that they needed to kind of come to an accord across the whole economy. And it's very neat in that, you don't normally think of the government as needing to be involved, but the government can also affect the distribution of wages and stuff like that through taxes, right? So sometimes you'll see them make these deals, and this happened in Finland of a few years ago. It was during kind of like their double dip recession after the Great Recession. Where they will make deals where it's like, okay, so the workers will agree to give up a certain holiday in exchange. The government is going to cut the payroll tax on the employee side, but move some over to the employer side. And, so it's like everything's on the table, not just we're coming up with our own collective bargaining agreement, but also the rules of the system. And that makes sense, because the collective bargaining agreement also is essentially just part of the rules of the system. It's not, we kind of would view it as a private agreement that exists either separate or kind of nestled inside of the system. And there, it seems like there's at least practically an understanding that this is basically the same thing as law, or it's on the same footing. So we want to make sure all these things move in the right direction.
Yeah. Let remind people who may be tuning in, we're doing a fundraiser here for the Prospect, independent media, more important now than in a long time. Everybody's going out of business. So just head over to prospect.org/telethon to any donation. Can be tax deductible if you itemize. I guess not many people do that, but there it is in case you do. So let's talk, Matt, about the situation with Tesla. And yeah, so like just a quick bit of background. So back in October, I believe, after years and years of trying to get a collective bargaining agreement out of Tesla, which is very standard, I think cover like 90% of all workers in Sweden, they decide they're going to go on strike. And Tesla doesn't, play ball. And so that sparked sympathy strikes in Sweden. And now it's spread to Denmark, Norway, and Finland. So can you tell us about, sort of what's going on there?
Yeah, you might have some details I don't on some of the other countries, but yeah, so Tesla comes into Sweden, decides it's not going to follow the agreement, very similar to McDonald's. Initially, the mechanics go out on strike because that's the people who I guess would have been covered by the agreement. And then right after that, I guess, in these kind of staggered 2 or 4 week periods, you just all the dominoes start falling. So the dock workers, of course, you go there first and they say, all right, we're not going to unload any Tesla cars. Then the electricians say that they're not going to repair any Tesla charging stations when they break. What were some of the cleaners say they're not going to clean any Tesla offices? That one always gets me.
I think the one that pissed off Elon Musk the most was the postal workers wouldn't deliver the license plates.
Yeah, that one got really interesting. The postal workers said they're not going to deliver the license plates, and of course you can't run without the license plates. The Tesla then says, well, we're going to sort of pick up the license plates on our own. The postal service then says, well, they want to pick it up from the factory. The factory says to them, well, we've got this contract with the postal service where this is the only way that we're allowed to deliver, the license plates to you. Like we have an exclusive agreement with this postal service, Post Nord. And then Post Nord says, well, we're not going to, so they're like, can we pick it up from the factory? No, the factory gives it to Post Nord. Well, can we pick it up from Post Nord? no, by law, by statute, we have to send it to you by mail. And so it's just sort of trapped in this bizarre legal limbo. And they actually went to court, and apparently one court said, yeah, you can go pick them up from the factory. Another court said you can't. So it's just it's sort of a mess. I know one of the Norwegian unions, because Tesla is very big in Norway. Obviously, almost every car that's sold in Norway is electric. So Tesla's a big deal there. They basically announced that if they were going to try to circumvent the ports, the blockade in the ports in Sweden by going through Norway, that the Norwegians would start blockading their ports as well. But what else was there in the other countries?
I think from what I've seen, it's also the dock workers in Denmark and now Finland. They haven't started. I think in Finland they say December 20th, so day after tomorrow. Um, yeah, trying to do an end run, around the Sweden blockade. And yeah, I think important to emphasize, as you said, Matt, you might think these are tiny countries, like a combined population of what, like 22 million or
20
something.
million, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a huge market, but yeah, as you said, that's a huge proportion of the vehicles sold in those countries are Teslas. I think in Sweden, the Model S was the best-selling car in the country by a huge margin, making up, like a quarter of the entire market. And it's only posed to increase as all of these, Norway is the first, they sell the most as a proportion, but then all the other Nordics are just behind them in the EV transition. And I think conversely, important to emphasize that the contract dispute was with like 130 mechanics in
Yeah.
Sweden, a pitiful um, fraction, and I think perhaps speaks to the amount of the ideological stakes of this, that Tesla wants to be able to play by its own rules and not follow any of these collective bargaining agreements that sort of underpin the whole Nordic labor system. They just want to barge in and do American style ultra capitalism. And I think probably that may explain why the reaction has been so stern, from all these different countries, because they see like this is possibly a threat, a camel's nose under the door for every company. If Tesla can get away
Yes.
with it, then who else?
Yeah, they understand the importance of the broader war, and not just for foreign companies, but even for local companies. I know one of the unions that's doing the solidarity action, they put up a FAQ on their website, explaining what was going on, and it was asked, yeah, and one of the questions was just sort of like, what are you doing this for? And they said, well, this is how our, one, of course, solidarity, but two, this is how our Nordic labor model works. And so it was very bloodless. It reminded me of the point you were making before about like people not recognizing the radicalism because, just even when they are striking, you read the stuff and it's not exciting at all. It's very like, well, we have this system and we really need to protect it. So, and that's it. And similarly with the small numbers, I mean, one of the most interesting strikes that occurred here in the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years was the Finnish postal worker strike, where I think it was something like 400 package handlers who worked in the Finnish postal service. They were trying to move them from one agreement to another. So this is funny. It's not even, well, we're just going to do our own thing. It's that they were trying to be a little crafty and saying, "Oh, no, actually you guys were misclassified as being subject to this collective agreement. Actually, you should be subjected to this other collective agreement that pays less." And so they went on strike, and then the ports, the airplanes, the buses, they all went down. And eventually, of course, they put them back on the old contract. And then the sort of coup de grace was the prime minister resigned, as a result of all this, because it was a state-owned enterprise. So,
Yeah, I thought perhaps, that this would be some good background for an explanation of how American labor law works. Like what are the relevant differences here with like the structure of, you know, union activity in the United States.
Yeah, so I mean, prior to Taft-Hartley, you could do a lot of this stuff. But Taft-Hartley was this legislation that was passed in 1945, I think. But the original National Labor Relations Act, you would have been allowed to do this kind of stuff. Managers were also able to unionize under the original NLRA. People don't realize that. They unionize over there in the Nordics, the managers do. But they outlawed both of those things in Taft-Hartley. And if you engage in a secondary boycott like that, it's not protected, and you can be fired. And so unions haven't been able to do that. I know Trumpka, who was the AFL-CIO head for a long time, he was a labor lawyer. He wrote his sort of law school note on this, and he had a very radical law school note, and he was saying that he would prefer to just get rid of the NLRA. And the upshot of that was really just, if we got rid of the NLRA, then we would be able to do these secondary boycotts and solidarity strikes, and that would give us way more power than we lost by, not having unions sort of officially recognized by the NLRB and all that process. So that was a big hit, certainly. And now ultimately, I think he sort of walked that back practically in his real life, but that was, as a hard charging law student, his opinion on it, and you can see why he reached that conclusion.
You made a great point in your piece, though, Matt, when people say, oh, just, it's so simple, just change the law. But you point out that they kind of have that backwards. It's not that it does help to make sympathy strikes legal, but it takes having a strong labor movement to get the law changed to do something like that. It's probably symbiotic, right? But like one is more important in a way, right?
Yeah, and to stop it. I mean, why didn't the union, the union should have gone hard in 1945 to stop the Taft-Hartley Act. I'm not criticizing them. I hope no one's offended. But you were seeing that right now in Finland. There's a conservative government, and they are proposing a package of labor market reforms. So one of which includes some restrictions on solidarity striking, but mostly it's focused on cutting unemployment benefits. Which is funny because we don't even think of that as a major labor issue here for some reason. But the conservatives there are trying to cut unemployment benefits and make some of these other labor market changes. And the unions have been doing political strikes for months. They had a big one actually earlier this week, or last week on Thursday. They had a big strike that was focused on all the transport workers, so all the buses and trains and stuff. And it sidelined a huge amount of workers. And they just do these strikes for a day or two, disrupt a lot of stuff, go back to work, and just kind of just keep the pressure on to the government to try to get them to abandon these labor market reforms. Or I guess officially their demand is that they want to be at the table to negotiate them. And they did that in 2018 or something like that. We had a similar, much more smaller stakes thing where they were trying to make it easier. The Finnish conservative government at the time was trying to make it easier to fire workers in small employers to fire workers, and the Finnish unions went on strike and did all sorts of stuff, and they completely backtracked on that. So it's like you said, it's not as if the conservatives in these countries don't try this stuff. It's just that for the time being, at least, the unions, even politically, are strong enough to say, even when their parties are not in power, that it's just, they're not going to allow it. So.
Yeah, and that the Swedish union, because of the point you made earlier about how more successful labor markets don't need to constantly do direct action, that they have like a $1 billion fund because they never have to use it. Because, right? Yeah. And so for these 130 workers, they're paying 130% of their salary right now while they're not working, right?
Yeah. And the Financial Times, I didn't even know this detail, but the Financial Times had a report about that. Yeah, they're paying 130% of their salary, but that's that the 30% is the like employer side payroll tax that they would normally charge. And so that goes into making sure that they get all their pension credits and help, like all that stuff. So it's really more like 100%. I finally figured out it's 100%, and then the
That makes sense.
30%
Yeah.
covers the. But yeah, and they were interviewing the union guy there, and he was saying that yeah, we have a giant strike fund and we hardly ever use it, and we can, and I guess indicating would be willing to support these striking mechanics for decades on their strike fund. So
So
It is.
why is Musk engaging in this then? We kind of hinted at the broader kind of domino effect. Maybe there's 10,000 workers in manufacturing, Tesla's in Berlin, and obviously the region stands in solidarity with workers across the area there. But like, what besides being an idiot, what's Musk's deal with picking this fight, do you think?
I think it's just that, honestly. I mean, the only comment I've seen him make on it was on Twitter. He responded to someone who was talking about that legal problem with the license plates, and he just said, "This is insane." But I'm sure it's that situation. You know,
Yeah.
he's a big
Ego.
personality, doesn't want to do it. Um, McDonald's is the same kind of thing, except for, with McDonald's, because it's not like a personality directed company. Eventually they probably give in to reason. I'm interested to see what he does, I guess, because he's so irrational, or he makes decisions that don't, like the decision to buy Twitter and then kind of tank it was not good for his bottom line.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I mention real briefly here? So thanks to some folks who have donated: Scott from Baltimore, Joe from Washington, D.C., Eric from Knoxville, Tim from Wheaton, Illinois, Luke from Brooklyn, Amy from Vermont, John from Albuquerque, Gary from Washington State, Daniel from Albuquerque. We're getting nice
Oh, look at
regional
that.
diversity here. New Mexico represent. Um, yeah, it's interesting to me, Matt, that if you're approaching this from a sort of like neoliberal efficiency framework, or like a sort of technical, minimize disruptions in the production process lens, like it certainly seems like the Nordic model is way better than the American model, where we had these strikes in in Hollywood that just shut the entire film and television industry down for what was 7, 9 months, something like that, and eventually, ended in a victory for the workers. But it's like, if you could like speed up that process by preventing these sort of like knockdown, drag out fights, it'd be good for GDP or stuff like.
GDP. Yeah, no, I mean they'll calculate that. And it's a double-edged sword. Like on the one hand, being able to cause these drops in production is what gives you the leverage, right? A production halting strike works because it takes a blow to the company's bottom line, but also takes a blow to GDP. Um, but GDP is what you get to consume as well. So you'd like to keep that GDP up and just get a bigger share of it rather than knock it down in order to get a larger future share. But sometimes, you got to do what you got to do. So, but in an ideal setup, yeah, you're so strong that you can get the share that you want without having to bring down the size of the pie all the time by going out on strike. The strike for the writers, it was exciting. I loved watching it and whatever, but I would imagine many of them faced hardships, and it would have been better if they could have just been working on the terms that they would have preferred to work on during that time.
Yeah, 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 and it does seem, it's like the Nordics is like, if you play ball and give the unions what they want, then you could still do business there. McDonald's is still in Denmark. It's not totally inhospitable to foreign companies. You just gotta, pay what would be regarded as extortionate wages and benefits. But
Yeah. Well, and it's an interesting setup because it's not, I mean, the companies do seem to be a bit less profitable, certainly. Um, but you can make decent profit, and what they have done also is they compress the wage scale. And so, yeah, a McDonald's worker will make, double what they make here, but an engineer might make 20% less or 30% less than they make here. And they've done this through this solidaristic wage bargaining. So across a large enterprise, it may not net out to be a higher wage bill, because if you're paying your higher paid workers less and your lower paid workers more, that can net out to the same thing. Now, of course, it depends on the firm and their particular labor setup. You might have a high concentration of highly paid workers or lowly paid workers, and that can create a slightly different dynamic.
This could be a good transition, Ryan. I don't know if you wanted to talk any more about Tesla, but to your piece, Matt, about the discourse around Biden's good economy, or is the economy in the US good, right? Because you point out, well, that really means, that depends on what you mean by good economy. It depends on your politics, your ideology, and a lot of other things. And then you go on to disambiguate a few different questions that people are actually discussing, right?
Yeah, I jumped into that dispute after watching it for about a month, mostly because I just was very irritated by the tone, the condescension towards the left. And I thought, well, I don't know. I haven't really been saying too much about economy bad, but I have been privately stewing over the welfare state stuff, which is, of course, my main interest. So, but we had from 2000 to 2021, late 2021, different things expired at different times, but we had, starting with the CARES Act in 2020, a set of welfare programs that were established or expanded. And not just welfare programs. I didn't even write about this, but you had things like the eviction moratorium, the foreclosure moratorium, the student debt pause, other stuff like that has come to an end. And I think most people kind of overlook that because they think, well, that was temporary stimulus. So like that was good. It was like a good temporary stimulus, and it just kind of gets put into the good category. But, temporary stimulus is also the same thing as expanding a program and then cutting it. That's two ways to describe the same thing. And if we just look at the cuts, they've been pretty bad, and the labor market has been pretty solid, at least it's still not as good as the Nordic labor market, as I'll point out, but the employment rate's gone up, and we've seen some wage compression. Wages at the bottom have grown faster than wages at the top, and inflation took a big bite out of that for a year or so, but inflation has come down. So that's pretty exciting. But on the welfare side of things have gotten a lot worse. And what I thought of doing, because I'm such a policy genius, was what if, since we can put all of these things in dollar terms for the most part, what if we just tried to find the net of these things, right? Wages are up, employment is up, but welfare is down. And so what if we put all that into one big spreadsheet and tried to see what came out the other side? And when you do that, something like 58% of Americans saw their real income decline last year. Only 42% saw their real income increase. And so throw that out there, and left quite a ripple in the discourse. Lots of coverage from there. I would say mostly of the dismissive variety. And that comes then with the subsequent pieces where, how are they dismissing this point? Are they saying it's untrue? Are they saying my calculations are wrong? Is it misleading? Oh, no, what they're saying is that's not Biden's fault. What, he was never going to be able to make these things permanent. What about Manchin? What about Cinema? And that's fine. I didn't say it was his fault, ultimately. There's a lot of actors in the system, a lot of veto points in the system. It's kind of hard to assign blame. Or they'll shift to the even more amorphous question of, why do people tell survey takers what they tell them? And your guess is as good as mine on that. But those are not the questions I was attempting to answer. I was attempting to answer just a question like, if you wanted to say not only the economy is bad in like a snapshot sense because, it's capitalistic or it's not social democratic enough or we didn't get, the Bernie style social democracy or whatever. Not only is it just kind of bad as a general assessment, but actually things have gotten somewhat worse over the past year or two. Could you make the case for that? And I think you definitely can with the welfare state cuts as the driving force behind that argument.
And
So
those are very different points. Like support Biden because he did good things and made the economy better versus support Biden because he did the best he could, even if things got worse. Like those are very, like, it's an important distinction, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And like in one of my pieces, I said, look, I've been doing this for a long time. And normally, we would say, hey, um, yeah, some things have gotten worse and things are not as good as they could be, but it's not the Democrats' fault. It's not Biden's fault. You know, it takes 60 votes to pass anything. So, it's just kind of that thing. Our hands are tied. And guess what? What are your other option? Trump? It's gonna be way worse over there. That's how it usually goes. That's what I'm used to. And those are not bad arguments per se. But that's not, instead of going with that, we're getting, you guys are so stupid. The economy is great, it's wonderful, and you guys are economically illiterate, bad faith morons. That was the sense I got from it. And so I don't know, if nothing else, just shifting the argument to, away from that and having people acknowledge that, yeah, okay, you kind of have a point with the welfare state stuff, but you shouldn't be talking like this. And, because Aaron Dube's a good example of a very good faith interlocutor. And, what he keeps saying is, look, if you guys are going to harp on the fact that when these programs expire, it causes a lot of suffering, that's, that makes me uncomfortable because it's not that we're going to get good permanent programs. It's just that people will stop doing good temporary programs because we'll get nothing. You're like, okay, that's.
Yeah, if you don't reward these, centrists, then they won't even do it to begin with, right?
Yeah, temporary is better than nothing, and you guys are really playing with nothing here. If you go down this route, like, okay, I mean, that's fine, that's reasonable, but as long as you acknowledge my argument is good, that's all I really want in this world.
yeah, I mean, to your point, like one of the specific things that happened in what 2022 was the expiration of the Biden child tax credit and the end of the Medicaid disenrollment pause or whatever, like
hmm
allowing states to throw people off their state programs again, which lost, I don't even remember how many. It was like 10 million people or something got kicked off.
Yeah, it's up to 11, I think now. They're still going. They're still pulling people off these rolls. So
Yeah. And a lot of it is just because they needed to re-enroll, and they didn't jump through the paperwork hoops, which is a big pain in the neck.
yeah. Well, and the background context of that is that they actually could not really figure out who was on what you might call COVID Medicaid and who was on normal Medicaid. They administratively couldn't really figure that out. It had kind of gotten all mixed up, which makes sense. And so it's just sort of, you kind of take a stab at who you think is on COVID Medicaid, and then you give them a chance to sort of defend themselves and say, no, I'm on real Medicaid. But it turns out that, that kind of like burden shifting where you go, I think you're on COVID Medicaid. We're going to disenroll you unless you file A, B, and C. And then they like, one, did you even get it to the right address? Two, do they know what the hell they're even asking them to do, And so that's the situation you're in. It's worse, I think, than people even realize, because it would be one thing to just be like, all right, we know the people who are on COVID Medicaid, you guys got to go buy an Obamacare plan. I don't know. Instead, they're kind of just picking people that they suspect are on COVID Medicaid and then saying, you're guilty until proven innocent on that.
A similar thing going on with the unpause of the student debt, right? They didn't really know, like, the records weren't really good for a lot of people. So like, wait a minute, we think, okay, yeah, debts are forgiven. You're fine. You're not. And then it's just a nightmare, right?
I've heard certainly, and I can't imagine if you've gone that long without collecting, what kind of problems have arisen in the meantime.
Yeah. One more person to thank, Kimberly from Washington, D.C. Thanks so much. Again, we're doing our prospect end of year telethon. Head on over to prospect.org/telethon to kick us a few bucks if you so wish. Yeah, maybe talking about the political sort of calculation here. The in 2021, when they passed the American Rescue Plan, right, that was the Biden expanded child tax credit. And the thinking of, I think, the liberal wonks who designed that credit to last for only 1 year is that the population of people getting it, and it was to be clear, actually, in case people aren't familiar with this, the way that it worked was that it now had no phase in, meaning that if you're a parent and you made zero income, then you were still eligible for the whole thing in theory, and that you used to have to make money. It would phase in, according to the more money you make, the more you get up to a certain point. And it was also doled out monthly. So it was like a sort of like ass backwards version of a Nordic child allowance.
Yeah. And they increased the amount by 1,000 a year. Those were the three.
Right.
Yeah.
And this, I think, it was influenced by a lot of the lefty discussion of child allowances and, saying like, stop giving people tax credits that you calculate at the end of the year, put the money in their hand directly from the government and try to reduce the administrative burden. They kind of screwed up that part. But, the thinking was people will get this benefit, they'll like the benefit, so it will be too difficult to get rid of it. They'll have to make it permanent. And that was sort of reasoning that I had advocated for myself in the past, frankly, though this is a fairly small bore version of it. And then it didn't work because Joe Manchin thought we're going to be spending he said that the poor people will be spending the child tax credit money on drugs.
Yeah.
Why you wouldn't worry about the regular tax credit, regular child tax credit, which still exists. You could still spend that money on drugs if you want. And he appears unconcerned about that possibility, but nevertheless, that was his rationale. What do you think about the political reasoning there? Was it foolish to take that risk? Should it gone permanent from the start and have to like raise more taxes or whatever to get it past the Congressional Budget Office or take from other priorities? Or was it just the fluke of Joe Manchin being a stupid jerk?
Yeah, I think obviously in hindsight it was a mistake to not make it permanent. I mean, it is important to distinguish between, we have this notion of welfare stickiness. That's a general theory, right? Which is the one you're invoking, which is once the benefit is there, it's hard to undo. We saw that with Obamacare, for instance. They were wanting to repeal that under Trump, and it didn't happen. Now, of course, that also seemed to be driven by maybe an idiosyncratic personality or two, like McCain, though there may have been some other people who would have voted against it. So, welfare stickiness is a general thing. This one is a little bit different than an ordinary welfare stickiness, though, because usually you have the program in place and then you have to take affirmative steps to repeal it. Here, it was set up to automatically repeal, and you had to take affirmative steps to halt that. So the default seems to matter, right? If inaction defaults to the program remains, then the odds of it remaining are pretty high. If inaction defaults to the program going away, then that may reverse. So that would be one of my takeaways there is you don't want to make it so that people have to act to avoid repeal. You want to make it so they have to act to repeal, especially if you're dealing with something like the Senate with the 60 votes and, all that stuff that they do there to jam things up. But other than that, it's funny, the polling on the CTC was kind of like all over the map. You could definitely get some polls where most people were saying they didn't want they didn't want the expansion extended. I don't know, because the polls were never very clear on this, because the CTC has been around since 1996. And Trump actually expanded the CTC. He increased it from 1,000 to 2,000. That was a Rubio and Lee kind of intervention. So it's not as if, uh, you know, was there a big backlash to that? Like were people unhappy with, you never heard anything about it, about people being mad about it. And then Biden did the same thing, except, he increased it 1,000, just like Trump did, but he got rid of the phase-in, which meant it went to the poor, like you pointed out. Now you might say, oh, that's the thing. But I mean, I'm pretty skeptical of that in general. How many people follow policy well enough to say, "Oh, they got rid of the phase-in"? Do they know a phase-in exists? Do they even that level of detail? It seems strange to suppose most people have that. But then also separately, when in some of the polls they would ask them about the details, because like I said, there were multiple changes. The amount increased, the phase-in was eliminated, it was paid out monthly. Like they would ask them, like, what is the thing you like or dislike? And when you ask people separately about the phase-in, like, would you like to keep this going to the poor, that actually polled better than the other stuff. So, you know, I don't know, what can you say? And then because Eric Levitz had a piece where he was saying, oh, people are not going to, policymakers are not going to be happy with this welfare state argument, the one I laid out just a little bit before, about how people maybe are not happy about these cuts, because if you look at the CTC polling, it was not all that enthusiastic towards the CTC. But to my mind, maybe the conventional wisdom was right all along, right? We initially thought it would be ridiculously stupid to cut this kind of benefit, because it would cause people to be upset. And maybe that when that was posed hypothetically in polls, it wasn't reflected. But then when you actually did it and, doubled child poverty, and caused all this hardship, maybe then people became a little more dismayed.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the general point about how it's virtually impossible to pass anything, the goal moving forward should be to like get the biggest bite and, biggest, most permanent thing you can shove through our creaking anachronistic system. And don't require Joe Manchin to take 2 votes if at all possible to avoid. There's a person in the chat apparently, Matt, who he wants to know if you've written about the Meidner plan. So maybe you could explain briefly what the Meidner plan was and what happened to it.
Yeah, I have written about it. If you go to peoplespolicyproject.org, search for Meidner plan. There are many articles about it, some by me, some by others. The Meidner plan was a plan in the 1970s, credited to Rudolf Meidner, who was an economist at the Swedish Trade Union Confederation, I think SAK. And it was kind of well, in retrospect, we sort of treated it as this was going to be their final step into full-blown socialism, right? So if you think about a social democratic reformist path to socialism, one of the knocks against it is it never gets there. We get some welfare state stuff, we get some unions, maybe a little public ownership, but we never get all the way there. Well, this was going to be the final nail in the coffin, and it was reported that way. It's funny to go read old Wall Street Journal articles or Financial Times articles about it, and they'll write things like Sweden will be the first nation to voluntarily go behind the Iron Curtain and stuff like that. So the idea was basically was to have companies pay a new tax, basically a tax on corporate profits, but instead of paying the tax in money like they do now, they would pay it in shares. And then the shares would go to this fund. And, you can kind of spreadsheet this out and recognize that over a certain period of time, if they're issuing new shares to cover their tax liabilities, eventually the existing shareholders will be diluted out. And the fund, which in this case would be run by unions or maybe the government, the fund would now own, controlling stakes in all Swedish companies, at least the larger ones. And then you would have a kind of a full-blown socialism at that point. So a version of funds socialism or social wealth fund socialism. Um, Now, I mean, as I've pointed out, as much as people fixate on this plan and it's kind of taken on a life of its own in sort of wonky socialist circles, Norway has basically done this, but they did it in a different way, and they did it in a sort of for pragmatic reasons related to managing an oil windfall. And so it seems to have maybe have been a slightly less inspiring, and maybe people also just really like the idea of what they call a script tax. Like that is a really cool idea, and so they gravitate to Meidner for that. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's just that. It's like, well, look, we have all these companies, and if you're saying you want the public to own them or you want the workers to own them or whatever, yeah, on the one hand, you could do like a revolution and all that, I suppose, or you could just change the ownership of the shares of the company, and you could actually do that through kind of pretty generic open market type transactions if you really wanted to. And that plan showed a way to do that, and they did actually implement a version of it after Olaf won his election there in, what was it, the 80s or something, and they ended up, I think it was 6% or maybe 9% of Swedish corporate equity ended up going into these funds. But then the conservatives won, and they put an end to it. But interestingly, they didn't get rid of the shares that were collected this way. They used them as endowments for research institutes.
Interesting. One more reminder here, that we're doing a telethon fundraiser for American Prospect nonprofit magazine. Independent, no corporate donors, and we depend a lot on readers to pay the bills and keep putting out the great content that everyone knows and loves. Prospect.org/telethon to donate, tax deductible. So Matt, I have just a couple more questions for you. We're running out of time here, but we're looking down the barrel of yet another presidential election. And there's a lot of focus on Trump, maybe doing like a fascist dictatorship. But my question for you is, what are you thinking in terms of like policy asks? Like there's this whole huge bucket of stuff in the Build Back Better agenda, and almost all of it got cut out in terms of welfare state. We did do a great big climate bill. That was pretty good, but the child tax credit thing that expired. We had this really janky paid leave system that didn't make it. We did do a minor reform to Obamacare. Well, actually a pretty big one, but it was still just like shoring up the structure of Obamacare. So what would your sort of wish list be, would you reckon? Would you go for the bring back the child tax credit or an actual child allowance like Mitt Romney has proposed, or try to fix the paid leave thing, federalize Medicaid? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Because all the same stuff that we would have been pushing in the Bernie campaigns, which I was a participant in, all that stuff is still available. We didn't really resolve any of those things. So, on the one hand, you can just say, well, just the usual stuff. But I guess a more practical question is kind of like, well, assessing the winds of the politics of the moment, like what should he focus on of the available options? And one thing comes to mind as a real low-hanging fruit thing is the free school lunch situation. We had that for a couple of years in the pandemic, and apparently it polls very well. And 8 states have done it since the pandemic ended. So 0 states did it before the pandemic. Then we had it federally for a couple of years, and then rather than repeal it, 8 states did it, themselves. So there's a kind of proof of concept there. It's also really easy to do. It costs almost nothing. Just these meals cost like $4. And a lot of people are already on free school meals. So something like that, if you want to sort of talk about something really small bore, that's a pretty easy one to do. You don't run into the weird, you don't run into the mansion thing where he's worried, I guess, about them spending on drugs. I mean, you still technically should because, if they don't have to pay for their kids' lunch, they will have more money to spend on drugs. But for whatever reason, that kind of fungibility point it doesn't strike people who think like that. They don't ever like if you give them money, they're going to spend it on drugs. You're like, okay, so could we give them some food vouchers? Like, yeah, that's fine. You're like, yeah, but if they don't have to buy food anymore, then that's the same as having more money, right? And that you just don't go there with them. They're cool pretending not to understand that. So that would be one. That's a low-hanging fruit. I mean, paid leave is low-hanging fruit because anything where you're just kind of moving some money around is low-hanging fruit. The hard stuff is when you actually have to set up a new service, So like childcare, for instance, is probably the hardest thing that would have been in Build Back Better, for instance, because you have to actually go up and build all these centers and hire all these people. And you're probably gonna have to increase wages. And like that's an undertaking. It's a real productive undertaking. But things like child tax credit, we just send out money or free school meals where we're already providing the meals. You just replace the fees with some taxes or paid leave where you just, send some people some money when they have kids. Like all that stuff's pretty easy and not that expensive, and so I guess that's where what I would gravitate towards. I guess the only downside there is just kind of, well, you tried that with Build Back Better and it failed, so do we just kind of put that on the back burner and say, well, that's not really doable? Like, how do we just go back to Congress and try that again? And surely it's gotta be something else.
Yeah.
I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Well, one difference is if you did have a trifecta, which I think is unlikely but not impossible, that is to say you have the House and the Senate and the presidency, that would not include Joe Manchin this time. He's retiring, and probably best case scenario, Democrats would have 50 seats if Sherrod Brown holds on in Ohio, and John Tester holds on in Montana. Both of those pretty Trumpy states, but not out of the question, certainly. And yeah, it does seem like at least the child tax credit, since it was one vote, everybody else, even Cinema, who also probably won't be there, by the way, uh, even she was on board, and so that could be a gimme. It would, again, the dynamics are always very complicated and difficult to sort of figure out. Um, but it certainly seems like, if you're going to do that, you'd have like the sort of nonprofits behind you, and like the whole party was sort of agreed that this was like a good thing to do. It was pro equity, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, it got picked up in the NGO world, Like as soon as you start seeing people, calculate things like, uh, you know, uh, racial distribution of the dollars or something, and you're like, all right, good. We're good now.
all right. Well, uh, I think that's about all we have time for. Any last final questions from you, Alexi? Um, yeah,
No, that was great.
let me thank in closing Clarissa from New Jersey, Andrew from Texas, Corey from Brooklyn, Kathy from Colorado, Kermit and Crystal from St. Louis, Kimberly from Seattle, John from Maryland. Uh, Much appreciate your donations. And thanks to you, Matt, for coming on the show. Everybody can head over to peoplespolicyproject.org, I think, to check out his work and the collaborations we've done on occasion. And I think, David, you're going to pop back over here.
Yeah. Can you see me on the call? I want to thank you guys for that great segment. Thanks to Matt for your support, helping us make Ryan the Anthony Bourdain of Nordic policy, taking them all over the world. We really appreciate it. Maybe we'll do another one next year. Who knows? And thanks to everybody who's donated already. It was great to hear you tick off all the names from all over the country who've decided to give us some support this so far. Really excited about it. So thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Alexi. Remember, it's Left Anchor. And you can find that at the Prospect, or tell us where else people can find Left Anchor if they want to hear more great stuff like this.
Leftanchor.com or patreon.com/leftanchor.
Okay, great. Terrific. Thanks a lot. All right. We are 1 hour into this, a little over an hour, actually. And as you see, I moved our Christmas tree over so that we have some holiday telethon cheer here going on. Hopefully everybody else in their respective backgrounds will take note. But right now, we're going to move over to another segment with two members of the Prospect team, our publisher, Ellen Meany, who does just all the incredible behind-the-scenes work to make the Prospect run. And also a member of our board, Ganesh Sitaraman, who's from Vanderbilt University, and also has a new book out, which actually it's prophetic that you're on today as the Department of Transportation announces this huge fine against Southwest Airlines for the 17,000 cancellations that they incurred over the last holiday season. And you wrote a book called Why Flying is Miserable and What We Can Do About It. You talk about sort of the roots of the situation that is created where a Southwest can just willy-nilly cancel 17,000 flights in 10 days. So I'm going to leave it to you two, but thank you so much for being here. And just to everybody out there watching, prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can donate. That's where you can support us. We do not have corporate donors. We rely on the support of individuals like yourselves. So thank you for anything you can give us. And I'll give it to Ellen.
Thanks, David. And, I'm really pleased to have Ganesh with us on the live stream. Thanks for taking the time, Ganesh, to do this. Ganesh is a member of our board of directors, so he's pretty familiar with the financial constraints of running a small independent media organization like Prospect. And I want to remind you that we are doing this to raise money. So if you nip over to prospect.org/telethon, you can materially help us confront those challenges by giving TAP a 100% tax deductible donation. And again, happy to have Ganesh aboard. And yeah, the winter holiday travel season, Ganesh, we're heading right into it. And when I was reading about your book, I was struck by the fact that Jimmy Carter signed this deregulation. And I think of him as someone with, universally good intentions. So maybe you can start by talking about how it all went so wrong.
Well, thanks so much, Ellen and Dave, and thanks to everyone who's watching. I think it's really important that you're here today because the Prospect is just such a great magazine and really an essential place for all the political analysis, news, and ideas that I think we all really need in these times. Ellen, you mentioned Jimmy Carter and airline deregulation. And one of the things that's really interesting about airline deregulation is that it's an early example of the kind of bipartisan consensus around deregulation that, in some ways really presages the neoliberal era and is maybe even, you could imagine as the start of it. What happened in the 1970s is there was this interesting coalition. It was a combination of conservatives you might expect would be against government regulation and liberals. Airline deregulation was pushed in the mid-70s by Senator Ted Kennedy. His chief counsel on the committee that he worked on to analyze airline policy was Stephen Breyer, later Supreme Court Justice. Ralph Nader, the consumer advocate, was a player in the airline deregulation debates. And these folks had a combination of arguments. One was that they thought government was captured and that the regulatory system was really a cartel between government and the airlines that didn't work for passengers and consumers. And so they thought deregulation might be a way to break that cartel and instead get more competition and better prices and better service for individuals who are flying. But it was also a period of economic crisis. In the early 70s, it was high inflation. There was the oil shocks. This meant lower demand for flying. And that was part of the context in which these more neoliberal Chicago school kind of ideas of free market economics could take root in this sector. And, what happened was we ended up in a world that wasn't the dream world that the deregulators wanted, one of more competition. One person suggested we even have 200 competitive airlines operating in deregulation. And we didn't end up in that world where there were really no downsides. We ended up in the world that we have now, where, for the first time in decades, we've had the Justice Department aggressively using its antitrust authorities to consider mergers because the airline industry is so concentrated. We have the fine against Southwest just today, as Dave mentioned in the introduction here, and as everyone who's been through the airline industry or flown or even just watched the news over the last few years noticed, the airlines did really well in the years leading up to COVID, and then when the pandemic hit, came to Congress and needed taxpayer support, and the consequence of that was we ended up afterwards with a whole bunch of cancellations, delays, and all of the crises of the last couple of years. And so, we've got problems in this industry that, exists for passengers, if you're frustrated about all the little miseries of flying, but also for the industry as a whole, which is now in this kind of boom and bust cycle in which the downsides require bailouts or support. And I think that's a real problem. And it all goes back to deregulation.
Right. Deregulation. So the name of Ganesh's book is Why Flying is Miserable and How to Fix It. And if you want a copy of this book, you can get it on the Prospect website, actually. We have a prospect.org/book club page that has Ganesh's book listed. So you can pop over there anytime to get it. And if you would consider giving us a donation, you can pop over to prospect.org/telethon to do that too. So you, Ganesh, you were mentioned in an article recently that we posted from my colleague Luke Goldstein about the mergers that are attempting mergers among smaller airlines, the kind that serve the city that I live in. I live in Madison, Wisconsin, and we have regional airlines here, and sometimes flights are few and far between. But now, as I think it was Alaska that was trying to acquire Hawaii, I guess they're both out there on the West. But the federal regulators are now, as you say, paying closer attention to this. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so one of the things that happened with airline deregulation is we saw massive concentration in the industry. This happened pretty quickly, actually. So after deregulation in 1978, there were a lot of new entrants, new competitors coming in. There were airlines like New York Air and People Express, and they didn't have unionized workforces. They were undercutting the big airlines on price. They were mostly only serving the places with a lot of volume, routes like New York to DC, that kind of thing, not smaller cities, not rural places. And they were offering no frills, no fancy meals, none of that, just peanuts. And so these airlines came in and the big airlines fought back and they would undercut them on price. They would sandwich their flights. So if you had a 10 a.m. flight on one of these new airlines, the bigs would come in with a 9:58 flight and a 10:02 flight, both cheaper, all designed to drive out the small airlines. And that's what happened. So over the course of the 80s, you had a lot of bankruptcies, a lot of mergers. The DOJ didn't really get involved with the DOT in that period, in part because the same ideology that had pushed deregulation had also pushed weakening antitrust enforcement. And so by the end of the 80s, we really had this shakeout in the airlines in which you had the same big players running the show as ran it during regulation, just they were now unregulated rather than regulated. And we've gone through these periods where new entrants try to come in, these small startup airlines, and they get eaten up to merged, bought, and so on. And we're now in a place where the biggest 4 airlines have a larger market share than the top 4 airlines collectively had in the 1970s under regulations. We actually have less competition now than before. And if you're in small places, this is even worse. There's 74 cities that have lost some service from a big carrier since COVID. There's some cities like Dubuque, Iowa, Toledo, Ohio, that have no major carrier service. There's some cities that are now, like Cheyenne, Wyoming, guaranteeing the revenue of an airline just to get service. And part of the reason this has happened is these are smaller places. They're a little bit more expensive to serve. And so it's in the airline's interest to not serve them. And we don't have any requirement to have service as a matter of public service or an obligation. They can reduce the service to those places. And I think one of the real things that we're seeing with concentration is that there's this argument that you need to be bigger in order to compete. But part of what also happens sometimes when the airlines get bigger is they concentrate operations further, which ultimately will mean fewer seats available. They'll concentrate in really big hubs, your Atlantas and Dallases, rather than a lot of little hubs. And that also means geographic concentration. And that's a problem for communities that lose service in the process too. So I think one of the challenges on the merger side that has not really gotten a lot of play, though it deserves it, is as a policy matter, what massive consolidation has meant for geographic access and inequality to transportation, which is really a basic infrastructure.
Yeah, so in terms of confronting this from the antitrust perspective, we're pretty much at mercy of the administration that's in charge. So can you talk about how this kind of regulation or oversight shifts between, for instance, a Republican administration in Washington and a Democratic one, which we are precariously holding on to at the moment?
Well, I think in general, in recent decades, we've seen more antitrust enforcement from Democratic administrations. But there was a consistent weakening of antitrust enforcement that was also bipartisan over the last few decades. And I think that's something that's really shifted in the last few years. We've seen an increase in antitrust interest and enforcement by the current folks at the Justice Department and the Federal Trade Commission. The White House has been very interested in competition policy. And I think they've really delivered on that by appointing people to those jobs who are deeply committed to sound antitrust enforcement and competition policy under what the laws are. And that's something that we've seen from Jonathan Cantor at the Justice Department, Lena Khan at the FTC, Tim Wu at the White House. And I think we should expect to see in the upcoming years, at least in this administration, continued interest in competition and antitrust. And I think if you're someone who is interested in these topics, just to put in a plug for it, you should go to the American Prospects website more often, and you can donate to the Prospect today as part of this telethon, because one of the things the Prospect has done is really have some of the best work out there on concentration and consolidation. Some of it written by our own Dave Dayen, but there's been just a lot of work that the Prospect's been doing on these topics. And it's a real place to see and get deep analysis of specific industries, because that's part of the challenge. Whether you're talking about airlines, what I focus on, if you're talking about big tech companies, or if you're talking about other areas, you really have to understand what's happening in these industries specifically. And it's not just a kind of theoretical or academic pursuit that you can get in an Econ 101 textbook. And I say that as a law professor. I'm an academic, and it's not just academic. You really do have to try to dig into how do these businesses work, what are they up to, what's really happening to people, in order to see what's going on. And I think the Prospect does some of the best work on that. So, I think we'll see more on this, and we'll certainly see more great reporting from the Prospect on these topics too.
I think that's another really good point about funding independent media. If you have an interest in making sure that something is, some charitable endeavor is that you want to support, is doing well, you should support journalism too, because that's how those stories about those endeavors get out there. That's how you find out, who's helping veterans with their healthcare and that sort of thing, And I think that that's another thing that the Prospect does really well, is cover some of these really important stories that help, just move the needle forward in terms of progressive, thought and, making the world better, making the world a better place in reality. And it's a challenge, of course. But I like your point about, the Prospect covering this kind of antitrust thing. I know we have a series called Roll-Ups that's about these tiny little obscure places that, join and like monopolize certain parts of the markets. We did one on like hospital beds, how like every hospital bed is manufactured by the same company now, because all the little hospital bed manufacturers that previously existed all got combined into one, and how that just really does affect pricing. I mean, and that's, again, going back to flying and why flying is miserable. I mean, it's like there's not choice. Like every ticket is the same price, or every, like when the prices go up, they all go up. One airline, copies the other. Is there evidence about like any sort of collusion in the background on some of this stuff? Is that the kind of thing that, these antitrust regulators confront?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch that can be said here about this. I mean, how prices get matched between the different airlines. One of the things that I find the most interesting is there's that's a pretty I think, discussed issue in the airline industry, is there's some economists who've shown that the airlines have the same big institutional investors who own big chunks of each of the airlines. So, maybe a quarter of one, but they have 30% of another. And the airlines, the management, they know, who butters the bread, and like they get that their owners are the same, and that means competition is actually bad for them. And what the economists have shown is that this common ownership is something that actually raised prices for people, and it makes perfect sense. Why would you want to have two of your own businesses compete if you owned both of them? And the people who run them understand this. And there are some legal scholars who've argued that this is a straightforward antitrust violation. And so, I think that's another area where, you see the kind of deep work that's really important to understanding these sectors, and where competition policy really requires understanding, in some ways, the kind of ins and outs of corporate ownership and behavior. And that's a real place where, I think we could have policy action to address that, either legislatively or through enforcement. But it's an important area, certainly.
That's great. It is, again, it really highlights the importance of the Prospect coverage and the kind of stories that we do that, you might not find in other mainstream media, especially, some of the big corporate media that's owned by the same people who own the airlines, for instance.
Well, one thing I think that's also important about the Prospect's coverage in this area and others, and I'm sure Dave could say more about this, but it's not infrequent that the Prospect will have a story or some sophisticated analysis that then, if you wait 3-4 days a week, you'll start seeing in other places in the media. So this is really a go-to place if you want to be ahead of the curve on the most interesting research, reporting, investigations, and analysis of things that are in the news. And you'll see it here first. And, when you then read it in the New York Times, the Post, or somewhere else, after a week or two, or whenever it becomes the conventional wisdom, you'll be the one in your friend circle who can say, oh, you remember, we already talked about this a few weeks ago. Like, we've been talking about this for weeks. Everyone will think you're real clever. So go to theprospect.org. You can donate today and sign up for everything. It's a really great place to get ahead of the curve on your ideas.
As I always say, read the Prospect, get the news first. That's the way this goes.
We occasionally get credit for it. Not always, though. But I think this might be a good time to tell people that that we have the 2023 Platinum Seal of Approval from Candid and GuideStar that regulate, do oversight of charities. So, you can be really confident, in our work is trustworthy, and that our fundraising is trustworthy as well. I think David will probably be coming back in here in a minute. And because we're going to keep this telethon going till 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. It's pretty exciting. First time doing it. Ganesh, I can't thank you enough for joining us today. And what are you working on next? What's your next book?
Good question. TBD, but have a lot of ideas that I'm thinking about for the next one. But right now, hoping to get through the holiday season, and available if any media are out there for further interviews to talk about why flying is miserable and what might happen in the next few weeks too.
Well, thanks, guys. Ganesh, we could have got real deep in the weeds and talked about the Airline Tariff Publishing Company, which is the organization that internally among airlines posts fares 3 times a day, so that every airline knows what every other airline is pricing for every fare. You might call that collusion if you were conspiratorial, maybe, but anyway, thank you so much. I've read the book. It's great. As Ellen mentioned, you can go to prospect.org/book club. We have it listed there. Thank you for your help on the board of the Prospect. We appreciate your efforts as always. And Ellen, thank you so much. And we appreciate everything you do. I want to mention that so in the beginning of November, we started this end of the year fundraising drive, and we set a goal of $200,000 for the end of the year, and including what we've raised on this telethon so far, we are about, I believe, 30% of the way to our goal. We're at $62,000 so far. Our readers have really stepped up, and we're hoping that this telethon will boost that even more. And Ellen, as we've been saying on the telethon so far, I mean, really all of this money goes back into our journalism. Can you talk about just sort of how we try to keep costs very low everywhere else, so that everything that you donate ends up on the page?
Yeah, we're on a tiny Zoom screen here. That's what we're all, we try to minimize our footprints everywhere and control expenses as best we can, and put all of the revenue that we get from our readers back into the stuff that the readers really want to read about, which includes antitrust and a lot of the corporate malfeasance coverage that David excelled at. And, I think about Gabrielle Gurley, our senior editor, who writes about infrastructure and transportation, things that you just don't read about any other place. And it's just a really, great organization, small but mighty. And we put as much money as we can into our editorial product.
Great.
And yeah.
Well, everyone out there can help us at prospect.org/telethon.
Absolutely.
That's where you can donate today. And we're going to keep this rolling on. So thanks, Ellen, and thanks, Ganesh. We appreciate it.
Bye, everybody.
All right. We are moving into our next guest. I see him here in the queue, and that is Jeff Hauser from one of our great partners here at the Prospect, the Revolving Door Project. Jeff, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. I just want to mention before we get started that I want to mention a list of donors who have already donated today. Jonathan from Washington, D.C., Noah from Vermont, Scott from California, Dale from Massachusetts, John from Los Angeles represent, and Scott from Chicagoland. Thank you guys so much for your support today, and hopefully we can keep it going. So As I mentioned, Jeff, you're with the Revolving Door Project. I think it's been about 4 years now that you guys have done a weekly piece at the Prospect with us, looking really around the corners at various things in both personnel and sort of in the weeds policy that we don't often see anywhere else. I know one of the big things, I mean, among the many things that are themes that you kind of focus on are this idea of the need to really tell a story in politics, to not just sort of talk about what you're doing, but pick a villain, to decide that there's a larger fight going on, and to really articulate that for the public. Could you talk about sort of your theory around that, and maybe what the administration can be doing in that regard?
Absolutely. And I definitely see this sort of work happening in the American Prospect, but it would be great to see this sort of storytelling occur in synergy between progressive voices like the American Prospect and the administration. We live in an attention-scarce environment. People are inundated with opportunities and options. When I was a kid, basically anything with written words on it made me excited. I would reread the handful of books that I owned. We'd all watch the same kind of mediocre television shows like Gilligan's Island because it was on and content was scarce. And that is the era in which everyone from Anita Dunn to Jeffrey Zients to Joe Biden grew up in politics. There was a nightly news program. It was watched by 60 or 70 million people. And if the president gave a speech that day and said the message of the day was, I'm Bill Clinton and I want to deal with the school uniforms. We need school uniforms. I mean, the topic is super boring and no one really wants to hear a discussion of school uniforms. But back then, that was 2.5 or 3 minutes of the nightly news because the administration said that is what we are going to discuss on the nightly news that day. And that is the environment in which our politicians and leading political strategists grew up. And so they came to think that they could speak in poll-tested platitudes, and that was how they could build up favorability ratings. They really believed in the power of the presidential speech. We believe that it is very hard to grab people's attention, that villains are very helpful, and it's very important actually to have villains who fight back. Just giving a speech pointing out that a corporate sector like Big Pharma is bad won't necessarily cut through. The way you need to cut through on Big Pharma is to identify specific executives, specific companies, specific drugs, and say and do such aggressive things that the villain has to respond. Because we're all trained as people to watch fights. If you see a fight on a street breakout, it's going to grab your attention. If you see a car accident on the other side of the highway, you're going to slow down. We have an entire phenomenon of rubbernecking. It's not necessarily the best characteristic of humanity, but in an attention-scarce environment, you need to create something dramatic so that people will pay attention. And the executive branch contains so many levers to generate attention, so many fights that they can pick. There are so many badly behaved corporations that can be reined in. And reining them in is not just a discretion, it is what the executive branch exists to do. The term executive branch refers to the fact that the president and his or her people are supposed to execute existing laws. And so if you have airlines breaking the laws and taking advantage of consumers, it is not only good politics to start reining them in. It is what you're supposed to do under law. But it takes a lot of pushing to get this administration to not only necessarily do the right thing. Many people in the government are doing the right thing. We've had some real wins on personnel, but you have to get some of the people to do the right thing and then other people to tell a better story about the right thing. So like you wrote today about Pete Buttigieg, and that's I think a success story we wrote pieces in the American Prospect, and you and others did work on the transportation department and how it has been traditionally too solicitous of airlines. Pete Buttigieg got annoyed about being bullied, hired Jen Howard away from the FTC and Lena Khan, and now he is bullying Southwest Airlines. And that is a story I want to see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris talking about on the campaign trail in conjunction with Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you bring that up, just because it did just happen today, this announcement on Southwest. But that is the trajectory. I mean, a lot of times, and we're heading towards that silly season when anything that a progressive organization like ours writes about objective reality is assessed in the lens of whether or not it's going to bring Trump into a second term. And here's an example of we were critical of Pete Buttigieg for not acting as regards to the mass amount of cancellations that we saw in the summer of 2022 and beyond. And as you say, he personnel is policy. He hires Jen Howard to be the chief competition officer. She not only was Lena Khan's chief of staff, but before that, she was Rohit Chopra's chief of staff at the FTC. And so it sort of signaled a new intent to be aggressive around these issues and use the tools at his disposal to actually, when bad actions by bad actors go forward to actually do something about it. And so today, this is a $140 million fine, which is 30 times larger than any fine that the Transportation Department has ever done in terms of a civil penalty. And that's on top of $600 million that Southwest was forced by the Department of Transportation to give to passengers who were affected by these delays in rebooking, free rebooking, hotels, meals, ground transportation, things like that. So it's $750 million. That's 9 months of profit for Southwest Airlines. And a portion of that money will be reserved for future passengers when they experience delays of over 3 hours or cancellations, that they will be not only paid back for all the costs that they incur as a result of those delays, but also get a $75 cash, it's a credit voucher, which is intended to be, for the next 3 years, that's going to be Southwest's policy, which will lead the industry. And that's probably going to be folded into an actual rulemaking that says not only is it mandatory to do free rebooking, free meals, free hotels, free ground transportation during these disruptions, but we're also going to give you cash as compensation for your trouble.
And I think this is a perfect example of how critiques from the left can definitely help the Biden administration lean into good politics. The transportation secretary under Donald Trump was Elaine Chao, who's married to the Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. So talk about a twofer. If you were to compare what Biden's transportation department is doing to Trump's transportation department, you're also taking a hit at Mitch McConnell, who's one of the greatest and most consequential villains of the 21st century, the architect of the modern Supreme Court and the deregulation of campaign finance. And you're going after Donald Trump's record. An administration that had a more pugnacious approach to communications would be right now picking fights with Chao, McConnell, and Trump, and showing a contrast in how they take on corporate power. Instead of seeding the notion that Trump is more somehow anti-corporate because he says more provocative things at the times when he does criticize corporations, he does so in a more colorful manner than Biden. This is a huge opportunity, and I hope they don't let it go to waste.
Yeah, good. Very, very good point. So I know that at Revolving Door, you're always kind of peeking around the corners, looking at things that maybe aren't in the spotlight. You did a great piece for us last week that was about the way in which Federal Reserve bank presidents are selected. I mean, this is really in the weeds. This is like with something you can get at the Prospect and very few other places. But could you talk about that and why it's important when we have the Fed as a monetary policy engine that is really determining a lot of things that happen in the economy. Why? How does the selection process play into that?
Sure. So there are 12 regional banks within the Federal Reserve System. You have a board of governors in Washington, but then you have 12 banks. And those banks carry out a lot of the Federal Reserve's regulatory policies and payment systems and other sort of mechanics of the financial system. And also, they provide several of the key votes on the Federal Open Market Committee, the body that sets interest rates for the U.S. There are always 12 members of that. The 7 members of the Board of Governors are automatically on it, but the head of the New York Fed is also automatically on it. So that's a regional bank director. And then 4 of the other 11 regional banks, they rotate and get a year on the FOMC, contributing to interest rate determinations. And the 12 people who run the regional banks, New York and the other 11, they are chosen by Class B and Class C directors of the banks. And these are kind of a self-perpetuating universe of people from the geography in question, where the president isn't choosing them, nor really is, I mean, it is just not a democratically accountable process. They exercise all of this power. And they get to choose the president of the person who operates each of these 12 banks. And these people have jobs. I mean, they get on to be a board director because they're, running a bank or something, and they're busy. And so they do what, people in the business sector do, which is they hire headhunting firms.
Right.
And the headhunting firms often are the headhunting firms for several other banks. They develop a, core set of like favored cronies whose CVs fit like the same sort of archetypes, and they provide, here's a list of names. And they've gotten a little bit better of late of taking into account racial diversity, which is certainly better than ignoring racial diversity. I definitely prefer diverse to not diverse, but they're not diverse in professional experience for the most part. And these search committees, if they're choosing the 5 people who are going to go in front of the board and interview, they're effectively controlling the outcome. You put the people in the room. Sometimes there's a little Dick Cheney choosing himself as vice president going on. That has happened in the past. But even when it's a little more arm's length than that, it's a process of cronies picking cronies. And that controls a large amount of the power that we accord the Federal Reserve. And Federal Reserve is really powerful.
Yeah, this is great. This is why, we're so happy to partner with you guys, because you look at these sort of underlying structures of power and how these things manifest into real policy decisions that affect everyone's lives. And that's what I love about Revolving Door Project. That's why I love having you in the pages of the Prospect. So in 2024, I mean, maybe you don't quite know this yet, but are there things that you think you're going to be focusing on as we head into this election year at RDP?
Sure. I think one of the things I've alluded to earlier, which is to try to set up a contrast between how Biden and Trump have run the executive branch. We think this should be discussed more frequently. A colleague, Dylan, wrote a piece about a year and a half ago, actually, suggesting that one of the things Buttigieg had not been doing was talking about Elaine Chao's record, because she was really terrible. It turns out having somebody whose family runs a large shipping company that is responsible for a large chunk of the trade with East Asia might constitute a conflict of interest and might help explain why America's supply chains were so messed up for so much longer than they should have been during the early days of the pandemic. So we're going to try to get people to think about Donald Trump as not only the person who said offensive things, but who had a real record. How did his appointees run different parts of the government? We're going to talk about what Biden's team can be doing better. And we're also going to be looking ahead somewhat to 2025 under either scenario. But, even if Joe Biden's reelected, the odds of a constructive majority in the Senate are not necessarily the greatest. And so he's going to have to continue to focus on getting ever more productive in running the executive branch if he wants to improve on his legacy.
Right. You and I both focus on, the possibilities within the executive branch to really make change. We have our day one agenda tracker of hundreds of various executive actions. I think Biden has taken action on about a third of them. If you go to prospect.org/EAT for the executive action tracker, you can follow along to see what he's actually done. What comes to mind, not only with regard to Elaine Chao, but the Commerce Secretary under Trump was a guy named Wilbur Ross, who I believe owned a shipping company at that point, and that affected policy in a real way, right? As I recall.
Yeah, and I mean, he also like co-owned a bank in Cyprus, a famous, or maybe it was Malta, but one of the famous entry points for Russian oligarch money laundering. Yeah, he was an interesting figure. So between falling asleep at the State of the Union and in cabinet meetings, he was carrying out this kind of plutocratic agenda you would expect of somebody who also was lying to Forbes about his net worth. So you can see why he was a kindred spirit of Donald Trump. Yeah,
absolutely.
There were a bunch of winners in that administration.
Yeah, unbelievable. So hopefully, I'm not entirely hopeful that will get the level of attention relative to random tweets or things like that from Donald Trump. But I think the idea that these elections matter beyond who the figurehead is, that they have real policy implications. That's certainly going to drive what we talk about in the 2024 elections. And maybe the biggest thing around that is that, the real policy stakes of the 2024 election is what happens in 2025 with the Trump tax cuts, because all of the individual tax cuts on that were passed in 2017 expire in 2025, and you're talking about $3 trillion over a 10-year period if they're all just extended into the next 10 years, relative to keeping that money and maybe doing something with it that would be really impactful for the American people. So that's an example of looking at this stuff in a way that raises the stakes of what it means for you if regarding who gets elected relative to just talking about tweets and people's feelings.
Yeah, we've written pieces for the Prospect that's consistent with work that we have at hackwatch.us. And Hackwatch is a website we've created about basically hacks who offer opinions on economic issues. The paradigmatic case being our mutual friend, Larry Summers. But figures like Larry Summers are talking a lot about deficits right now. They are very, very worried about deficits, just like when Larry Summers was Obama's head of his National Economic Council and offered some disastrous advice. But we're going to there's going to be a huge argument about these tax cuts, and whether or not it's actually even consistent with the deficit hysteria will obviously be an interesting question, because obviously to the extent to which one cares about the deficit, allowing for the temporary Trump tax cuts to expire would be one of the best ways to address the deficit, if we're going to address it. And I'm not saying that we need to. So we will be monitoring how people push deficit hysteria, and also how people do or do not talk about what were supposed to be temporary Trump tax cuts, and whether or not they actually are set to expire, whether or not they actually expire, or are sustained.
Right. Well, great. Jeff, thank you so much for your partnership with the Prospect. We really appreciate it. Thanks for the work you do, you and your team at the Revolving Door Project, and we look forward to more great stuff from you in 2024.
Yeah, we learned so much from the Prospect, and we love publishing with it. So thank you so much for everything, you and your team.
All right, great. Have a good one. Okay, we are in, let's see, hour 3 now of this telethon. We started at noon Eastern. It is now 2 o'clock. Eastern time. We are going to go till 8 o'clock Eastern time with this holiday telethon. If you don't know, it's prospect.org/telethon. You can give us your all of your well, not all of your support. I don't need all your money, but the support that you're able to give, $3, $5, $10, means so much to us as we set up our coverage for 2024. And I see that our next guest is here in the room with us. We have Hasan Piker, the cousin of the next president of the United States, Cenk Uygur. He's going to be the Hunter Biden of 2024, I have a feeling. And here he is. I see that our next guest is here in the room with us.
Hello.
Now, yeah, hey. It's a little delay on the YouTube, so if you turn that down. President of the United States.
No, nephew.
I'm sorry, nephew. He's going to be the Hunter Biden of 2024, I have a feeling. And here he is. Hey, man. Hasan is telling me to hang on a minute. This is, we're 2 hours in, and this is maybe the first technical difficulty that we've had. The YouTube stream is a few seconds behind the us live, and so he's telling me one second here. But we have Hasan, and we're going to get started with him in just a second.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, perfect.
You're coming in a little hot.
Oh, am I loud? Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit.
Lowered a little bit. Okay.
Okay, very good. Now, so great. Well, I'm sorry I said cousin. I meant nephew. But doesn't matter. You're going to be like the Billy Carter of the Uygur White House. You're going to be just hanging out sort of on the side.
I want to be more like the Hunter Biden of the White House.
You do.
Yeah.
Well, you're in California now, so that fits. So that's, he was right down the street from me in Venice for a long time.
Prostitution, crack cocaine. Like, I've gotten a head start on all that.
Is it that different? Right. Is it really, is it, it's not going to change your life to a large degree. Thank you for being here, man. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Sorry for the initial feedback coming out of my microphone. I'm a professional streamer, for those of you who don't know, but I still end up, I've never said I was a good streamer. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Professionally, I do it, but I'm not very good at it. So I end up failing.
Yeah. Fortunately, we get allowances from our audiences who stick with us through good times and bad. But thanks for being here. Look, what has been the big story that you guys been talking about over the last week over there at your stream?
Well, for me in particular, the only thing that we've talked about is obviously the ongoing ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza.
Absolutely.
But beyond that, I do sometimes try to dial it back, because I do think that there's like a lot of outrage fatigue going on as well, even within like leftist circles, where people are just like, all right, well, there's a lot of stuff going on. Can you inform us about other things as well? Like, I sometimes forget that I'm playing a balancing act of, I would never consider myself an activist or anything like that, or an organizer, but like sometimes maybe my own personal opinions and anger for a particular matter causes me to forget that like I am supposed to be a more like all encompassing news network, even though I'm one person.
Well, as I mean, that is the burden, right? I mean, as an independent streamer, where people come to you, lots of people, to get a perspective on the news, do you feel like you have that responsibility sometimes, that you need to broaden it out rather than maybe the thing that you're really amped up about, that you have sort of a responsibility to the audience?
Yeah, No, 100%. I have two different responsibilities. One is like, obviously in my mind, I want to make sure that I can get my points across to as broad an audience as possible, and to hopefully shift their perspective, have them receive what I have to say charitably, and then maybe even eventually change their minds, and then join their local organizations. It could be the DSA, it could be other organizations as well. Maybe even consume content from the likes of Prospect, as a matter of fact, and all the people that I have on my broadcast, yourself included, and eventually, like, their media diet changes, their worldview changes a little bit, their worldview shifts, and then they become more politically active. So that's like my major goal. But in that, I do also have another goal, which is to offer people news analysis and try to teach them critical thinking, media literacy, and over a broad coverage of news, like a big media diet, because I feel like the singular source of news for a lot of people under a certain age group, like in a certain demographic, definitely under 35.
Yeah.
So that's a responsibility I think about. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Well, let's talk about that in the context of this war in Gaza, because you mentioned outrage fatigue, and I'm curious about that. I mean, you say that one of your main projects is to get people, sort of engaged and activated, and people are activated about Gaza in a very particular way, but it's a way that is, in another respect, kind of alienating from the broader kind of arena of politics, or at least, you know what I mean? Like it's there's a lot of, I mean, we're here in Los Angeles, they shut down the 110 freeway, but at the same time, it's causing people to say politics is crap, and I'm not getting involved in it at all. So what do you think about that, and how do you talk to your audience about that?
Well, one thing I've always said is that, obviously voting is important, but it's the least significant, most important thing you can do. Which is why I always push for organizing beyond voting, organizing the workplace, and joining local organizations in general to apply outside pressure to the one party that is supposed to be responsive to the demands of the working class, in which case it's the Democratic Party. And so I mean, I've been a leftist for a very long time, so I'm used to failure. I'm not used to success at all. So it's not like I can take it in stride in a way that I do feel like at least my audience and like the younger generation is not used to. What do I mean by this? Like an example I will give is not the Gaza one, but 2020 George Floyd Black Lives Matter protests. It came in a perfect moment, right? It was a powder keg. You had lockdowns, tensions were high, everyone was feeling tense, and then this glaring, obvious police brutality occurs in broad daylight in front of 42 witnesses on their phone cameras, and it becomes this viral moment, and an entire generation basically took to the streets to protest police brutality. And at a time there was a lot of mobilization, and then it was quickly commodified and quickly taken over by corporate interests. You had Walmart throwing up the black fist, saying like Black Lives Matter, and when you think about it, it's like Walmart is probably pumping millions of dollars into local police funds, right?
I remember Jamie Dimon taking a knee in front of like a bank vault. That's the part that always that's the enduring image.
Yeah, or Nancy Pelosi wearing the kente cloth, right?
Exactly,
and taking a knee as well. And all of that was obviously purely aesthetic. The Democratic Party did something really interesting at the time called 8 Can't Wait, which was basically their already watered down version of the demands that the activists were making on the streets, demands that were quite reasonable, as a matter of fact. And then what did they do? They couldn't pass 8 Can't Wait, which was already watered down and neutered, that they were working against the outside political entities and outside organizations on. And then on top of that, they couldn't even pass that. But then they also started positioning themselves against some of the messaging that came out of these movements. Now, obviously, the messaging itself is not supposed to be perfect. It's because this is not like focus grouped or anything, and it's just defund the police was the message. And in my opinion, the Democratic Party had the responsibility in that moment to meet the message head on. And if they were actually responsive to the demands being made, if they had like any kind of moral courage whatsoever, or even if they operated in a similar fashion to the Republicans, where they do listen to their fans, and do listen to their constituencies, no matter how radical they might be, they would have worked overtime in utilizing the media to communicate that defund the police didn't actually mean like abolish the police or whatever. And sure, there's people that do feel that way about it, but it doesn't really matter ultimately. Like, they had the responsibility in that moment to make sure that that narrative stuck, and then hammer on this narrative instead of communicating against the narrative, saying, no, these guys are radical. These guys are not us, please. Now, I think that this is a major failure of the Democratic Party. I took the long way home of basically describing why I think so many people feel powerless and therefore check out of the political process in its entirety. And this exact same strategy is at the heart of the Democratic Party, where they run away from their base, Republicans run towards their base. That can actually, lead to problems for the Republicans as well, obviously, as we've seen with the abortion stuff, listening to their most radical constituents.
So do you think, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, because I think you're articulating something that is broadly accepted among young leftists, right? I mean, that is the perspective, and I think that's why when this situation in Gaza came down, it fed into that very much. And so, is the answer then that because you see the Biden administration saying, "Oh, please, Benjamin, please, Prime Minister Netanyahu, please wrap this up quickly," while we're also feeding arms to the country and whatever.
And he has no interest to do so because he's right wing. He doesn't even want. He demonstrably, Benjamin Netanyahu and his administration like Trump more than they like Biden anyway.
Right.
They're more ideologically aligned. Donald Trump gave them everything, and Biden simply just continued along with the Abraham Accords.
Right. I mean, a lot of what we saw here, why this was, I mean, there are those that say that Hamas perpetrated this attack in a calculated way to stop the largest participant in the Abraham Accords from coming on. That would be Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there was this 2 or 3 year period where the Palestinian question was there was an attempt to sort of push that, completely marginalize that, push it to the side in favor of these relationships, mostly in a way to put pressure on Iran, bring in Saudi Arabia and UAE and those countries in a way that would marginalize, and play up the Sunni Shiite split within the Arab world. So, but I guess my question is that, given where we are, what would it take for young people to re-engage with that system again? Or is it, in your view, based on who you talk to and you hear, too far gone?
I think it's just, you need to do good politics. Democrats, at least Republicans, do good politics. They have horrible policies, but they do good politics, right? Democrats, on the other hand, are supposed to have good policies, good as in like helpful to the working class and whatnot. And yet, oftentimes they end up fighting against themselves. We have the rotating villains, right? In the Senate and sometimes even in Congress or in the House of Representatives. But then beyond that, they also do horrible politics. What do I mean by this? Democrats can utilize the actual momentum on the ground in the same way that Republicans consistently do, but they fail to do so because they're absolutely terrified by getting pummeled by the Fox News and the media apparatus that is going to align with the most reactionary sentiment every single time. And I think that that is a major failure because, I mean, Republicans organize on the boundaries of QAnon even, right? Like
Right.
these guys will literally look at anything and everything that works, that gets people outside and gets people organizing and mobilizing and go,
Right.
that's it, that's perfect. Something that I noticed early on.
There's a question as to whether that's a good thing, though, right? Like
Well, the difference
to
is,
amp up those voices in the country is also toxic in a sense.
absolutely. However, we're talking about QAnon, which is on the right-wing radical side, right?
Right.
And then we're talking about like ceasefire in Gaza,
Which is not in any
not
way
a radical proposition at all.
Exactly.
It's just,
exactly. Okay. I got you.
So the point I'm saying, yeah, I'm not saying like they should be shining path defenders or like Maoist third
Right.
worldists or anything.
Right.
You know, what I'm simply stating is like when you see organizing happening on the ground, when you see momentum from the youth, instead of saying those are our guys actually, and here's what they really mean, right? And taking advantage of that and being like, we hear you, we see you, we are going to do the right thing. We're going to do our very best to do the right thing. Democrats immediately go, oh, ew, yuck, that's gross. We don't like that at all, because they've made the calculation that, you know, the more educated conservative white demographics in suburban areas are, you know, they're grossed out by Donald Trump and the extremism of the Republican Party, and those are the guys who vote. Whereas like the younger demographics, black and brown people who are at least like more likely to be poorer, they're not going to go out and vote anyway. So who gives a fuck? Like, fuck those guys.
There's another thing we see, and actually, before I get to this, I just want to mention we have more donors that have checked in to help support us, and I want to thank them personally. Joseph from Illinois, Brian from Texas, Paul from Pennsylvania, Doug from Philly. I know a Doug in Philly. Maybe it's the same person. Kevin from South Dakota, Julie from Michigan, Lariat from Arkansas, and Florian from Germany. Thank you. Thank you so much. Remember the place to go, prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can donate, help support us as we go through this all-day affair. So, but another way that I see Democratic leaders and their allies go through this, and we're heading into this season right now, where if you say something remotely negative about the Democratic Party from the left, you are immediately censured as someone who is trying to bring forth the next Trump administration. If you criticize the Democratic Party from the center, you don't, or from the right, you don't get the same treatment. You know, I mean, there is nobody who did more to try to block Build Back Better, which was a set of middle-class policies that to help people with, healthcare costs, childcare costs, things like that. Nobody did more to try to block that than the Joe Manchin wing of the party. They were not told that they were going to elect Trump in that regard. But anytime you look at the observable reality, for example, Biden trying to put an immigration deal together, which is not going to satiate, but plays to all of the tropes of the right wing, you're told, what are you doing? You're going to ruin it for Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, this is a phenomena that has happened since the beginning of at least my interest in politics, in American politics specifically. But I think that's because the Democratic Party is it's right wing. I mean, it's a center right party. It's definitely a center right party from the perspective of like other countries. Obviously, sure, there are social policies that they push for that are more progressive than some other countries, maybe even our European counterparts. But overall, when it comes to economic matters, when it comes to economic policy, fiscal policy in general, the Democratic Party is very much a center-right party, and it shows, and that's why they have the rotating villain inside of their own structure that is constantly putting additional hurdles. And it's not simply a matter of like, I would say, whipping the party adequately, which, you know, you could do more of, certainly. I feel like Dick Durbin has been a demonstrable failure in general, with respect to like, you know, the Senate, and Chuck Schumer is horrible as well. However, I think that their material interests align with the Republican Party because they are beholden to the same corporate benefactors at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would say, just, and this maybe pushes back just a little bit, is that the party as an entity contains multitudes, right? I mean, you have the party that contains all of the elements that you're talking about, but it also contains, Lena Khan, who's working at the FTC to try to stop corporate monopolies, Jonathan Cantor at DOJ. They just put out these new merger guidelines today. This gets way into the weeds, and I don't really want to do that right now.
And a great NLRB as well.
A great NLRB that has put forward a mechanism by which elections, if there are violations, unfair labor practices in the union election process, you can automatically recognize those unions as having been formed. There's Rohit Chopra at the CFPB doing a lot of good work. So these things contain multitudes, and often I think they get flattened into this is what the party is. So it's hard for people to articulate that. It's like, there's nuance. It's not the easiest thing in the world to describe.
Absolutely. This is, by the way, what you just described is something that I talk about quite frequently. There's also I would say that there is misinformation almost as far as Biden's agenda so far, and what some of those hurdles have been that have been placed upon Joe Biden. But I think that is again another failure of politics in general, because when you have the Build Back Better agenda being destroyed or dismantled or stopped by the Democratic Party internally, the conversation can never shift to, look, the Republicans are opposing this. The conversation, nobody likes, Americans don't align on anything usually, with the rare exception of they don't like gridlock. If you want to pass something, you got to pass it fast. Trump's tax cuts, pass it fast, doesn't matter.
American Rescue Plan. The American Rescue Plan was like a $1 trillion plus bill.
Exactly.
They passed it in 3 weeks.
As long as you pass it before the month ends, Americans are like, all right, that's fine. They hate when things take a long time. This happened during the ACA. This happened during the ACA negotiations. Obviously, there was, some unfortunate circumstances there, but it was,
with Ted Kennedy dying and then losing the seat in Massachusetts and all that.
But again, but now we're talking about we have a super majority, and yet even then, the Democrats are willing and able to talk to Republicans to try to get them on board with it, which they never will vote for regardless. And the Democratic Party should know that. If I know that, they should know that. I'm an idiot.
Well, that's that's like with this immigration deal. So, in 2006, there was this comprehensive deal. It wasn't very comprehensive, but it was, there was at least a path to citizenship in it. It got 62 votes in the Senate. Nobody ever talked to the House, and the House were like, we're not doing this, because Republicans controlled the House and they were restrictionists. In 2013, same thing happens. They do this big negotiation in the Senate, get 68 votes. It's a terrible path to citizenship. It takes 13 years to get someone through who's undocumented to be a citizen. And nobody ever talked to the House, and the House is like, we're not doing it. And now this year, the Senate and the White House are having this huge negotiation. There's no path to citizenship. It's purely punitive at the border. It's meant to close the border, essentially, effectively. And no one's talking to the House, and the House is saying, we're not doing it, and we're going home for the year. What are you even doing? This isn't even going to be successful on its own terms in terms of actually passing legislation, and all you're doing is giving the appearance of that you're willing to sell out this particular constituency.
It's bad politics and it's bad policy. Once again, the Democratic Party capitulating to the reactionary white nativist demands being made by the Republican Party on immigration in an effort to fund the ongoing Israeli genocide, which now I believe even Rishi Sunak has called for a permanent ceasefire at this point, as of today, right? That's our number one ally. It's an extension. That's what I saw something along
I didn't
those
see
lines.
that.
I mean, this is literally breaking. I'll take a look at it right now.
All right. We're breaking news here on the telethon. That's why you stay.
Rishi Sunak raises concerns about the Gaza death toll as senior Tories are pushing for a ceasefire. That's what's going on. A group of conservative
Biden
MPs.
has raised concerns too, over and over and over again, and yet, I don't know that it's changed the trajectory too much.
The prime minister said the UK wanted a sustainable ceasefire with the release of hostages and access for much needed humanitarian aid. So I don't know if there's, I mean, it seems like it seems like the conversation is shifting, right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
Regardless, my point is that we are capitulating to the reactionary white nativist demands on immigration, okay, when this is supposed to be a major difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party overall, right? The Democratic Party is supposed to be the party that protects immigrants and is like working hard to open up new avenues.
I mean, I feel like I'm not sure that you would know that from the last 3 years. That just yeah. I don't know that the case has been made that immigrants help this country, and that bringing in people from all backgrounds and all walks of life to come in and help with the workforce and expand prosperity is generally historically a good thing, and that it built America. Like we literally would not have the country we have today without that process taking place. And yet rhetorically, I mean, there are some things that they've been doing around this thing called parole, where they've let certain people from 4 countries, Venezuela, Cuba, and a couple others that I'm not remembering right now, come in every month. This is why we're seeing these shelters fill up in New York and Boston and Chicago, and why these mayors who, people like Eric Adams are all mad and saying it's destroying New York City. It's part because of this humanitarian parole thing. And they've given, temporary protected status to Venezuelans so that they can get work permits and continue. But they don't make the case publicly. They just sort of throw these things out, but there's no case made that, like, this is actually a thing you do to benefit your society.
Yeah, see, that is a major problem. That's precisely what I'm trying to, I guess, arrive at, which is that Republicans don't simply remember that they have a constituency every 4 years or every 2 years during the midterms. They are actively messaging with Fox News and with many other propaganda outlets to their different constituencies, no matter how radical they might be, and they're working hard throughout the entire year, as though they are campaigning, to get people on board with their policies, with their agenda. Now, some of those might be massive failures, right? Like the transphobia stuff. It was a major flub, and they're still pushing for it. And they're still actively messaging around it.
Isn't it amazing how the blind confidence that the right has that this is an electoral winner against all evidence? There's like no evidence that this has helped. And indeed, there's plenty of evidence that it's hurt a lot in race after race after race across the country.
Yeah, but that's a testament to, I think, their willingness to stay on message, because I think they make the mental calculation that maybe 10 years down the line, this messaging will be more, this messaging will pay back in dividends when they've been able to successfully make people care about this as though it's a single issue. Because right now, the thing is, transphobia is not good for the single issue voters, like in the same way that gun control is, and in the same way that abortion, whether it be restriction to abortion in the past, or whether it be allowing access to abortion currently, is a single issue voter phenomena that will get people out to go out and vote. So I think that they're trying to build that. I think that they're trying to build a base so that there are enough psychotic, anti-LGBT, transphobic people. I think it's also another way to try and continue.
Is it like building it's like building a bench almost. It's only instead of building that bench politically, like through school boards and on the way up, you're building a bench of supporters. Yes. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's precisely what I think. I think that they see that when they lose a major carrot in the form of like Roe v. Wade, because they they gave in and they succeeded. And now that's actually negatively polarizing people against the Republican Party because they recognize that this is your fault, right? Now they have to also find something else that's going to motivate the white evangelicals to continue going out and voting for the Republican Party, because like abortion is now, what are you going to do? You're going to be like, oh, I'm going to punish people that are getting abortions even further. Like, you can't really do that. I mean, I guess they are trying, depending on which state you're looking at, but that's actually an electoral calculation that they have to make that might harm them in the short term, especially. So now they have to look for something else. They have to look for another wedge issue beyond like gun control, which the Democrats have completely given up on, in my opinion, with like some exceptions, but at the federal level especially. So I think that they're just trying to build a base of support by consistently messaging against trans issues, with the hopes that inevitably they're going to find an actual base of support for such a thing.
All right.
It's terrifying.
I just want to update people because we got a lot of new people in here, because I think the majority report has ended and they're coming on over. But this is our holiday telethon. We're raising money for the end of the year. I'm here with Hasan Piker. We got over in the waiting room here, Matt Stoller from the American Economic Liberties Project, who might tell us about some developments that have happened in the last few days in the world of antitrust. And we're going to have Sam and Emma from the Majority Report on in just a minute. It's prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can go to help support us. We have another bunch of donations I'd like to mention. Jose from Chicago, Dylan from Portland, Connor from New York City, Luna from Maryland, Ronald from Seattle, Perry from Maine, Nancy from West Hollywood. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. I see Matt here, so maybe we'll bring him in for a minute. Matt, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, I can dip out.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Well, thanks, Hasan. Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And Hasan, you can check him out on his streaming all day, every day, 24/7.
/HasanAbi.
There you go. All right. Thanks a lot, Hasan. All right.
Bye, guys.
Hey, Matt. Are you muted? Yeah, I think you're muted. There you go. Hey, what's up? You're still muted.
There we go.
There you go. Hey, how's it going? now you're just messing with me. Okay, very good. So you're here on a fairly momentous day, or at least the last 24 to 48 hours in antitrust. We have had two major mergers called off, and the merger guidelines that have been long awaited for about 3 years were just released. It seems like there's like a turning of the ship in the last couple days here.
Yeah, I mean, like, people don't really know this, but Wall Street does most of its shitty work kind of centralizing the economy by like merging all these firms so that they can fuck you over in different ways. That's why we have to deal with giant companies.
I'd like you to get more animated about it, if you could. No, I mean,
jazz hands.
Yeah, no, just be more direct. I think is
like less shy.
That's the note.
I'll use more.
That's the note. Yeah.
Technical language. I know. I'm just trying to give the context. So, the reason, like, what happened is Reagan, said, oh, well, we have these traditional rules that constrain capital, and there's a number of them. Like, there's labor rules and there's trade rules, a bunch of others. But so one of the core ones was the rules against unlawful mergers, and he got rid of those. And so you saw consolidation throughout the economy, and you've seen consolidation for 40 years, and like the biggest, the most obvious signposts of that are like Google and Amazon and United Health Group and these giant companies. And like what the Biden administration has done, and a little bit the Trump administration too, because it's a bipartisan movement, has been to say, no, actually, Wall Street deal makers, you can't merge everything and get your bonuses and whatnot. And it's been kind of like a lot of screaming. And, I watch CNBC, right, every morning, and I watch Jim Cramer going nuts over Lena Khan and Jonathan Cantor, who are the people that Biden put in charge, trying to block mergers, and sometimes judges rule for them and sometimes judges rule against them. But what's happened over the last like week, ever since that guy, a New York Magazine, Ankush Kardori, wrote the article on how everything we've done has failed, we've had, I believe,
Right.
like 3 or 4
Like
major.
immediately after he wrote that, these things have happened.
Well, actually, it's funny because
I think
before
he's
he
like
wrote
a
that,
genie that called it up.
I want him to write another one.
Yeah,
It's like,
please do.
it's funny, like, because it's not just that I don't want to let him off the hook, right? It's not that he wrote it and then a bunch of stuff happened.
Yeah,
Some
right.
stuff happened and then he wrote it.
Right. And then
didn't
more
include, like,
stuff happened. Yeah.
Google, for example, lost an antitrust case, and then his article comes out the day after, and he's like, everything the antitrust people do is a failure. And like he didn't mention that Google lost the antitrust case.
Right.
And then there's like a major pharma loss, like for like Sanofi versus the FTC. He didn't mention that either.
Right.
And then a bunch of other things happened. One of them was Illumina, which is like a very large and important medical company. They make a genetic sequencing machine. So like when you when COVID, that was the genome was sequenced, that was on a Illumina machine. And when the human genome was sequenced, that was an Illumina machine. They are the monopolist of human genome or of genetic sequencing equipment. Anyway, they were trying to buy a cancer test developer called Grail, and it's been this really brutal fight over the last 3 years. In the Fifth Circuit, which is the most conservative circuit, that's the one where you go to if you want the judges to declare.
Just to be clear, let's explain it. The Fifth Circuit is the one where they tried to ban the abortion medication out of. They have this one judge in Amarillo, Texas, who's the only judge in that circuit, and he's super right wing. So every company knows, oh, I just have to put this thing in Amarillo, Texas, and presto, I'll get exactly what I want. And the circuit court is just as bad as that district court judge. It's out of Texas and New Orleans and these areas where there are Republican senators that handpick the judges. But even they said, oh yeah, the FTC was right on the Illumina.
There was a major decision by a circuit court that said that the FTC was right, and on this very unusual merger challenge, because it wasn't like Illumina was trying to buy a rival genetic sequencing machine.
Right. This was a vertical deal, which is the one thing that, going back to that New York Magazine piece, the guy said that, she's pushing these theories that are too novel. And right now here we have Sam Seder joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Right. With a little crossover action between, you're on mute, Sam. I have to tell you that you're an actual broadcaster.
On with my screen, it does not. We don't use Zoom that often. Hi guys.
Yeah, we're very low tech here. We don't have the palatial studio that you have for your stuff.
I don't know about the screen. Emma can't join us because we can't figure out how to send both of our things. But I mentioned in the chat that. Maybe at 5:30 with Francesca.
Sure. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that'd be great.
This backdrop is really freaking me out. I don't like it.
Anyway, I'm going to let Matt keep going because we're talking about how New York Magazine puts together this story about how Lina Khan is a total failure. And since that story is run, and even before that story is run, numerous victories from the FTC have come out. So, go ahead.
So Lina Khan is she's the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. And so she's one of the 2 enforcers who are kind of policing American markets for unfair competition. And regularly, she's kind of the whipping boy on CNBC and the Wall Street Journal editorial page. I believe they've written like something like 70 or 80 editorials about how terrible she is. But she is routinely called in like Politico, the number 1 enemy of Wall Street, because she actually does the things that Biden says he's doing. Like that's the part of the Biden administration where they actually do the things that they actually follow through. And so then Illumina lost, and they said, okay, fine, we're going to sell off Grail, right? And that's a huge deal. Like, to give you a sense of how powerful Illumina is, they had Obama speak at one of their corporate events. Right. They're super politically connected,
which he doesn't do unless you have a lot of money.
Yeah, unless you have like a lot of money and you know Valerie Jarrett, you have They're also like really big in China. It's just like the
Right.
dirty, ugly stuff of corporate America. But like, so the CEO after the Illumina got, the CEO resigned a few months ago because of this controversy, and now they're finally just threw in the towel. And then today, Adobe, which design software company, giant monopolist,
Right.
trying to buy a potential rival, which is called Figma. It's kind of like if Adobe makes Microsoft Word, Figma makes Google Docs. That's how to think about it, except it's design software. Anyway, Adobe was trying to buy Figma because they wanted to ward off a potential rival that could undercut the price of their software. And today they abandoned the deal. They said that the Europeans and the DOJ and the Antitrust Division, which is not Lena Khan, the Jonathan Kanter, it's just not worth it to go through the regulatory hurdles. They probably would have lost the case too. So they gave up. That's a huge loss. Wall Street bonuses are down pretty substantially, especially because of the decline in mergers, because that's what Wall Street does. So this is like a really, really significant change. It's also kind of a bipartisan change because at the same time you saw Mike Lee, who's a very conservative senator from Utah, and Amy Klobuchar send a letter to the Department of Justice asking them to investigate Apple because Apple is kind of trying to murder a small rival called Beeper in broad daylight. Beeper allows Android phones to use to
talk to one another and texting.
Have the same text messaging with iPhones that iPhones have.
Right.
And gives you certain privacy capacity, lets you have group chats, and essentially it's the same thing. If you have an Android now, you can talk to an iPhone like you have an iPhone. And Beeper reverse engineered Apple's technology and then was able to create this interoperability. Apple then sideswiped them and said, "Oh, this is a threat to our privacy and security," which is bullshit. Disallowed it. And now there is this controversy. And so the top Republican and the top Democratic senators on antitrust both said this needs to be investigated. And you just like see, there's more, like there's some patents on inhalers and EpiPens that have been these basically illegal patents that have been illegal and used in
let me just wrap up what you're saying by just saying in total, Lena Khan is a loser. Is pretty much what you're saying, right?
It's basically right. I'm just trying to convey, like,
go ahead, Sam.
For Matt on this.
Go ahead, Sam.
What do they hope to do by writing all of these? I mean, like you say, there's been all these op-eds. They've been attacking her as much as possible. Their timing has not been great this week with that New York magazine. But what's the theory that they have that this is going to intimidate the Biden administration? I don't what do they think it does?
Well, a number of things, but I guess continue their retainers.
Right. So it's performative. I mean, honestly, that would at least make some sense about it.
So I think there's a number of things. I guess there's a lot of lobbyists that make their money by, doing PR, right? And so they are doing PR and they're billing for it. So that's, you can't understate the fact that there are like a bunch of people that are like, how like when you get all those annoying emails from the DCCC, give me money or Trump will win, right? Like there's a whole business of lobbyists who do the same thing to CEOs and are like, give me money or Lena Khan is going to get you. And then they take that money and they use it to do PR, right? That's one thing. But what I've noticed ever since I started working in the anti-monopoly space is that Wall Street people are deal makers and CEOs are the most confident people, like overconfident people I've ever met. And they just always think that they're going to win. And they always think that they're high on their own supply. And they just think that this is temporary. Like it's crazy to stop a merger. It's crazy to tell us we can't do something. That doesn't make any sense. And if someone says you can't do that and actually blocks them, they're like, well, we never wanted to do that anyway. So we're going to do this, right? And so they actually don't have a really hard time internalizing a change in direction. And there's a tremendous sense of entitlement, right? Like if somebody says to them, you can't do this, right? This is the law. They tend to think of laws as suggestions. And so they get very angry when somebody stops them, it's not just about money. It's about a sense, because it's like, you know, these guys are extreme, like, you know, Jeff Bezos is worth whatever, 100, $200 billion, and he really hates the antitrust enforcers. It's not an issue of, it's not that he wants to be worth $300 billion or whatever. He's just angry that someone is saying no to him.
It's also, yeah, like a personal affront. They're personally offended that anyone would challenge their genius. I just want to interject.
It's more than that. It's they believe they are the legitimate government of the United States.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
If you talk about like, how
Right.
does healthcare work? They say Congress can adorably go and pass that Obamacare or not. But the real decisions are going to be made in the boardroom of CVS when we choose to buy Aetna or not,
Right.
or Humana chooses to
Right.
buy Cigna or not. That's where the real decision making.
This is
happens.
it's about public regulation versus private regulation.
Right.
We're trying to bring the regulation back to the public sphere. I want to mention some more people who have donated in the last hour. Jeremy from Fairfax, Andrew from Minnesota, Bonnie from New Mexico, Evan from Portland, Nick from Tucson, Charles from North Carolina, Joyce from Washington State, Philip from Kansas City, Michael from Delaware. Thank you all so much. Prospect.org/telethon is where to donate. You can keep watching us. We're going to be here till 8 o'clock Eastern time. Sam,
I know you're having a little problem with my output.
Now you sound good. Now you sound good.
Okay.
I think.
Sorry about that. I'm not. Do I sound good?
Now I can hear your rich voice.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry about that. Well, you knew what my question was, anyways, and I just didn't want to be overpowering with it.
No,
first question in.
Not at all.
I'm glad we got that fixed.
Can I make a pitch for the prospect for a second?
You're allowed. Yes, that's the
Great.
entire point of this. So yes, you can do that.
No, I mean, okay, so like, you know, one of the things that I think is important to recognize, you hear this from the government enforcers and also from private litigation, is that the writing and the coverage of the anti-monopoly stuff is actually really important, and it's pretty foundational.
Mhm.
Generally speaking, the public has always hated monopolies, even the 80s when the Reagan administration was doing it, and then, you know, 90s and 2000s, whatever. But
I mentioned that's the 250th anniversary at the Boston Tea Party 2 days ago, which was involved a monopolist known as the East India Company and a corporate tax break for them. But yes, go ahead.
Dude, I was just about to solicit money for you.
I can't help myself.
No, so
From Big T of all places.
yeah, no, but you know, I think the core, like a core way that the bad guys won is they took the kind of intellectual sort of group and the writers who thought about and wrote about monopoly questions, and they said, that's stupid, you guys should stop, that doesn't matter. And most of the anti-monopolists were like, yeah, actually, you're right. You know what? Monopoly is fine. We have to focus on other things. That's not really what politics is about. Let the economists, let the nerds handle this. And really key to restoring the anti-monopoly movement, and it really is a restoration. This isn't new. It's just, it has always been reporters and writers. They always get there before the scholars. They get there before the economists, before the lawyers. So in the 1880s, there were like really important writers who were writing about Standard Oil, writing about the trusts. And then in the 1890s, that's when you started to see legal action. And I think, you know, today, you know, Dave, when you were writing in the New Republic, and then the Prospect really were and are foundational to the restoration of the anti-monopoly movement. You know, and that, so I think it's like, it matters that you write this. It matters that people read it. It matters to enforcers. It matters to policymakers. It matters to politicians. It matters to people in business, workers. You know, this is really how you create and make change. And it kind of feels like a bummer all the time for a variety of reasons. Like the Biden administration, it's just like, it's incoherent. So it feels crappy. But in this one area, like the writing that you've done, and I don't mean just you, I mean like the royal your group.
You as well at Big.
Well, yeah, I mean, but again, this is for you, man.
I'm trying to spread the love.
But it matters. I mean, like you get a lot of bullshit solicitations in politics, and like that. This is actually like something that really delivers. Like it actually really delivers change. The bad guys, the real bad guys, like boss level, not like, they squeal. So I just think it's really great that you're doing this. I think it's really great that people are giving, because it really matters and is really helpful.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we do say internally is that we're trying to not just make a magazine, but make a difference. And the idea of telling these stories is not just so that we have something to fill the page every day. We're engaged in part of a larger project that is attempting to really be a tool for activists, for policymakers to understand where power lies and to understand, how it can be altered so that it is distributed broadly to everyone. And I mean, Sam, you do that at the Majority Report every day as well.
Well, let me just piggyback on what Matt has said, because I think this goes to both as far as both of you too. I think I mean, you guys do great reporting across the board in terms of a bunch of different policy things, but in terms of antitrust, because as I've learned from both of you, it's not, there hasn't been a change of legislation from when we went from 1970s to 1980s and adopted a Borkian version of what constitutes a violation of antitrust. It was a cultural shift. It was an intellectual shift, but it wasn't necessarily a legislative one. And it just emphasizing what Matt had just said, the idea of shifting the sort of intellectual culture around bankruptcy, I think has, there's more that can be done in that area than in most areas of policy, because it doesn't require significant regulatory changes as much as an attitude about the regulations and the statutes that exist. And
yeah,
I feel
but I think that's true across the board. I think one of the projects that Matt has talked about a lot, and that we have talked about to a certain extent, is that Democrats generally don't recognize the power that they have. They don't recognize the power inherent in the executive branch to the degree that it exists, and it really takes that effort of what Matt often calls relearning, like trying to understand once again where the authorities lie and where the opportunities lie that can bring about like real tangible change for people.
fair. That was your day one agenda.
Right.
So one of the interesting things, and I think this is one of the reasons why it's like so difficult to do what you do, right? I mean, obviously it's not like, it's fun, right? I mean, it's not like,
right.
We're not like, war zone, right? So I don't want to state, but like intellectually it's hard to do this because a lot of what we do is look at actually what our own side did badly, right? And I think it's really easy to point a finger at the other side and say, the right wing is all evil. And they did a lot of like bad stuff, and we just need to make sure they don't like win. Trump, democracy, blah, blah, blah. But like, it's much harder as a Democrat to be like, man, why the fuck did Obama let Live Nation buy Ticketmaster? That's weird and shitty. Why did he do that? Why did they consolidate all the airlines under Obama? Like, what? That's fucked up. Or like, oh, a lot of the like merger stuff that happened, that was under the Democrats, huh? Why did Bill Clinton let Boeing roll up the whole aerospace industry domestically? That seems like a problem. Like, it's easy to say,
right.
It's like, so you got to look at these sacred cows, right? And on the Democratic side, the sacred cows was Bill Clinton, and then now it's not like kind of a little bit less like Barack Obama. I'm sorry. Now it's Barack Obama. And I think like by looking back and being honest about like what a crappy president he was, you actually open the opportunity for Democrats to improve. I mean, look, you don't say that as directly as I do. Maybe I'm direct and maybe you're like, fine, but like he could have done better. Whatever. But actually, like one of the reasons it's hard to actually look back and argue for like a change in direction is because you really are crossing the power centers of the Democratic Party, not just the Republican. Right. And that's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, you just had someone on today that was talking about, what was it, the media and the Reagan years, and I feel like the ways in which you don't hear this stuff in traditional press is one part of this picture, and why an independent press is so important.
Well, we can afford to have very dry conversations on our program. But this one was actually, it was interesting. It was really more about Reagan's religiosity, which I grew up, the first vote I couldn't take was against Reagan in '84 because I was just turning 18, like 2 or 3 weeks late. But he apparently was a very religious guy, and she was talking about how that was the era in which we began to, normalize religious vernacular within the context of our politics. That which I didn't remember at the time, like the idea of like the evil empire was sort of an afterthought. People didn't really pay much attention to him saying that, and because it was so crazy to talk about politics in the context of evil and good in terms of like religious terms. And then of course, now it would be weird if we didn't hear people talk about, politics and foreign policy without the terms, good and evil. But the idea being that the media was not sensitive, was not sort of informed enough about religion to realize when it was being invoked in the context of other things. And so that it was an interesting development. And then, part of that has to do with like sort of, the ideas that he introduced as within the context of religiousness. But that, it's more sort of like a political changes than any type of like policy in that respect. But it was an interesting conversation. Cool. But yeah, it's a different, you guys do something I think that is, more substantive on a daily basis, frankly, or not substantive, but more material.
Well, look, I mean, I think the reason you have the following you have is that you bring a perspective that people think is indispensable. And I'd like to think that it's certainly something we aspire to build this audience, build this movement, and give people the information they need.
Well, we steal your content at least twice a week by having one of your writers on. So
well,
that's the way we do it.
There you have it. In fact, what you did recently is you had our writer Luke Goldstein on, who was speaking, and this was in the chat as well. People wanted to ask about the Google trial, which was a trial where if you didn't happen to live in Washington, D.C. and could afford to go down to the courthouse every day, you wouldn't know anything about it. And that was despite the efforts of Matt's group to have a public audio feed, which was denied by the judge, and despite the efforts of a lot of journalists who push back against the kind of segregation of knowledge of information that was being done throughout that trial. And I think Luke, it was great, and Matt also had a great reporter down there. I'm forgetting his name now. Joran Weitzman, is that the name?
Joseph
Right.
Weitzman.
Right.
And then Lee Hefner was down there, big tech on trial.
Right.
Yeah, we got, I mean, look, it's funny when you're like the Google trial, they were like, which one, right?
Right. Which is great.
There's like, you can't hear any of them, right?
The Google search trial, I should be specific about. Yeah.
No,
so, I mean, so what do we think is, because the judge in that case, he's got now 6 months to sit and think about this. He kind of put pause on the entire thing. And we also now have the other Google trial, the Google Play Store trial, where the judge can now make a remedy for how to deal with this jury ruling that says that yes, the Google Play Store is a monopolist and it used its power in illegal ways to block rivals and to put a toll booth essentially on your phone, where Google gets 30% of all purchases made on apps. So, what could be done through these trials? What could that remedy phase look like if, in fact, Judge Maida in the search case says, yes, I'm ruling for the government? What is the extent to which the environment for tech could change?
Yeah, so let me just give sort of a broad context here. So I think the Google App Store, right, which is on your Android phones, I think the revenue there is something like 46 billion dollars a year, something like that, of apps bought. And Google gets to tax that at 30%. It's a lot of money, right? And that's just a minor part of Google's business. Search is a much larger part of their business, but essentially all of their parts of their business are about market power, maybe with the exception of cloud. And you take, 10, 20, 30 billion dollars of extra profit, and you have enough of companies across the economy that have that extra profit, and pretty soon you're talking about the reason we have so much inequality, right? Like, that's why. I mean, it's not like, naturally there are people that make, worth $100 billion or $200 billion a year. This is structured. It's politically structured. If you allow monopolies, that you will have this. If you don't allow monopolies, you won't. The people who run Google would be successful software salespeople, but they wouldn't be worth $100 billion. They might be worth $50 million, which is a substantial change. You would have a middle-class dominated society as opposed to what we have now, which is a sort of an oligarch dominated society. So this stuff isn't like technocratic and nerdy. It is, if you want it to be, but anything can be that. This is about the core of who we are as a society. So in terms of like, what do you do to like cut that revenue that Google is getting, or what do you do to make that innovation? Because the other thing is, like, when you have just one app store for your phone, you don't have any innovation in app stores. It's like, imagine if you went to a shopping mall and there was like one store, right? You wouldn't see that store. You wouldn't see any like innovation in how they sell things, right? And that's the same thing on phones. So what Epic wants, and Epic was the company that sued Epic Games. They make Fortnite. They sued Google, and they said, you're blocking us from having our own app store on the Google phone. And they won. And now they're like, they want a remedy. And normally the remedy is money. But in this case, Epic is like, we don't want money. What we want is an order from the judge saying that we get to put our own app store on Android, and we don't have to use Google's like payment processor, which is how they do the 30% tax. And also, we don't want anybody to have to be subjected to these onerous terms. And so other firms would be able to put their own app stores onto Android. Like Microsoft wants to put an app store, and Epic Games will put an app store. You'll probably see a bunch of different app stores on Android phones. And my guess, eventually the Congress is going to pass something saying that Apple has to do it too. That's already going to happen in Europe. So you'll see, like, probably it'll be much cheaper to like app makers will make a lot more money, and then it'll do more innovation. Now on the search side, it's that, like, you can't talk about Google without talking about search, just like you can't talk about Standard Oil without talking about oil. Sorry, I'm living in the 1890s. And hardtack and pemmican. So what's happening with that trial is, like, Google has the best search engine, and the fundamental question in that trial is why. And the reason, argues the government, that Google has the best search engine is because search engines they improve when you have a lot of data and user behavior on a search engine, because then every time somebody does a search on Google, Google basically gets information about what people want to find and about what the best thing to show them is. And then the next search, they can incorporate that information into their search engine. And so it gets better and better and better. And what Google's been doing is they've been paying every distributor of search, which is like, the big one is Apple, because when you just start searching on your iPhone, you get it automatically goes to Google. Google is the default, but also all the browsers like Mozilla, and also all the phone makers, and Google also owns Android. Google pays huge amounts of money to be the default in all of these places. And it's not so much so that Google's search will get better. It's so
Right.
that they can deny scale and data to potential rivals. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of potential remedies here. The judge
Mhm.
could break off Android. It could say Google could no longer own Android. The judge could
Right.
say Google has to share its huge store of data with rivals so they can build search engines. That's
Right.
another possibility. They could say, now Google has to text everybody with an Android phone and tell them, hey, there are all of these other search engines you can use. That would be called a choice screen. That's another option. They could also say you can no longer have contracts with Apple or Mozilla or these other deals that say you get to pay them billions of dollars to be the default. Like, that's another option. He could do many of these together.
All right.
So there's a lot of options.
Great.
It's gonna like probably be 6 months. It's gonna be 6 months 5 months until the final arguments, and then he'll take his time ruling, and then there will be appeals.
Yeah.
There will be a remedy phase. Blah blah blah
Right.
blah blah.
Right. Well, great. Look, Matt, thank you so much for coming in at short notice to tell us about all these great developments, interesting developments, and thank you for your support of the prospect. We have somebody else coming in. Sam, if you want to stay, we have Lindsay Owens from the Groundwork Collaborative coming in right now. Lindsay, coming to us from, where are you, in Nashville?
Yep.
Right now? Yeah. Thanks for being on the telethon. It's prospect.org/telethon if you want to donate. Here are some people who have just recently donated. We've been giving the names out all day. Catherine from Santa Barbara, Simarjeet from Massachusetts, Louis from California, Deborah from South Carolina, Andrea from New York, Christopher from California, Steve from Pennsylvania, Katie from Colorado, Craig from Santa Cruz, Alan from Georgia, Matthew from Massachusetts. Thank you all so much. Prospect.org/telethon. Lindsay is the executive director of the Groundwork Collaborative. And speaking of collaborative, we've had two of my favorite issues of the magazine of the American Prospect. Our issue on supply chains from 2022, and our issue this year on economic models, these sort of hidden things that run the world. We're so grateful for your support and collaboration with us throughout the past couple of years. I just thought those things were totally great.
Yeah, I mean, two really just marvelous issues. It was so much fun to partner with the Prospect, and I think, particularly in the modeling issue, I think we really devoted quite a few words, quite a bit of ink to something that I think many people in Washington are quite familiar with, the kind of hidden curriculum that underscores the, which policies are able to get passed into law in Washington. But I think a lot of Americans are pretty unfamiliar with the kind of Byzantine scoring process. And I think we, really kind of, open that black box and shed a lot of light on it. So was really, really delighted that we were able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll hopefully be doing one again in the new year. I don't want to break news here or anything, but one thing I will say is that, and it could be related to this, is that the work that Groundwork has done, and I know Sam has talked about this a lot as well, about the economy and about inflation in particular, and about the ways in which corporations have, whether you want to call it capitalized on, or whether you want to call it used inflation as an excuse for continuing to put forward high prices and maximizing their corporate profits, which went up 2 years ago and have not gone down from this extremely lofty level. So I know one thing you do a lot is you look at earnings calls, you listen to what corporate America is saying about themselves to investors, which is usually probably a pretty good sense of what they're doing. And what are you hearing lately in terms of that? Are we seeing a recognition that supply chains of ease, price pressures are coming down, or are they continuing to use this sort of narrative about inflation to keep those prices high?
Yeah, I mean, one piece of context that I think it's worth offering here is, I think most Americans are relatively familiar with the idea that companies and CEOs have a role in setting prices in the economy, and that they have the purview to change prices for the goods that they offer. But what I think folks don't realize is that our sort of standard economic theories really posit that corporations are what we call price takers rather than price makers. And in those models, the idea really is that that inflation is sort of set and sort of comes from factors that are sort of beyond an individual company or an individual CEO's control. And so one thing that we really wanted to do at Groundwork Collaborative is drill down and remind folks that there is a man behind the curtain who is in charge of how much you pay for an item. Prices don't fall from the sky. They don't come because too much money is chasing too few goods, and you have too much money in your pocket, and that's why these companies are sort of forced against their will to raise prices. They're making decisions about how much to charge you. And what we find is that those decisions are increasingly untethered from the fundamentals, right? It's not just the marginal cost of a good that is responsible for how much you pay. It's also just frankly how much the company wants to charge and how much power they have to charge a price that is sort of anti-competitive, to charge a price that allows them to collect a rent, a little bit more money than they otherwise would. And so what we did to kind of prove that point, as inflation was sort of dominating the headlines and Americans were increasingly feeling, the pinch at the grocery store, at the checkout line, at the gas pump, is we just listened in on what the CEOs were telling their shareholders. And basically what they were saying is, yeah, their costs are going up, but it's not that big a deal because they're passing along their rising costs to you. And actually, because in this environment, sort of everyone is expecting costs to go up, they're actually going a little further. They're kind of gilding the lily and passing on even a little more. And we saw that over and over throughout the earnings calls in 2021 and 2022. To answer your question, what are they saying now? We are seeing a little bit less candid admissions of price gouging on earnings calls. I think some of that
probably
is
because of your work. Yeah,
I do think folks are being a bit more careful. I mean, if I was running comms, crisis communications for Pepsi, and I got 10 minutes with the CEO before the quarterly earnings call, I would remind him not to be too giddy about
these calls are public, dude.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I would probably tone it down.
I have a question. If there's an analog to the crime story on some level, because there was a lot of corporations who were also saying that in addition to them sort of like padding whatever their inputs were, that there was this, raging crime spree. I mean, I think it was, a Target sort of famously closed, I think it was 8 or 9 stores across the country, presumably because of loss that they sort of implied, if not directly said, was crime, as opposed to like whatever it could have been, but kept stores open that were in the same areas, just ones that were performing. Like how much do they sort of deploy these other contexts for their prices or their bottom lines that, in your observation, that cross both the inflation, the crime narratives? I mean, all the narratives that they would want to either increase their profits in a way that makes it seem like they have no choice, or cover up their bad decisions that they don't necessarily want to be responsible for in the C-suite.
Yeah, we haven't studied the crime piece extensively, but our instinct is exactly as you suggest, that that is a very convenient narrative for covering losses, when talking to investors. And so, I've seen some anecdotal reporting that is true, that the crime statistics have been exaggerated and even sort of fabricated by some of the large
the National Retail Foundation retracted
their study.
claiming that, which was incredible. One thing actually I want to mention,
David, I've got to jump here, but
Yeah.
I wanted to know the answer to that. So I got it now. So,
All right.
but thanks,
Sam, thank you so
congratulations
much.
on the great work both of you are doing. But also,
and thank you for being part of this telethon, Sam. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. All right,
Everyone
good
go
luck.
to the Majority Report every day. This is the only day we're competing with you.
Well, we're
promise.
over, so we're done.
Okay. All right. See
you
ya.
later.
So Lindsay, one thing I wanted to get to was Chairman Powell's press conference last week, where he seemed to move in a direction that I think you and other progressive economic analysts have been asking for a little while here, and moving towards the pivot and moving towards potential rate cuts in 2024. How did you see his speech and his change in disposition, and to what extent is it a reflection not just of economic reality, but of the push by progressive economists to say, look at the data?
Yeah. I mean, I'll say two things on this point. The first is sort of just zooming out from Powell and his press conference. We spent years and years and years, but particularly in this most recent moment of inflation, hearing from experts that the cure for inflation was unemployment, right? That the way that you bring prices down is destroy demand, right? And the way you destroy demand, if you're the Federal Reserve, is you hike up those interest rates, make the cost of doing business more expensive, make it more likely that businesses will need to lay off workers. Those workers who are laid off then have less money in their pockets. That's the demand, right? And that's how we bring down prices. They have less money to spend. And many of us on the left said, that doesn't sound right. First of all, it doesn't sound right morally, but second of all, it doesn't sound right economically. If demand is not the key driver of this period of high inflation, if it's coming from those supply shocks that we talked about in our issue of the prospect, if it's coming from that profiteering, that gilding of the lily, then it doesn't matter what you do on the demand side. That's not going to bring down prices. And I think as we close out 2023 with, unemployment below 4% for 22 straight months, that's a 50-year record. And also with inflation, really cooling and projected to hit that, key target 2% figure shortly. I think, we have our answer. The verdict is in. You didn't need to sacrifice jobs for prices. You can have low unemployment and low prices. You can have both. It was a false choice. So that's the first thing to say about the kind of end of year review of the Fed. I think we're around that point. The second thing is, I think Powell absolutely signaled, and the predictions of the FOMC are for 3 rate cuts next year. I think many folks, the market was expecting 4. I think many folks still expect them to revise next year, meeting by meeting, upwards of 3 cuts. But it's absolutely time to get the rates down. The higher for longer era has got to be over. The negative implications of the rate hikes are considerable and being felt particularly in the housing market, where mortgage rates are excessively high and deterring folks from being able to get homes and deterring building of new homes, which is a critical, policy intervention that we need to bring down housing costs. But also, the big climate investments, which the prospect has covered so extensively, investments, corporate investment there is really on ice. And the rate hikes have had a chilling effect. And so the quicker they can get the rates back down and start normalizing them, the better.
Yeah, I reported on this last week. We've actually seen R&D in the third quarter go down, despite all of this historic amount of investment that we have. It's really something. We're almost offsetting this, this huge set of support for the energy transition by having interest rates so high. And go ahead.
No, 100%. I mean, this is exactly the line that we used when talking to policymakers, and when talking to the press, 18 months ago, which is we're getting this resilient labor market because of investments like the American Rescue Plan. The fundamentals are there. The supply is coming back online. inflation is going to come down. Now the only thing left is for Jerome Powell to get out of his own way, so we don't screw up all of these positive tailwinds, like the fact that we have all of this money online for investment, and yet R&D is down. I mean, this is exactly what we warned against. So the faster he can pivot, the better.
And it's almost like the fact of the energy transition, which is hugely front loaded in terms of capital. Into, you have to build the facilities, you have to build the offshore wind places, you have to do all this stuff. It demands either one of two things. One, maybe a preference, federal grants rather than something that they have to finance on their own and get tax breaks at the end of the year, or a favorable interest rate environment so that you're not eating your own seed corn. So I don't know that and I actually don't think that the Fed is playing that into their calculations, but it's really unfortunate, and it's not just something that. And I talked with Employ America about this last week. It's not just something that is hurting our economy in the near term, but you're talking about lasting effects on supply.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this was one of the, there were, I think, two particularly, problematic consequences of the rate hiking campaign. Maybe, three. Let's leave the housing market piece aside for a second. But one was obviously the more these rate hikes continued, the more we risked, tipping the economy into a recession. And fortunately, that hasn't happened yet, although we do know that there are a number of indicators in the labor market that are slowing. But the second was exactly this, this historic moment where we get the Inflation Reduction Act over the finish line and start investing aggressively in the green transition happens at sort of the worst possible time, with an interest rate environment that's just, in some ways prohibitive of those investments. And so I think you're exactly right. Grants are one idea, but both Congress and the administration should be thinking creatively and expeditiously about alternative financing mechanisms so that we don't let this key moment go to waste.
Absolutely. Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. We love working with Groundwork and look forward to doing it again in the new year. Thanks for your support of the Prospect.
Yeah, thanks so much. And congrats on another great year at the Prospect.
All right. Thank you. We're going to keep this thing rolling right along. First of all, I will once again say prospect.org/telethon. That is where you can donate to this year-end fundraising campaign. Here are some people who have recently donated: William from New Jersey, Aaron from Nebraska, Albert from Chicagoland, John from Louisiana, Kevin from Pennsylvania, Thomas from Georgia, Robin from New York City, Schubert from Illinois, Wade from Minneapolis, Brandon from Illinois, Kenneth from Seattle, Amy from Poughkeepsie, Carl from San Francisco. Thank you all so much. And now we're bringing on Ryan from Washington, D.C. Ryan Grimm, a Washington editor at The Intercept and author of a brand new book, which is right there on the shelf, strategically placed. It's called The Squad. And Ryan, my former boss, thank you for being here and helping us out with this telethon.
You got it. First time caller, long time listener. I've got a question. I'll take my response off the air.
Oh, nice. Well done. I believe you sent me the book to a place where I am not at right now. So I have not had the pleasure of reading all of The Squad, but I have listened to all the deconstructed episodes. Brian's got a great kind of audio version of the book that goes well beyond what a normal audio book is like, because he added in clips and sound bites and things like that remark upon the history that he's retelling. So I urge people to go over to Deconstructed, which is at theintercept.com, and check that out. You can get the first 3 segments right now. And so from what I've read, and I've read other things, it comes out at a really almost the perfect moment. This book comes out in terms of what the debate is like in the country right now on some of the top issues. One of the things you write about is This idea in the Bernie campaign where in 2016, Sanders is talking about economic justice really, in a very targeted way. But the public, which is scarred, particularly younger people who are scarred by the after effects of the Great Recession, the very slow recovery, has sort of given up on economic renewal and are looking toward things like social issues as the way that they can make progress in a gridlock Congress. And that's sort of the focus of their organizing efforts. And I'm wondering, like, to what extent do you see that now? Like, is that what we can take away as the reason for why this particular situation in Gaza is getting so much attention from the progressive left, from the activist left?
I think part of it is that what's going on in Gaza is unique. Like it is multiple degrees different than the kinds of wars that we're used to seeing in our lifetimes. Now, I think the Iraq War, obviously was a greater scale, but like there was a year and a half lead up to that, and it's like the biggest country in world history with the most powerful military bringing everything to bear.
Sure.
On a tiny country, so it was a little more expected. But this, I think part of it is like that it is different. But I think you're not wrong in the sense that there is a lot of desire for change. There's a lot of energy out there, and it is hard for people to find ways to channel it in the last couple of years. But I also think the rise in unionization that we've seen, the worker militancy, is a place where the kind of feelings that people had during Occupy leading into the Bernie Sanders campaign, that a better material world was possible, are now being given an opportunity because of like the full employment and the ability, like people feel more confident in the workplace. Because back in 2010, 2011, if you lost your job, you might spend 9 months unemployed, and it's just impossible. It's like impossible for some people to get their minds back to that place. And how soul crushing of an experience it is to go through long stretches, even short stretches of unemployment, but long stretches of unemployment that come with like a complete collapse of living standards, running through your savings, running through your retirement, moving back in with your parents, like whatever it is.
Well, and then the interesting thing about that is the story, you center this story in the first real winner of the squad, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and her story kind of tracks what you just said in many ways. I mean, talk about that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. She went to college right around the time of the Great Recession, financial crisis, and graduated in 2007 or 2008. Her father died while she was still in college, which put their home at risk, like amid the foreclosure crisis. Like 2009 and 10 saw what, 2.5 million? Was it 2.5 million foreclosures, or like
well, if you the amazing thing is we don't count. We don't count how many foreclosures there are, which should tell you quite something about
just massive numbers. And so her mother was forced into raising 2 kids with multiple jobs, while with collapsing property values. And then when she graduated college, she graduates into the recession. And so where in previous generations, white collar professional jobs were everywhere for people, she struggled like so many people so many millennials her age. And she, by the time she was 28 running for Congress, really just as a kind of messaging campaign in a lot of ways. You always, I'm sure, in the back of your mind, you always hope you have a shot. But she wasn't an idiot. She knew she's taking on Joe Crowley, one of the most powerful members of the House, with basically no money behind her, and this kind of ragtag Justice Democrats.
And she's tending bar, and she thinks like, this is what I am. Like I'm a bartender. Like that's her identity at this point, even despite, having a college degree and all these ambitions. She feels like this is all that's available to me.
Yeah, she posted on Instagram something poignant where she said she felt like the train of her unfilled ambition had left the station or something like that. That like this is it. Like this is like, and and that's the case for tens of millions of people who just did not expect that this is where they would be, 10 years earlier.
And I think at some level that's why people latched onto that story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And latched onto this idea that there's this sort of break in the firmament. This is not the normal politician that you see that rises through the ranks and, comes fully formed into Congress.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the squad members, while many of them did come from politics and did come from, and do have that story. Ayanna Pressley sort of has that story. Ilhan Omar was a state legislator, but it felt different, right? And maybe it's because AOC was in the front of that.
Yeah, and then also, you saw all these efforts on the right to like find out what the fraud was or what the scam was,
right?
Because we just can't accept things for like what they actually seem to be. And we also have this very like Dickensian idea of poverty that, unless you literally were raised in an orphanage, begging for a second bowl of oatmeal, then, or porridge or whatever they were calling it back then, then you don't really have a rags to riches story. You can't say you came up from your bootstraps. So people would like flag that she went to like a decent public high school,
right?
Or that her dad had been an architect at one point, or whatever else they would point to say like, this is not, she was not living in a Dolly Parton like one room house without running water. So this doesn't count. And also it must be like the work of George Soros. Like, because nobody could, like, if it, either A, it's not true, or B, it is true, and then she's a puppet for like George Soros. Like, those are the only two possibilities. It's not possible that like somebody could have a genuinely like decent, like middle to lower middle class, or even a middle class before her father passed away, upbringing, and then have the world collapse around them amid the great financial crisis. And then some people emerge from that rubble and get elected to Congress. Like that just seemed a thing that they weren't ready to believe. Or I guess they just had, because it's easier to just not reckon with, I guess, reality.
Sure. I want to say once again, prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can donate. We've raised just about a third of our goal, our end of year goal, which is $200,000. So we're thank you once again for your support. Ryan, and then, the reason why this story and this book feels so timely is that we're in this point of tension with respect to the Gaza war. And we've seen already how this played out politically in 2020 and 2022, in particular in primaries, where AIPAC and Democratic Majority for Israel raised huge amounts of money to, what they were doing in those races was really trying to block more members of the squad from coming in. What they seem to want to do in this next cycle is to take those existing members of the squad out. And so, talk about just sort of how, what we're really talking about here when we're dealing with this. And it seems to me that the effort in 2022, you almost have to say that AIPAC read the situation correctly. I mean, with the benefit of hindsight, that if there were more progressive members right now in Congress who weren't, knocked down by this flood of money, that there would be a much stronger response coming from those parts of the House Democratic caucus in terms of what is happening right now in Gaza.
Yeah, and I zero in on the book in this moment in May of 2021 when the second last time that Israel launched a bombing campaign
Right.
against Gaza. And Mark Pocan, former co-chair of the CPC, booked in who has become like the number one kind of, what would you call it, tangler with AIPAC online. Like he's just constantly like haranguing. And he has said, like, I feel like I'm in a position, not being a woman of color, that I can I can really kind of speak more forcefully to them. And because they focus so much of their energy on women of color. He's like, so therefore I'm going to take the opportunity. And he just constantly calls them every name in the book for what they do. And so he organized an hour of floor time in the House, and invites anybody who wants to come down and speak out against the 2021 war in Gaza.
Right.
And in the past, before the squad had gotten to Congress, you might hear from Betty McCollum, who represents a district near Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. You might hear sometimes from Andre Carson, who from Indiana,
who's a Muslim member of Congress.
One of the only Muslims, Black Muslim, and that'd be about it for the most part. You know, you're not gonna, and it's not gonna be super loud. But on this day, you just had Democrat after Democrat. So it's not just, it's one thing if like the 4 squad members go down there and give speeches and move on. It's another thing if like you got Betty McCollum going down and saying something about how Israel shouldn't, you know, her big thing was like, the U.S., it's like the lowest thing you could ask for. The U.S. should not be spending its own money to detain Palestinian children without charges. Like that's the Like how about that?
The floor, the baseline. Yeah.
How about we do that and still radioactive, like absolutely a radioactive position. But it was the combination. So it was, you know, you had them, but then you had more than a dozen members, you know, going to the floor, giving, you know, very impassioned speeches against what was going on in Israel and that in Gaza, and that, you know, creates more space. Then it draws media coverage, but then it creates more space for other rank and file Democrats, who actually haven't necessarily, like Jim Himes. I don't know if you saw this recently, but somebody recorded a conversation where he'd had with like a local, or maybe it was a national, maybe it was CARE or the local CARE chapter or something, where he said, "Look, I get AIPAC in my office a couple times a year. I've never had a pro-Palestinian group ask for a meeting, period. And AIPAC is very good at like raising money and spending money. Everybody knows that they're going to reward people that are with them. They're going to hit people that aren't. And as Himes put it, the path of least resistance is just saying, you know, I stand with Israel.
Right.
And as long as there's no resistance to that, as you know, members of Congress have a lot of difficult decisions to make. If a decision is not difficult to make, they're going to make the easy one and just say, I stand with Israel. Now, all of a sudden, you've got more than a dozen members of Congress going down, speaking out against what's going on. That makes it a live political issue. That forces other Democrats to then start thinking about where they stand on this. And now the conversation is a live one. And it's a conversation that Israel is going to lose when it comes to the occupation, or when it comes to the blockade, or when it comes to indiscriminate bombing. These aren't the kinds of things that in a level debate in a Democratic primary among voters are going to stand. It's just not going to work.
Right. But, you know, that was 21 and
so
then
you have to not have that conversation.
So they came in with a totally different conversation in 22, knocked out some new progressives who would have added to that debate. And now in 24, you have a lot of members of Congress who are just terrified of having AIPAC come after them. $100 million is the claim that AIPAC's going to bring to bear on Democratic primaries in 2024. Ryan, unfortunately, we're out of time. The book is The Squad. I don't remember the subtitle right now. Why don't you give it to me?
AOC and the Hope of a Political Revolution. And let me say, you guys had a great year, a tremendous amount of reporting.
Thank you.
Often jealous of the scoops that you know, the analysis that you guys have. So I would strongly encourage people to, you know, help you meet that goal.
Awesome. And we get Iris at the end. Fantastic.
Oh. Say hello. She's homesick today.
Oh, I see. Glad we were able to get an intruder on the mic. Very excited. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate it. You're doing great work at The Intercept too. Everyone go to theintercept.com. All right. Check out the book too. All right. I'm going to throw it over now to our senior editor, Gabrielle Gurley, who is here with a group of people who maybe are the unsung heroes of the Prospect in many ways, our interns. So Gabrielle, thank you for being here and take it away.
Hi, so I'm here with our Prospect interns. As you know, we're a small but mighty magazine. We don't have corporate donors, and everything that we do depends on the generosity of readers like yourselves. Any donation that you make today, no matter what the amount, will make a huge difference in your contributions are tax deductible. You can go to prospect.org/telethon. Among the people that help make us the powerhouse that we are the TAP intern staff, who learned the ropes with us in a number of areas, including reporting, writing, fact-checking, and social media. They are Jalinda Montes at American University, who is a senior, will be graduating in May. Micah Morton Jones at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, flagship of the University of North Carolina system, and Jack Styler of the University of Wisconsin at Madison. So we're going to talk a little bit today about what folks have been working on during their weeks here at the Prospect to start. So I'm gonna toss it to Jalinda Montes to tell us a little bit about the story she worked on that was right in tune with election 2023. So Jalinda?
Yeah, so I wrote on youth participation in the Virginia state election this past November. And it was a very interesting set of circumstances this past election season. 2023, most people aren't thinking that this is a big election year. In Virginia, it was really considered an off year, where really only the legislative sector is up for election. However, every single seat was up for election. So it was more of a big deal than people really thought it would be, especially youth. So I looked into and talked to some young voters to kind of ask what prevents you from voting and what sort of drives you to vote. And I also talked to a university who had a very strong civic engagement program, James Madison University. And in 2020, they had over 75% of their entire student body voting, which was pretty good considering it's a school in the tens of thousands of students populated there. So I just mainly focused on that and looked into kind of how people get involved and where that can go in this past election.
So what's your major takeaway in your conversations with youth voters? What do you think people who are working to get out the vote, voting rights advocates, student organizations, what do they need to know about voters who may or may not be familiar with candidates or the issues?
Yeah. I mean, especially in state elections, people usually don't really know who their representatives are. Young voters especially are more attached to issues and like problems. A lot of young voters are very motivated by climate change and gun legislation. So the biggest, I think, thing that candidates need to do is really attach themselves to issues and say what they're going to do to help these young people and what they care about. So a lot of times there's a disconnect between action on an issue and voting for someone. And to kind of bridge the gap between voting for someone for your state house and actually seeing things happen and change in your life is really the gap that needs to be bridged for young people to get more active at the ballot box.
Okay. So Micah, you worked on a state transportation issue. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, for my first article with the Prospect, I was able to profile the sister towns of both Smithfield and Selma, North Carolina, in Johnson County, North Carolina, which is right next to places like Raleigh. A part of their, just recently in March, they were able to launch QuickRad, which is a public microtransit system. And public microtransit is a publicly funded transportation system, which is similar to say Uber or Lyft, but funded from public dollars.
Sure.
So for microtransit in Smithfield and Selma, it's been an overwhelming success, as they've been able to get funding for QuickRide all the way till next June, and passengers have been able to go to places like schools, grocery stores, work in a way that they never have, considering that JCATS in general has primarily not been in public transit besides paratransit, which is mainly for medical transportation needs. And it's not just in Johnson County. North Carolina is somewhat experiencing a somewhat microtransit revolution, as there are at least 7 other microtransit systems all across the state. So.
Yeah, it sounds like other states are actually contacting some of the networks in North Carolina as well to kind of get the lessons learned from all of this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. From my reporting, I was able to talk with both Johnson County mobility manager, Neil Davis, and how he's been able to talk to not just people outside of the state, but he's also been able to talk to people in Washington about these sort of microtransit initiatives. As Smithfield and Selma was one of the 10 communities in North Carolina that was selected for a $10.6 million federal grant from the DOT to expand their microtransit services. So a lot of people are looking at small communities like Smithfield and Selma in order to implement microtransit initiatives for their local communities.
So Jack, tell us a little bit about the stories that you worked on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I worked on a couple stories now. The first was about some legislative islands in Wisconsin. So at the state level, the state legislature in Wisconsin has these really wacky islands where a representative will need to leave their district, enter another district, and then go into a separate territory that is non-contiguous from the main part of their district. It's a result of some pretty extreme gerrymandering that has happened in Wisconsin, and currently it's being litigated in the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And then for my second story, I took a little bit of a different approach. I wrote about rat mitigation in major cities. Turns out that the major innovation in keeping rat populations down is making sure that you have good garbage cans. And many cities are failing in that regard. So I did a little bit of a survey of some of the leading cities and some cities that could use some more work.
And it was particularly surprising who is literally the biggest offender in the absence of trash cans, which has now been reversed, but
yeah, New York City, which I guess if you are living here isn't so surprising, because there are rats everywhere, but New York City has long struggled with the rat problem, and only this year have they really seemed to take in some kind of common sense approach to helping that problem along, and that starts with new garbage cans for businesses and new garbage cans coming in the years to come for citizens. So hopefully that will help.
Garbage cans, innovation, you heard it here in New York City. So, it's always interesting to hear what it has been for students as far as their interest in working at the American Prospect. Jalinda, why don't you tell us a little bit about why the Prospect internship appealed to you?
Yeah, so I'm a student of journalism, but also of kind of law and public policy. So the sort of things that the Prospect covers really kind of drew me in academically as well as journalistically. I really enjoy the content of the coverage, but also, and maybe even more so, how things are covered, the depth and the explanatory qualities of the writing across, all different writers has really helped me understand even the most like complex, interesting niche policies that otherwise I either wouldn't know about or wouldn't be able to really comprehend. And I think that's the sort of thing that I really want to learn how to do, is how to distill complex information in a way that people can understand and then kind of come away learning something from. So I thought the Prospect would be a great place to learn how to do that, considering that I enjoy how they use coverage.
And Micah, what was the attraction for you as far as the Prospect goes as an internship?
Yeah, I'll add on to Jalinda's point about the primary focus of the Prospect being, public policy reporting. As someone who is very interested in public policy, and as someone who has been regularly following the American Prospect, as someone who's been using articles and reporting from the Prospect in my academic research and stuff, which is why I thought it would be a perfect opportunity for me to apply for an internship. And I think, and it's been beyond my dreams to work and read other reporters that I've been using within my academic research as an intern. So
great. So Jack, along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Micah and Jalinda said. I think that the Prospect has just a very important niche in the media landscape, and that we're covering stories that other outlets might not cover, and might not cover in the same depth that we are. One thing that we get to do as interns is do social media, and that means reading all the stories that are coming out for the day. So I get to read all the stories that come out, and there's so many that I would just never have seen or understood if not for the Prospects coverage. Can think of examples like the recent story about soft corruption in New Jersey, to kind of more in-depth, in the weeds coverage about how regional Fed bank presidents are chosen. So it's that kind of coverage and those kind of stories that attracted me to the Prospect and have made this internship really great.
And Micah, you said that you're using Prospect articles in class. Can you just name one that you've relied on for a class?
Well, I had the privilege of actually meeting former Prospect writing fellow Jared Facundo and his reporting regarding the East Palestine train derailment, and I was able to use his reporting to write my semester-ending policy brief for one of my public policy classes. So that's why I think the American Prospect has been, such a great beacon of not just reporting, but also a good guide for research and understanding how public policy is being, how public policy is being worked on in the United States.
Now, journalism, as we know, is difficult to break into. It's hugely competitive. There aren't that many jobs, yet here you are. What's the appeal? What's the appeal to you? And what are you thinking about going forward? Jack, how about you?
Sure. So I think one thing that by interning at the Prospect that has been really instilled in me is that there are stories everywhere. There are stories that no one else is covering. It looks like a crowded media landscape, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an undiscovered story. And that's what really pushes me forward and is the motivation that I have to continue along this career path. And I look at the Prospect and am inspired by small magazines like this that really put in the work to to discover those undiscovered stories.
And Jalinda, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, I guess we talk a lot about how it's difficult to break into journalism and it's a crowded field, but I think that the sort of burst onto the scene of so many different, very specific niche nonprofit news, just it's been like, I guess more inspiring for me is thinking, okay, there's a place for me beyond legacy media where there are things that can be reported, just like Jack said, niche, specific. I mean, I'm thinking of places like the Grist or ProPublica, the Marshall Project. There's so many, and they're ones that people haven't heard of. There's local news. I think there's a lot more places that we can be writing and reporting for than the ones that are top of mind. And so I'm a little bit more confident that there's a place for me in journalism, especially since working at the Prospect.
And as far as the areas that you think you'll pursue, Micah, why don't you tell us a little bit about what area you're thinking about?
Well, one area that I'm very interested in pursuing, after the conclusion of this internship is with broadcast media. I'm specifically more interested within state and local reporting, as I feel like, as you've mentored me through, that is the most important reporting we need right now, especially in terms of not just public policy, but in terms of the next year's elections, because not only are we electing a president, but we're also electing thousands of other elected officials that aren't receiving as much coverage. I'm also interested in reporting for transportation, as I've just published my first story with transportation as well. So I'm very short answer is that I'm very interested in anything. So.
And Jack, what areas are you interested in? Specific areas?
One area that stands out is corruption, and in the U.S. That kind of word corruption isn't necessarily thrown around all the time, but there's ways like soft corruption and who knows who, and these kind of insider stories that I think that the public should know a lot about, and that the Prospect really excels in covering. That is something that I will look forward to reporting on after this internship ends.
And Jalinda, we'll get the last word.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Micah and Jack. Micah specifically in the sense that I'm like kind of up for anything. My favorite types of journalism to read are stories on things that I don't know much about, and I want to be the reporter on issues that I still don't know that much about. I want to learn and help other people learn, and so I'm open to any beat. Starting out, I don't want to box myself in on anything, so I'd love to just try whatever.
Okay. During times like these, an independent media ecosystem is more important than ever. And by donating today, you can keep that alive. And most importantly, you can help the next generation of journalists get a head start in the field. So I want to thank Jalinda, Micah, and Jack for showing up here today to let folks know how they can contribute to the Prospect and what the next generation of journalists is up to. Please contribute at prospect.org/telethon.
Am I unmuted now? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Gabrielle, so much. Gabrielle runs the internship program here at the Prospect, and she does a fantastic job. Interns who have come through this program are all over progressive media now. It's a testament to her work and a testament to how the Prospect is a real proving ground and a training ground for young journalists. So, Gabrielle, thank you for that.
Thanks so much, and stay tuned for my conversation with Harold Meyerson later to talk about cities.
All right, coming up. I can't wait. That's later on in the show. But now we have another great segment we are going to bring on. And actually, before I do that, I just want to once again thank people who have given. We've gotten thousands and thousands of dollars of donations so far in this telethon. Here are some recent donors: Calvin from New York, Chris from San Jose, from New York City, Elizabeth from Albuquerque, Sharon from Maryland, Tom from the UK, Jacob from Buffalo, Crystal from Washington State, Omar from Oakland, Albert from Idaho, Dennis from California, Jay from San Francisco. Thank you to all of you for participating in this. No amount is too small. $3, $5, whatever you can give. It all will go towards our journalism in 2024. We don't have a corporate benefactor. We don't have Jeff Bezos running our operation. We survive on the help of our donors, of our readers. So thank you very much. This is a fun segment. I've been waiting for this one. We have some alumni. This is Alumni Day here at the Prospect. I'm going to bring them on right now. We have Rachel Cohen, who's at Vox. Rachel was a writing fellow and then a staff writer. Hey, Rachel, how you doing? We have Alex Salmon from Slate, former staff writer here at the Prospect, Jonathan Geyer, our former managing editor, and Jared Facundo, who was just wrapped up. You're a very recent alumni, just wrapped up after Thanksgiving, his 2-year fellowship here at the Prospect. And thank you guys for coming back to help us out with this. We really appreciate it. Let's see. Maybe Jared, since you're just sort of the most recent one out, tell us about your 2-year experience at the Prospect. I mean, I love the fellowship program. It predates me. We've been doing it for decades here. And maybe you could talk about how it helped you at the start of your career in journalism.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds good. So prior to the fellowship, I was actually an intern with the Prospect.
That's right. You were.
And I caught the last couple minutes of the current cohort of interns talking. But I would say that primarily what I've taken away from the fellowship is there's not a lot. I talk with people who are generally in the same place in their career as I am, and there's not many places where as a young writer, you're given the trust to take on like really ambitious and wonky stories. And I learned that really early on, where I would just throw an idea at you and you're like, yeah, go for it. And it's like, okay, there's not like 3 or 4 levels of tape that I need to clear before I can like start reporting on this. And I think just having that,
we have like 3 people who work here, so there can't be that many levels.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it was it's like, if I have an idea, let's get this forward. If something didn't come to publish, it wasn't that as like a young writer, my ideas were like shot down. Like I was always encouraged to jump into what I was interested in.
Awesome. Rachel, I didn't work with you here at the Prospect, although you did do some freelance stuff for us, and I worked with you at the Intercept and beyond. Does what Jared said sound about right? Like you're given this freedom, you're given this ability to develop beats, to develop things that you're interested in and move forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would also though say like I was a fellow between 2014 and 2017. So I spent 3 years at the Prospect, and then in my years after freelancing, I also continued to freelance for the Prospect, where then David did edit me. I think it was both amazing to be able to write the kinds of pieces I was able to have the opportunity right out of college, but also like I liked when the Prospect would kind of throw me into topics I had no idea about, and because you sort of learn to develop an appreciation and a curiosity for all sorts of issues. Like I remember Bob Kuttner had me write about auto recalls, which, that's not something I was initially interested in, but it's something that turns out to be very interesting. And the same sorts of politics and interest groups and fights that I wrote about in 2014, we're still seeing like today. And so it's, I feel so lucky that I was able to work there and have editors like Harold and Gabrielle. And, you know, I think the other thing that was really awesome is they, you know, I remember one time Bob was like, "Have you done a profile yet?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, we got to get you to do a profile." And then they were like, "Go profile Cecile Richards." And I was like,
Right.
"What?" And they just like, it was just like that kind of opportunity and encouragement really doesn't exist much in our industry.
And that was a that was a cover, right? That was a cover story.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I remember along those lines, Alex. I think it was either 21 or 22. Rick, could you mute yourself? Just keep that muted. Anyway, we've had shockingly few technical difficulties considering we've been on the air here since noon. Alex, I don't remember if it was 21 or 22, but you had one of the biggest traffic generating pieces of the year, and it was about like long-term care insurance, which I'm sure wasn't something that in the outset of your career you were like, yeah, I'm gonna own the market in long-term care insurance journalism. So yeah, it's another example of that ability to branch out and find other things.
Yeah, totally. That was right. I think it was a special issue that we did, something that I knew nothing about. And yeah, that was I mean, it's cool. It's one of those things too, I think, where right, there's so much learning that goes on when you are taking on something like that and in a position where you don't have to be super specialized. Like obviously I think all of the writers on this call have things that they are known for and do really well and have specialized in, but also like, you know, the being able to be sort of generally curious is I think is a really great luxury. And whether that's something you're sort of innately or personally driven to investigate or something that's like where you'd never heard of it all, which is certainly the case with long-term care insurance for me. Yeah,
right.
that is right. That's such a great opportunity, and right, I think something uniquely on offer at a place that's, you know, both small and responsive and you know, sort of like so young in a lot of ways, but also with editors like you, David, who, you know, are willing to trust their writers and give them a shot and also know just an immense amount of stuff to you know, to back those stories up and shore them up where they need help. So yeah, it's a really nice, I think, combination of things that's uniquely here.
Yeah. And the other thing, like thinking about Jonathan, some of the work that you did here, obviously you were in a position as a managing editor who you were, you know, working on stories and getting freelancers in, moving people around, but you also had that ability to work on a beat that you really have taken on as your own, which is around sort of corruption in the foreign policy space. And given, you know, it was great to have you be able to spend a lot of time on things like that. So you know,
I mean, just to say the obvious, you know, the prospect is known for the player coach kind of editor writers, and you really exemplify that, David. I mean, I don't know any editor in the country who writes as much as you. And I was just talking with investigator.
It's more of a disease. It's more of a disease of mine than
no one gets it. Everyone's like, how does he?
I have to.
How does he break news on this many beats? And also edit all of us. But no, I mean, David, you did this great thing where you would give us a lot of free reign, but you had high expectations of us. So you kind of came to me and you said, we want the definitive Biden foreign policy piece. This was summer 2020, you know, campaign heated up. It was quite a moment in America with everyone focused on Black Lives Matter and George Floyd. And you gave me the time and space to interview 50 people involved in the Biden foreign policy development, which is a hell of a lot of people to interview, and then kind of go in my own direction with it. And as you kind of mentioned, you know, think about the corporate interests, how corporate work that Tony Blinken and others did affected the way they thought about the world and thought about foreign policy. But I think the thing that sets apart your work, everyone on this call, the prospect is everyone has a lot of fun doing what they do. I mean, this is hard-hitting, intensive journalism, but like there's a kind of camaraderie that comes from like, hey, we're a scrappy place. We're going to meet our deadlines. We're going to throw some big punches. And it's going to be as big of a punch as the Times or the Daily Beast or ProPublica. And I'm really proud to be associated with everybody here.
Well, thanks. Thanks. I mean, I think one thing that exemplifies everybody on this call is, and it's the thing I say when I hear people say that, like, how does he write so much? Blah, blah, blah. We don't want to write. We have to. Like we have to. There's too much going on. There's too many people who need to be informed, and we have to do it. And I'm really proud to see. I mean, the thing about the fellowship and also some of our people like Alex and Jonathan who go through is it is bittersweet in that it's great to watch you all develop. It's great while you're here to see you go from point A to point B and to do the kinds of things that and sort of realize all of the potential. And then we watch you go. And then we see you go off to do other great things. And I almost am the parent here that I grow you up and I watch you go off to do all this great stuff. And it's just great to see. And maybe I want to mention a couple things that I've seen you guys do recently. Rachel, you had this great piece at Vox about motherhood that I thought was just so awesome and so personal in a way that some of your writing, it was great for you to go there and explore that part. Could you tell our audience a little bit about that story?
Thank you. It was much more personal than I typically like to do. I had an essay earlier this month about kind of looking at the dread a lot of young millennial women, Gen Z women feel about becoming moms, informed in large part because of the important, necessary in many ways conversation around motherhood that has taken place over the last 10 years, where we are more open about the challenges of pregnancy and child rearing and motherhood in particular, but kind of looking at what it means to kind of absorb all of these stories and messages and statistics with being told basically like the state's not going to help you, your partner's not going to help you, your employer's not going to help you, you're going to go broke, you're going to lose your friends and your physical health, mental health, have fun. And so it was this really it was this project of interviewing people about how we got here and maybe how we might go forward. And it really struck a nerve with people like me who are thinking about motherhood and also people who are parents. And so that was really cool.
Yeah, got a lot of great attention. We've been talking, Alex, I had Ryan Grimm on a second ago, and we were talking about this news that you actually kind of broke about Apex designs in 2024 in terms of the sheer numbers involved with what they're going to be bringing to bear on progressive members of Congress, this time trying to unseat members of Congress rather than trying to stop more progressives from getting in. Could you talk about what you're learning about, how AIPAC's going to even up their game even beyond what we saw in 2022?
Yeah. So this is actually something we started covering the prospect, a full cycle ago. David and I did a story together about basically sort of seeing this model come into fruition during a special election in 2021 in Ohio. I think Ohio's 11th district, where you saw this massive infusion of super PAC spending from this Israel lobby group, and it was sort of very scantily suggestive of, or very faintly suggestive of Israel policy, and very much more about everything else. And the messaging and the whole strategy was really sort of like unveiled in that race. And we wrote about it at the time. Obviously, it's something that has scaled up dramatically throughout the 22 cycle. We saw a ton of it, but then, obviously, given now the newfound salience of Israel again in democratic politics, so we expected, I think, obviously, all of us expect to be a bigger deal in this cycle. And so it's one of those threads that I started pulling, obviously, when I was at the prospects, and have continued to do so since it's late. And I was having a lot of conversations about what the impact is going to be, how much money we're looking at in the cycle. And Yeah, the number that I kept hearing, it actually was great for a lot of reasons, but one, the number that I kept hearing about was $100 million in Democratic primaries for the upcoming cycle, that it was going to be in particular targeted at incumbents, and that the squad is the top of the list. So the recruiting efforts that were going on were very extensive for opponents to Jamal Momin, to Ilhan Omar, to Cori Bush, to Rashida Tlaib, to Summer Lee, and even to Ayanna Pressley and AOC, who are the two of that bunch you would say like seem like pretty entrenched. And if you're
Right.
going to beat them, you have to spend so much money to even get in the ballpark. And they're doing that. I mean, that's we've sort of since seen a lot. There's been sort of a cataract of reporting since then on a lot of these things. And there was a big Politico story that came a little later that that one of the major APAC donor had offered Hill Harper, who's in the Michigan Senate race, $20 million to drop out and run against Rashida in that House race. I had heard I had heard rumors of that when I was reporting this initial story about the $100 million spend. I heard it was $10 million, which is still a ton of money. And then Politico came through with that big report about the $20 million, since confirmed by Hill Harper himself and stuff. So, yeah, that's been a really big, I think incredibly important story for, just Democratic politics generally. I think it's one of the essential fights that we're going to see in the party. Obviously it's been ongoing, but this is a major escalation, and yeah, something that was started with our campaign reporting, 2.5 years ago or whatever
That's
it was.
right. Yeah.
Continues
We
on now,
have,
so.
I hope you're not hearing a ton of background noise. There's remodeling in my bathroom going on right now. So,
My
the
windows are
show,
being replaced. I'm at a neighbor's house.
the show must go on. That's what we got here. And then just to wrap up here with this segment, to get to Jared and Jonathan. Jared, you're at a place now called the Capitol Forum. Tell us about your work there and what you're up to.
Well, I'm so very early on. It's only my third week, but I am the broad areas that I'm looking into. They are subjects that I started pulling at when I was through my fellowship. So in like the next couple months, I'll be looking at stuff in like the consumer protection, banking, financial space, working on some stuff in healthcare, and they're letting me ease into the stuff I'm covering, but there's a lot. I'm able to do this. I'm able to like dive really into these like in-depth topics at Capitol Forum just because of like the portfolio I was able to build over the last 2 years, and I don't think there's any other place I could have done that. So
that's great. We're kind of a feeder for the Capitol Forum. Marsha Brown, who is now at Politico, was there briefly, and now you, and I think Rachel did some work there too. So Jonathan, just to wrap up, I know you're looking at some new stuff in your reporting. One of the pieces you did for us back when you were at the Prospect was on a company called Rebellion Defense. And their various ties to the both the Defense Department and parts in the corporate world. Tell us about what's happening with them.
Sure. I mean, this is AI for the military. So, we got launched on this 2-3 years ago before people are paying attention to artificial intelligence. But this company, Rebellion, since we reported that 2 of their personnel were on the Biden transition team, they were valued at $1.3 billion. And now that valuation has just tumbled. They've lost about a third of their staff. And, I don't want to claim too much credit, but I'll say in response to our reporting, they have a new CEO. All the founders have left the company, scandals in the UK office. So, I mean, this was a company no one was really paying attention to, except in the kind of TED Talks, think tank forums that Washington's so known for, kind of pumping up all the positivity of it. But, we looked under the hood and really found a lot of negligence in how they were using AI for the military. So I'm really thankful to have had the chance to work with you and Bob Kuttner and so many other TAP editors on that reporting.
Fantastic. Well, guys, thank you guys so much. You can find Rachel's reporting at Vox. You can find Alex's at Slate. Capital Forum is subscription-based, but I'm sure we'll be seeing Jared out there plenty, as well as Jonathan, who's done some great work for Fox and New York Magazine. He is the king of the Henry Kissinger beat that we've seen. I'm sure you'll find somebody else to go to birthday parties for and stand outside and ask people questions. But for now, I just want to thank you guys for coming back and helping us out with this telethon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having us.
Love TAP. Please support it.
Yep. Prospect.org/telethon. That's the place to go for donating to our little project here. And right now, I want to bring on two people who are as responsible as anyone, who are the most responsible people for what we're doing here today. And that's first, we have Bob Kuttner, who co-founder and now co-editor of the Prospect. Bob, how are you doing?
Doing well. Still doing it.
Yeah, Bob here from the beginning, from 1989. That's what he's going to be talking about with, I believe, is this Paul Starr, who is another co-founder of the Prospect. We had three co-founders, Paul, Bob, and Robert Reich. And right now, Bob and Paul are going to be talking about a little bit of history of the Prospect and how they've influenced the American conversation over the last 35 years. So take it away.
So, David, I can't tell whether you can see me or hear me.
We can't. We can't see you. We can hear you. We can hear you, Paul, but we can't see you. But people will imagine who you are.
It says I've got the video going on this, and I don't understand why you're not seeing me.
Well, I can't answer that question, but it gives you an air of mystery, which is really neat. So we'll just go with it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
David. Thinking back to that period, Paul and I and Bob started meeting right after Dukakis lost the third Democratic election in a row. And at that point, the conventional wisdom was that the only thing wrong with liberals was that they weren't more like conservatives. And we disagreed with that. We felt that what was wrong with liberals was that they weren't persuasive enough. And the idea was to kind of bring the New Deal forward in a way that was persuasive intellectually, politically, and to do it with narrative explanatory journalism. And, looking at the Prospect today, and this is to your credit, there's Paul. Hi, Paul, I can see you now. David, that's to your great credit that the magazine has stayed true to that mission. And, it's combining analytical journalism with narrative journalism that tells stories, relying on social science, but translating social science into language that civilians can understand. And it's not every new venture that survives and thrives after 35 years. And it's great that the torch has been passed to your generation and that we're still doing what we're doing and that you keep us guys around. So it's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for the leadership and readership. And I just need to say that one of the things we've done is we have not put in a paywall because we want to get the word out as much as possible. But the flip side of that is that, like NPR, we need readers to donate, even though they could get this stuff for free. And again, it's prospect.org/telethon. Today's the day to do it. Paul, what's this odyssey been like for you?
So let's wind the clock back. And as you mentioned, Democrats had lost 3 presidential elections in a row in the late 80s, by the late 80s. And not only that, but it seemed like a lot of publications that liberals had turned to in the past were abandoning the ship. And that was particularly true of the New Republic, where many of us wrote. Bob, you were its economics correspondent. And so there was a feeling that we needed a new flagship publication that really represented an unapologetic, straightforward, liberal argument. And that is what we set out to do. Now, in our very first meetings, as you may remember, when Rick Hertzberg was involved, there was talk about a weekly. But that didn't work out financially. There was no Angel forthcoming. And so I had the much more modest idea of doing a quarterly. And that's what we were originally, on a shoestring budget. And it's to your credit, Bob, that we were able to raise more money and increase frequency. I think we've been through every possible frequency a publication can possibly have. And we've had to adjust over the years with changes in technology, with changes in the whole way in which people have thought about journalism and political argument. And so it hasn't actually been the same publication. It's had the same name, but it hasn't really been the same publication over these years. Although there's a thread of continuity, I hope, that holds the whole thing together.
Well, Paul, I think it's had the same philosophical or ideological compass. And looking back, I just look back at our first couple of issues. And what's remarkable is that, some of the subjects of the first few issues, William Julius Wilson's, race in the Democratic Party, or Karen Padgett looking at progressive movements, many movements, no majority, or Deborah Stone's AIDS and the Moral Economy of Insurance. Isn't that a great title? The Moral Economy of Insurance. And these stand the test of time because I think we were prescient. This was just when neoliberalism as an ideology was infecting the Democratic Party and other magazines like the New Republic. And we were way ahead of the curve in pointing out that maybe this was going to work for elites, but it wasn't going to work for ordinary people. It wasn't going to work as a majority ideology for the Democratic Party. And I think, boy, has time ever proven that. And it really took until the Biden presidency for a Democratic president to embrace a lot of what we have been articulating. And under Dave's leadership, we have been even more explicit in proposing policies that actually this administration has been influenced by. I mean, the whole fight over industrial policy, the whole fight over supply chains, the whole struggle to resurrect antitrust, and to realize the threat that unregulated tech and unregulated finance poses to the economy and the polity. This has been the prospect's bread and butter for decades. And it's very affirming to see that this magazine was standing for what it stood for. And now ideas that were sort of dismissed as either old-fashioned or fringe have now become utterly mainstream. And once again, one of the stories we can both tell was just how hard it has been to get foundations to appreciate what we're doing. I tell a story in today's On Tap that we go hand in hand to foundations, and foundations say, oh, well, we don't do media. And these same foundations are paying PR people gazillions of dollars to get the word out. That's what we do. That's what we do. We do policy as narrative. That's been one of our watchwords from the beginning. And until we can get foundations to appreciate that, our readers need to go to prospect.org/telethon and help us out.
Yeah. So there was always a difference, I think, between the conservative and the liberal foundations. The conservative foundations, for example, the kind of money that they put into Charles Murray, and they didn't just support the research. They put an enormous amount of money into getting it onto the public agenda. And they had no trouble in supporting publications. A lot of the liberal publications had specific policy commitments, and we've had to adjust to that. They do this or they do that. And the idea of generally supporting media just doesn't seem to fit with the way they have conceived of their mission. And so it has been much more of a struggle than it really honestly should have been for them to find the resources. And by the way, this extends now to the general crisis in journalism, because foundations just didn't think that journalism needed their support. And they kind of took for granted that newspapers and magazines would always be around. And then it turned out the whole economic foundation of these industries has changed, and you can't depend on newspapers, magazines, websites, whatever, just naturally being around, because the market doesn't necessarily support it. So that's why we have to have a telethon. That's why we have to keep going back to people and explaining, this is why we need your help. And it, shouldn't be this difficult, but it is.
About 15 years ago, I got invited by the Philanthropy Roundtable, which is the right-wing foundations, to debate Bill Kristol over lunch. And I said, okay, I will do this if you will let me stay for the program. And so they did. And the program was just mind-boggling. There on the stage were the heads of Heritage and Cato and AEI and Manhattan Institute, and there in the audience were the funders. And the funders had made a 20-year or a 30-year commitment to support these institutions over the long term. And I was just so incredibly envious. It happened that my seatmate was a guy named Alan Dworsky, who was also in the wrong place. And Dworsky became one of our biggest donors. And they thought that he could become one of their donors. He turned out to be a progressive. But you can count those on the fingers of one hand. And you will recall, Paul, that all of the original individual benefactors who helped the prospect get off the ground with large six-figure annual commitments, all of them have now gone to their rewards. And a lot of younger individual donors just don't make those kinds of commitments. So it's really been a slog. And I think the reward is that we have pulled it off. But every year, as David can attest, it is a slog to make our numbers. And we just need more individuals to become members. We don't really have a subscription model in the sense that other print magazines with large numbers of paid print subscribers do. We have a membership model. And even better than giving us an ad hoc one-off commitment would be if people who value what we do become members. You can become a member for $3 a month or $5 a month or $10 a month. It's automatically deducted. And that helps us in terms of not having to shill for money each time de novo. And we need more of that.
Yeah, there's a whole argument that my colleague Zeynep Tufekci, who is an opinion columnist for the New York Times, but she's also a sociologist. She has an office down the hall from me. So she's made this argument about social movements in the digital age. They flare up. There are these moments of like spontaneous effervescence. People turn out in the streets. But there's a problem with a lot of these movements, and she's tracked them all going back to the Arab Spring and so forth. They don't have any infrastructure. They haven't built the organizations. They haven't built the publications. And as a result, even though there are these moments of enthusiasm and people think everything's changed, and it turns out often it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed because there aren't the durable institutions that are there when people are not in the streets, when the excitement is not necessarily there. at the difficult moments when there are hard choices to be made, and we need to hear careful arguments weighing the different options. So I think that's another reason for people to think about contributing to the prospect. It's about building that infrastructure that lasts year in and year out. Hopefully, we're part of that.
Well, you think about what the durable movements are. They're magazines, they're political parties, they're the labor movement. They are a handful of durable institutions that have been around for a while, like the ACLU or the NAACP. Even those movements wax and wane. And I've been writing about the Working Families Party in New York and nationally. And I think parties can play this role, but you're absolutely right that not enough of these institutions are durable. And I think we play a double role in that we are one of those kinds of institutions as a magazine, and we also shed light on the other institutions. What are the dynamics of the labor movement? What are the dynamics of the Working Families Party? And so it's a twofer by supporting the magazine. You get the magazine as a magazine. You also get the magazine as a source of insight on other social movements.
Yeah, we are one of several platforms where these ideas and issues can be hashed out.
And of course, incubating the next generation is central to our mission. It always has been. We began the Writing Fellows program in 1997, and we have succeeded in helping to create the next generation of progressive journalists, some of whom, if you've been following this telethon, you've seen earlier today, and a lot of them have gone on to become among the most influential columnists and journalists for bigger publications than we are.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the things that we intended to accomplish from the very beginning. We didn't have the resources to do it all that much, but still, you can look back over the years at the young people who've come in through the organization, and we have been operating a little bit of a journalism school ourselves.
Yeah, young people ask me, should I go to journalism school? I say, no, become an intern, become a fellow at the Prospect. You'll get a better education. You'll save a lot of money. Your career will be launched that much quicker. Apologies to my colleagues who teach at journalism schools, but I think it's true. And there's nothing like an apprenticeship model where you're thrown into the deep end and you actually get to do it rather than pretend to do it.
Okay.
And I think one of the most satisfying parts of my job is to work with younger writers, mentor younger writers, edit younger writers, be a role model for younger writers, and that's part of the fun. Bring in Rick.
Yeah. So are we wrapped up, guys?
Well, I think we're gonna if you want us to stay on, we were gonna stay on with Rick. Up to you.
Oh,
David.
please. Yeah, please do. More the merrier. First of all, I just want to thank you guys for entrusting me with the rudder in this place, with the steering wheel. And also thanks for coming on and telling people about the history of the Prospect.
One of us just froze. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you.
I think it's you. I seem to be going, so I think you're the issue. But as I've said, we are now in our 5th hour of this thing, and the fact that it's gone relatively smoothly is a great testament to our back end staff, Lauren File, Tisha Mavaram, and also just a testament to how many people were willing to jump in here and help us out with this telethon. So it's prospect.org/telethon. That's how you can donate. We have a $200,000 goal to raise by the end of the year. We are well beyond 1/3 of the way to that goal. And one of the reasons that we have put together this goal is because of our next guest and the opportunity that we have to bring him aboard for 2024. He probably needs no introduction, but you may know him from his books, Before the Storm, Nixonland, The Invisible Bridge, and Reaganland. And I believe I did that in the proper order. He is one of our preeminent historians and commentators. And there he is in a very stylish shirt. Rick Perlstein, ladies and gentlemen. Rick, thank you for coming on.
It's a pleasure and it's an honor.
And so Rick is going to be doing for us a weekly column. This is going to start in January of this year, called The Infernal Triangle. And The Infernal Triangle is also the name of Rick's next book, a very early copy of which is right here on my computer, and I need to read it over the break so I know what I'm getting into. It's so give me a little, give the audience a little bit of a précis of what the Infernal Triangle means and what you're going to be focused on in your weekly column at Prospect.
I hate to disappoint you, David. It's only a fraction of the book. I tried to make it short. One of these days, Benjamin Franklin said, "I'm sorry for the long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one." But yes, the Infernal Triangle is kind of I call it my conceptualization of how American politics has been kind of working in all of our adult lifetimes. I think I can include my senior colleagues in that. And I only named it. I didn't conceptualize it. Really, it's the manner of thinking about politics that really was pioneered by the early netroots of the Bush era, in which basically every real powerful voice that was cutting through the BS of the Bush administration was writing about three things kind of in seriatim. The first being the Republican Party's, ratchet towards authoritarianism in that era, represented by the Bush administration, by the Iraq War and the civil liberties violations following 9/11. The Democrats, utterly inadequate ability to rise to the occasion of, back then, really opposing the Iraq War when it was, absolutely obvious to people who were following the people who really knew what they were talking about in real time, that the Bush administration was misrepresenting what was going on in Iraq. And the media, just to, use one of our favorite, metaphors, would always, can you hear me okay, by the way? Are we good technically? Yeah. Was always following these, what I call rigid genre conventions, one of which that every problem in America has to cash out to equal responsibility between the Democrats and the Republicans, which I kind of call the booster seat model of journalism. If the, you want the little kid to see the rest of us at eye level, you kind of give them a booster seat. So if the Republicans are lying, cheating, and stealing, you kind of say, well, the Democrats must be lying, cheating, and stealing too, so you can, claim fairness, right? And, the book is going to be dedicated to one of the great early bloggers who died too young, named Steve Gilliard. You guys remember Gilly, right? And this is a guy who, all through 2003 was writing, in his, bachelor apartment in Harlem, the kind of things that, the mainstream journalists like this, clown who, got a New York Times column in, September of 2003, David Brooks, were saying, in 2007, 2008, 2009. And, the hero of the book really are these, kind of insurgent voices from magazines like The Prospect, but also bloggers. And, the stereotype all through this period was that bloggers were people, living in their, mother's basements, just kind of carping from the sidelines. Whereas, Mr. Dayen here, this, TV editor somehow managed to figure out, how the banks were ripping off Americans, all by his lonesome, right? And, were, prophets without honor. And, if these voices had been, kind of listened to and respected, maybe we wouldn't be facing, the age of Trump. Maybe we wouldn't be on the verge of a fascist takeover. So it's basically, kind of a narrative of America since the Bush campaign in 2000, the stolen Bush election,
Rick,
taking us up to the press.
In your, I assume I'm thawed. In your column for us, you're going to be really covering the Republicans, right?
Everybody, because my paradigm, the whole idea of the infernal triangles, you can't cover reaction without understanding what they're reacting against, right? You can't cover what the Republicans get away with unless you're covering the Democrats who are letting them get away with it, and you can't talk about the basic traditional constitutional role of the press, right? The reason we have a First Amendment to fit people to be citizens, to govern themselves, when, the media is, not giving an accurate picture of reality.
Now, one thing I'm excited to see is, one of the great things you do in your books is you set the politics in a cultural milieu that here's what's going on in the culture, and I'm really excited to see you try to do that in real time.
One thing I'm going to be writing about is everyone who lives in a rural area knows this company called Black Rifle Coffee, right? It's on the shelf of every supermarket. They represent bass, they sponsor bass boats, bass tournament fishing is a big favorite sport of mine. It's everywhere. It's like Burger King. Black Rifle means AR-15, right? So you literally have this kind of beloved take home to mama brand, which is celebrating something that every liberal, considers one of the greatest social problems facing our country, right? So you can't really understand America's, march to what even the White House now is, and thanks to people like the Prospect, the Biden White House, is repairing some of these, flaws, right, in the third corner of the triangle. You can't understand, what even the Bush White House is now calling, a turn towards fascism among the Republican Party and their constituents, without understanding the domestication of assault rifles, as something that people should celebrate along with their morning coffee. That's just one example of many.
Great.
Rick, are you going to be doing coverage of the congressional elections, gubernatorial, or you're just going to focus on presidential race?
I would love to write about gubernatorial elections, congressional elections, dog catcher elections, municipal elections. One of the things that I think, however, we need to understand is, we are in a world historic movement, right? As a historian, what I hope I'm able to do is, expand the aperture by which we look at contemporary politics. I've been doing this, as a journalist all along, and, I'm always thinking about what will the world we're dealing with today look like 50 years from now, to, future historians. And, political journalists can't only be election journalists anymore, right? They have to be journalists of the potential for violent insurrection, right? That is part of our political world. I like to point out that, since January 6th, 2021, the Republican Party is a formation with parliamentary and paramilitary wings, right? The fact that, any public official in the United States who says something that angers conservatives can be counted on to get a stream of death threats. We saw, with the House of Representatives election, suddenly Republicans are realizing what it must be like to be a liberal in the sights of conservatives when literal family members, of just garden variety Republican representatives who weren't voting for Donald Trump's choice for House of Representatives were being doxxed, were getting death threats on their, cell phone numbers, right? And, what does that mean for a representative, Democrat or Republican, who wants to do the right thing? How does that wear them down? And that's simply not part of the routine of how we cover elections in America, right? It's, how are the soccer moms going to vote? Who are the swing voters in this election? Who's raising the most money, right? These are routines, right? And they worked, during normal political times. But we need new conceptual terms. We always have to be kind of checking our metaphors, thinking about the frames by which we think about politics. We used to talk about the New Deal coalition. After a while, we stopped talking about the New Deal coalition, right? Because it no longer signified, it no longer had salience. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is pulling back the lens a little bit and, asking my fellow journalists, asking my fellow writers to think about whether their routines for covering politics, which ones make sense, which ones don't make sense. We need a lot more creativity. Our movement demands it because the survival of the planet, the survival of the Republic demands it.
Right. I just want to jump in and say, prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can donate. I'm going to read off some names of recent donors in the last hour here. Ken from California, Aaron from the Bronx, Daniel from Rochester, Stephen from Los Angeles, Anne Marie from Iowa, Daniel from North Carolina, Maron from Philly, Alex from California, Gregory from Michigan, Edson from Texas, Chris from Kansas, Thomas from DC, Noah from Maryland, and Jason from Santa Monica. Thanks to all of you for donating to independent adversarial media that is really trying to make a difference.
Yes.
Rick, just to wrap up here in the last few minutes that we have, this is an unusual, really an extremely unusual presidential race in that there is essentially no primary on the Democratic and Republican sides. I mean, there's a lot of sort of opportunity in the air to try to make it look like there's an actual primary going on the Republican side. But let's face it, when you have one candidate who has 60+% of the vote, there isn't really much of a primary. I can't remember another situation where you had essentially no primary on either side, and the presidential election has essentially begun a year before people are actually going to go to the polls. What do you think the implications are of that? That we're going to have this just absolutely extended discussion of two candidates who, are polling in very negative ways with the electorate.
And can I jump in? Would you be happier if there were a primary on the Democratic side?
I think that the gerontocratic turn in the Democratic Party is catastrophic. I was very encouraged in 2020 when Joe Biden, literally talked about him as a figure who would be a transition to the next generation of Democrats. You had, Ryan Graham on talking about, the squad, and the way the people running the Democratic Party, the Steny Hoyers, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, unfortunately the Joe Bidens, have been treating, the next generation of Democratic leaders is tragic. And, one of the things I want to be writing about is how, politics, in addition to storytelling, is marketing, right? And one thing every marketer will tell you is that you build brand identity among young people because they carry it with them for the rest of their lives. And the fact that younger Americans don't feel any emotional connection to the Democratic Party is, again, thinking, 50 years in the future, really, really bad. it wears down the Democrats as an ongoing strategic concern. I'd much rather have, a new voter who has 70 years of, voting and activism in them than, to keep voting, and I'm not sure. I think at this late date, I think it would be very, disruptive and maybe catastrophically so to have a primary, but lots of interesting things happen during primaries. People have a debate over the prospects for America, right? That's not going to be happening, right? And all the ways, we think about, for example, whether Biden is doing a good job or not, is mediated in these ways that are very different from politics 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Why is it that, Bidenomics, doesn't signify with the electorate? Well, one of the reasons is, going on 45 years now, there's been a very powerful narrative spun by the most powerful, tools of narrative persuasion on the side of the Republicans that government is not something that has anything to do with you, right? That you don't elect a politician to administer the government, to hire officials, to choose policies, to propose legislation. You chose them as a social media star, right? So, all these old ways of kind of thinking about, I use the metaphor of, kind of pedaling the wheels of the bicycle when the chain doesn't, kind of latch, right? And all these things have to be kind of conceptualized in fresh ways. And people who have the job of, writing about politics day in and day out, don't necessarily have the luxury about thinking about these kind of metaphors, these kinds of routines, these kinds of rigid genre conventions. So, a long way of saying, I think that ship has sailed. There's not going to be a primary. But, things happen to people who are in their late 70s and 80s. And that's something we have to, think about too.
Well, one of the things, yeah, go ahead, Paul.
As you're saying this, Rick, I'm thinking that we could almost run an imaginary article, the race that, could have taken place.
Maybe I'll write that one.
Whitmer, Ro Khanna. I mean, you could imagine the candidates that might have shown up and the debates that might have happened.
The stories that might have been told.
Yeah. And the agenda that the second term agenda, or the first term in the case of the newbies, that we might actually know about, which we don't right now. Well, we're certainly looking forward to not just that story, but every story that Rick is going to be bringing to us in 2024. I'm so geeked to be in any way an editor of Rick Perlstein in the next year. It's going to be so interesting and enlightening. Rick, thank you so much for trusting the Prospect as the place that you want to commit your journalism in the new year.
Let me make my kind of financial pitch, which is that basically the Prospect has reached out and decided that, to trust me with their pages and their pixels, and to basically subsidize, in a lot of ways, this book I'm writing, right? I mean, it's like, this money doesn't fall from the sky. I'm not, writing a Stephen King novel. And the fact that the people who are watching this, hopefully will be sending in money. If they like my writing, this is going to, help me kind of keep a roof over my head and help me get a book out the door, while, that kind of creative energy, that book writing and journalism kind of, that synergy that creates, hopefully will create something that, hopefully can make an impact, because I really do think that, it's potentially last days for the American Republic. This is an 1860 movement. And, institutions like the Prospect are how, America is going to be saved from itself.
Well, that's what
pay Rick's salary.
That's what it's all about. Journalism is not in its most robust state right now. We're seeing places close or lay people off all over the country. And here we are in that time, bringing somebody in to try to expand our journalism. And it's all because of the support of people out there watching. So Rick, thank you so much. Bob, Paul, thank you so much. We're going to go on to our next segment now, but we really appreciate it. Once again, for people at home, prospect.org/telethon. That is where you can donate. And right now, I'm going to bring on one of our writing fellows, Luke Goldstein, joined us right around this time last year. And so he's been at the Prospect for about a year. Earlier today, we were on with Matt Stoller talking a little bit about some of the exciting things that have been happening in the world of antitrust over the last several days, really, or hours, if you will. And Luke's going to bring a little more of that, a little more insight. So Luke, thank you for being here and take it away.
Yeah. Hey guys, thanks for joining. So yeah, just to reiterate, we have Lee Hepner here and Katie Van Dyke, both legal counsel at American Economic Liberties Project. Got a lot of news that just came in today. So there are so many different directions that we could take this. The merger guidelines that were just released from DOJ and FTC, number of corporations that backed off deals as well under siege from regulators. But yeah, we're going to talk about all things Google and the various cases that are closing in on them. But first, yeah, so, there's going to be a link down below for our fundraiser, and please chip in a bit if you like this conversation and other work we do. So yeah, I guess, sort of to start, there are 3 different cases now, or big ones at least, that Google's facing. Lee and I were both at the search trial that just concluded last month. We were covering it in court as best we could, at least. And then in the new year, there's going to be another legal case specifically focused on Google's monopolization of the ad tech. A few weeks ago, or last week, there was a big decision that came out of San Francisco. Epic Games won its antitrust suit against Google. So maybe we can start there. Maybe you guys will break down, what that case looked like.
Sure. Hello. Thanks for having us. Hi, everybody. I'm Katie Van Dyke, Senior Counsel at American Economic Liberties Project, and we're thrilled to be here with the Prospect today. Yes, so last week we saw what I would call a historic verdict against Google in the Google Play Store case, and that is challenging a number of Google policy and practices that essentially prohibit app developers from creating their own app stores or using their own in-app payment processing software. So Epic Games, who makes the incredibly popular Fortnite, wanted to be able to process players' payments using their own software, and Google refused to let them. Instead, Google requires those software developers to use their payment processing software and pay Google about 30% of whatever they collect, which is an extraordinary rent, as we call it in the world of antitrust. And a jury heard the evidence. It heard that Google had been destroying chats that were relevant to the lawsuit, and they were told by the judge that they can infer or presume that those chats would have been damaging to Google's defenses in the lawsuit. And the jury, after I think it was less than 4 hours, decided that Google was violating our antitrust laws and ruled in favor of Epic. And that is really the first big crack we have seen in the dam against Google's monopoly power over our lives.
And I'll just add that, I mean, it was particularly conspicuous how bad this behavior had become over the course of the trial, as you learned, too, that Google had entered into all of these sweetheart deals and had bribed prominent apps to use its Play Store system and pay that. Well, actually, no, the deal was that they wouldn't have to pay that 30% fee. So you see Spotify being forced into Google's Play Store and paying a 0% fee. And I think when that fact came out, along with similar sort of sweetheart deals that were part of this Project Hug, you saw a lot of app developers raising eyebrows, wondering why they weren't getting those sweetheart deals that allowed them to waive that 30% fee. So the extent of the anti-competitive conduct was just pretty extraordinary in that case. And it's a cool win for app developers, for people who play games, anybody who uses Google or participates in the Play Store, which is tens of millions of Americans who do that and participate in that economy.
Right, and also something kind of symbolic that the decision came out of San Francisco, sort of the heart of Silicon Valley and the belly of the beast. Katie, it's interesting you mentioned the ruling there with the judge's decision about the chat logs, because obviously, or the deleted chat history, because that also came into play a bit in the search trial. The judge sort of went a different route, but we'll see if that has any influence in the ruling there. So yeah, I mean, and then maybe we should also distinguish here between the two cases against Google's monopolization of the search function, and then ad tech. So Leo and I were both there, but just to kind of run down the case, basically, the DOJ is arguing in the search trial, that Google, basically has become this, ubiquitous gatekeeper for the internet by signing these giant multi-billion-dollar default agreements with, phone and laptop makers, computers, and other carriers. And with that default setting across the internet, they've gained huge amounts of traffic, which has given them scale and data, and have been able to, box out competitors. How would you distinguish between the case against Google's monopolization of search versus ad tech that we're going to see coming in a few months?
So they're between the ad tech case and the search case?
Search case, yeah.
Right. So the trial that just finished in DC was brought by the Department of Justice and a number of states' attorney general's offices, and was a bench trial, meaning that the judge presiding over it, Judge Mehta, will be deciding the outcome of the case. It won't be a jury. That case is challenging primarily Google's monopoly over search engines, and its use of what are called default agreements, default contracts with cell phone manufacturers, web browser companies like Mozilla, and Bing. And there's also a little bit of an advertising component there on behalf of the states. But primarily we're looking at, why is Google the search engine that everybody uses? And what we saw at trial is it's because Google is paying hundreds of billions of dollars over the course of a decade plus to all of those companies to have that default status whenever you buy a laptop or a new cell phone, or install a new app on your cell phone and use it for the first time. And what we saw is that default status is highly, highly valuable, and really gives Google a position that's almost impossible to overcome. The ad tech case is, there are actually 3 separate ad tech lawsuits. There's one in New York being brought by a bunch of private litigants. It's a class action. There's a case in Virginia being brought by the Department of Justice, and there's a case in Texas being brought by the Texas Attorney General's office and a number of other states. And that case involves Google's dominance over what we call display ads, which are when you go to any website and an ad pops up over on the side or up above, whatever you're actually there for. Google owns the software that decides what ad goes there, and they own the software that the publishers use, they own the software that the advertisers use, and they own the software in the middle that sort of mediates between them. And that allows them to just turn knobs and pick winners and losers and jack up the prices for advertisers and still take more money from publishers like you guys, and everybody loses.
Right. We saw actually language that was brought in the search trial case as well, that Google internally refers to them as, literally pricing knobs and tuning. And there were emails that were presented as evidence with the VP of advertising that, when they were late in their last quarter and they needed to, bump their earnings a bit, they would request the ad team to basically, dial up the cost for some of those ad spots. So I'm sure we'll see, that evidence, we'll probably see further evidence elaboration in the ad tech case. So I think this does unless Lee, you want to, hop in here or add other.
No, that sounds pretty good to me. There is overlap, right? I mean, the advertising revenue that we heard about in the Google search trial is extraordinary. It's a huge part of Google's business. You think of all of Google's different products. I mean, Google Chrome being one that a lot of people use, and you heard evidence in the Google search trial that asset, that browser, has basically no value to Google, but as a distribution channel for its search engine. And it ties that search engine, it uses that search engine and the data it gets to just get, hundreds of billions of dollars in ad revenue per year. It's a huge amount of Google's business. The Google ad tech case is going to be wild because, I mean, we're not talking just about the sale of advertisement space on Google search engine. You're talking about advertising space on basically every website because that's the way that DoubleClick functions. So you also have, you're invoking one of these problematic acquisitions that Google made over the past decade of this software called DoubleClick. That I think regulators today would take a very different look at Google's acquisition of DoubleClick today than they did when that acquisition took place. So it's going to be a really interesting kind of trial for Google at the core of their business.
Right. Yeah. And right. So, the purchase of DoubleClick and, its roll up of ad tech is also how it's, siphoning off revenues from, other players on the internet, such as, news outlets and other publishers. And that, we're included in this. So let me just take this moment to thank some of our contributors. We have Wayne from Oakland, Andrea from Georgia, Ryan from Minneapolis, Joseph from New York City, Jennifer from Miami, Matthew from Philly, Jared from California, and Aaron from Los Angeles. Yeah, thank you guys. And so Lee, a moment ago, you had mentioned, you use this term of Google's various properties, and so this kind of brings us to the remedy phase of these different cases, which I really wanted to get into with you all because, I think a lot of people now sort of understand, at least in some sense, what kind of anti-competitive conduct is being alleged and that, Google has engaged in. I think it's a little bit, more abstract for people what breaking up a company as large and as large as Google would mean, and especially because this isn't something we've done in many years, at least in a major case like this. So maybe first at a high altitude level, can you guys walk through, what a breakup remedy looks like, and how you sort of go about distinguishing between what are the various properties owned by one firm and how you would kind of separate those out. And then we can talk about, actually, Google's properties in the specific sense.
Sure. I mean, I can start on that one. And first of all, just some mechanics about the Google search case. Of course, there hasn't been a finding of liability there yet. Judge Mehta is working on, I think, understanding is a fair way to say the testimony and evidence that was provided in that trial. It's kind of a long path to an opinion in that case, unlike the jury verdict, which we got, within 3 hours. We're going to wait probably another 5 or 6 months until we get a decision in the Google search case. And that's just on liability. And the way that these cases work, you'll have a whole separate proceeding to determine what remedies are appropriate if Google is found liable for what they call illegally maintaining a monopoly in the relevant markets in that case. So should we get to a Google remedies phase in the Google search trial, I think that's where Katie and I have a lot of fun sort of brainstorming the broad range of remedies that could be invoked in that sort of proceeding. And I think it's important just, for principle's sake, to outline that the court has a lot of latitude to craft remedies. There can be structural remedies like a breakup and severing certain business lines from Google. There can be behavioral remedies. That's where you're telling Google, short of a breakup, to not engage in certain behavior like self-preferencing. One of the things that's talked about in that column a lot is putting up a choice screen so that when somebody opens a browser for the first time, Google would be required in their Chrome browser to give users a choice of what search engine they want to choose. So there are those structural remedies, behavioral remedies. There are oversight remedies, which we can get into a little bit more, and Katie and I have some thoughts about all of that. And then certainly, a judge can pick many remedies. It can choose some structural remedies. It can choose some behavioral remedies. It can choose, it can be a bit of a grab bag. And the larger point too is that remedies should really be about restoring competition. And that is what has been lost in all of these cases, why the Department of Justice brought the case, why you saw Epic bring the case, why you're seeing, by the way, news publishers. There was a class of news publishers last week that filed a lawsuit alleging that Google had illegally siphoned profits from the news publishing industry. So we'll see where that case goes. But in all of these cases, we're trying to get at a point where we're restoring fair competition to these markets. And that's really what the remedies phase is about. We could get into Google's different business lines and all of that. But
That's great to set the stage. So let's take, maybe the first or the most concrete example we have here, because a jury trial has, ruled as we discussed in the Play Store case. So what are the implications now? What's going to, happen as a remedy? Is there a possibility where Google has to actually divest the Play Store, or is it just that they'll have to allow for, competitive app stores to be set up on its Android devices?
So in Epic, what Epic is asking the court for is to be allowed to use its own, primarily to be allowed to use its own in-app payment processing, and also to allow app developers to create their own app stores and have them on Google and have them available for Android devices in a meaningful way, so that consumers can actually access them and use them and not get pop-up warnings that make the apps look scary when they're not, when they're perfectly safe and have all the right privacy and security protocols embedded in them. And I think what's important to think about here is, what does that mean for Google? That means a huge loss of revenue for Google. All of these cases, because of these remedies that are available to the judges, are really bet the company type cases for Google. And I don't know if we've ever seen a company take on this level or volume of litigation all at once. Certainly, Google's one of the largest companies we've ever seen in the world, right? And then now you have layered on top of that multiple massive lawsuits by multiple government enforcers and private litigants challenging the company's very existence and structure. And so that's what makes this ruling in Epic so important and so historic, is that it truly is a sort of a slow turning of the boat in terms of what Google could potentially be allowed to do. That these remedies could potentially cost them massive amounts of revenue.
And I think it's important. Oh, sorry, Luke.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, that we have a lot of opportunity here to advocate for what remedies we think are appropriate too. I mean, the routes of advocacy are going to be constrained by the way that courts function, but generally, publicly, we should be advocating for what makes the most sense. In the Google Play Store case, I think it's not just about allowing apps to sideload and use their own Play stores, but to prevent Google too from entering into these sweetheart deals that get killer apps, the most important apps in the ecosystem, like a Spotify, to exclusively use Google Play Store with 0% fees. And just because Google was able to pay them tens of millions of dollars or whatever the deal looked like under the covers, it'd be great to see an end to that type of bribery, essentially, as well.
And one other remedy that I'd like to add that we haven't talked about is a corporate monitor. That was an important remedy in the Microsoft case in the late 90s and early 2000s. And some people think oh, that's kind of a soft touch. But from what I understand, reading about that case, it really had a massive impact on corporate behavior at Microsoft, because you're talking about a person who works in the building and is watching every single move the company makes, and has the ability to report that back to the government. And so it's really a second step to keep the company from doing further harm down the road.
The most hated person in the Google corporate office.
Right. And is that at the discretion of the judge to set in, the search or ad tech trial? How does that work?
Yeah, so it kind of, well, for instance, we don't know exactly what the Department of Justice is going to be asking for in those cases. So first of all, it depends on what they ask for, but the judge also has the discretion to come up with his or her own ideas and grant or deny what they want based on the evidence they hear. In the Google search case, there will be, Lee mentioned a proceeding. If DOJ wins that remedies portion, there will be another trial with more witnesses and more evidence to figure out what's best.
Right. We'll have some runtime to figure out what exactly is going to take place there. So okay, so there's an interesting comparison here then, I guess, because with the Play Store case, Google has these sweetheart deals with app makers and developers to exclusively sell on the Play Store. It's similar to the default agreements, right, that they have with with phone carriers, phone makers and computer makers, Apple and Android being the main ones here. So is there one version of a potential remedy for the search trial where those default agreements are just kind of voided, Google's not allowed to engage in those? Would that even be enough at this point that Google is as large as it is?
I think that's possible. I think it's kind of one of the first things that people think about is ending the exclusivity agreements that were a large part of why this case made such headlines. When people realized that Google was paying Apple $26 billion this year to maintain that exclusive relationship, and oh wow, that's why I'm using Google for all of my searches, is because they paid for it. Ending that exclusive relationship is one possible remedy. Whether it's enough is another question. And I think it's important to remind ourselves that whatever remedy is crafted in this case is going to cover Google. So an end to that exclusivity relationship could break up the relationship between Google and Apple. A related behavioral remedy that I referenced earlier, which is mandating that choice screen, well, that would only apply to Google Chrome. When you talk about the adequacy of that remedy, if you're already somebody who's using Google Chrome and in Google's sort of app ecosystem, it's very likely you're going to choose Google search from that drop-down menu. And I think that there was evidence, albeit a lot of it was sealed, that showed that it plays a really small role in actually shaking up the competitive environment. Similarly, if you end that exclusive relationship between Google and Apple, you have to wonder who's going to swoop in and become the new Google on all Apple devices. And that very well could be handing a monopoly over to Microsoft. So I think we have to kind of think about the practical eventualities of all of this. So I think the independent monitor is one thing that's kind of exciting. There's another idea that I had in the Google search case, which is, in as much as this was all about Google leveraging the data that it gets through its search engine, you could compel a mandatory license of its web crawler or its web indexer to other rivals and allow rivals to actually use that data as well to improve their products. So there's that kind of opportunity too, which might have a more direct impact on competition.
Yeah, right. So, what you're laying out here, though, is that what's ultimately going to, where the rubber hits the road sort of here for when DOJ asks for remedies, is actually distinguishing what are sort of the most important, properties that Google owns. And the way I guess I see this is there's, as we know, and also what's been sort of highlighted and focused on in the court proceedings, there's Google's ownership of, Chrome, there's a browser, there's then the search function, there's the whole ad tech piece. And then there's other kind of intermediaries, like there's, a crawling device that Google owns as well. How do you just kind of conceptualize those properties? And then, Lee, you kind of just got to this, but distinguishing what really are the most, valuable ones to separate.
You hire a technologist is one answer to that. I mean, understanding the complexities of Google's lines of business is challenging, but I think that it's fundamentally necessary. We got a lot of that information, a peek behind the curtains, if you will, at Google over the course of the search trial. But I think you really need to do a lot of research to understand what those properties are. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add in how they leverage those properties to maintain the monopoly for, what are they, I'm confident that there are a lot of smart lawyers who can get that worked out.
Yeah, I mean, Android, that's a great example. That's just another distribution channel for Google search. If you severed, for instance, Android from Google, I don't know all of the implications of that, but one of the implications would be that other search engines can now bid for placement, or Android could, have a choice screen of its own, so that the, search bar that comes baked into an Android operating system on every single device that uses Android, that would go away. And so there are kind of different implications for severing each distribution channel.
Right, I see. I mean, and I guess maybe this is a little technical, but I guess it begs the question. There's so much overlap, it would seem, in the remedies for the search trial case and the ad tech case, and the DOJ's, preparing one, weighing remedies for the other. How much overlap will there be in the the remedies, the results that are asked for, if the DOJ, of course, wins one or either of those cases? How does that play out?
Sorry, yeah, that's a really astute observation. And what's interesting is that we could see, so DOJ's ad tech case in Virginia it's conceivable that case could wrap up, and that we could have remedies before Judge Manta ever even makes a decision, because the Eastern District of Virginia, as well as litigators like to call it, the rocket docket, or don't like to call it, because it moves very, very fast. They are very, very strict about their rules and their deadlines and how quickly they want cases to move. And it's entirely that case could go to trial when closing arguments are happening on liability in Google search. And that's another jury. That case will be a jury trial. So it could happen very, very quickly. And you're right, depending on what happens there, that could impact what happens in Google search. Potentially, it depends on which way it goes, but it could be possible that Judge Brinkema in that case issues her order with remedies, and that would impact what DOJ would want to ask for if they're successful on liability in Google search.
Wow, interesting. Someone should write about that. Maybe one last question before we have to go. So we were talking about the default agreements that are obviously at play in core to Google's operation. So one idea that I've talked to Lee about offline here that's been batted around is, I guess the FTC, through unfair methods of competition authority, could just ban those kinds of exclusive contracts across the board. I'm wondering what either of you kind of make of that solution, and are there other forms of rulemaking that you have seen or that have come out of either of the Google cases that are being brought by the DOJ that the FTC, for example, could take up?
I think it begs the question of how far can remedies in each of these cases go, and at what point do you need a regulatory response, a legislative response? Rulemaking to require a choice screen. We've seen things like that in the European Union. There's legislation pending, the American Innovation and Choice Online Act, ICOA. That's a bill that is still live, and which many people look to as a more global solution for preventing all big tech giants from self-preferencing their properties or tying and bundling their properties in ways that harm competition, that harm end users across the internet. It's a really exciting question to ask, and I hope that people in advantageous places of power are thinking critically about what we can do to engender those broader policy responses to what I think we're collectively realizing is a whole lot of evil. And I use that word specifically because, Google is the do no evil company. And I think we're starting to, take the mask off that position a little bit.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and no, so thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm going to do a last plug here. If you like the conversation and you want to follow this kind of reporting, please donate to prospect.org/telethon. But yeah, guys, this has been great. I really appreciate you making the time to talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I have to unmute myself. Thanks to Luke, and thanks to our his guests, Lee Heppner and Katie Van Dyke. Really appreciate it. As Luke mentioned, prospect.org/telethon. That is where you can donate. And now we have a really a real fun segment. I see Emma Vigeland and Francesca Fiorentini here. Hello.
What's up?
Welcome. And we're gonna go off the beaten path here. We're gonna talk movies. This is our movie corner, I hear.
Movie corner. I mean, I am a total film critic. I don't. I think the last movie I saw in the theater was Barbie, but I also have a kid. But we're gonna talk holiday movies, and this year there is pretty much a standout holiday film.
A blockbuster.
Truly a blockbuster. I mean, for like 12 people. But I was going to ask David what his favorite holiday movie is, but Emma, hi.
Definitely Killers of the Flower Moon. That was
Ooh,
just a
absolutely.
holiday classic.
Just a heart warmer.
Gives you the Christmas feels. I loved Killers of the Flower Moon. I will say this year, I loved Killers of the Flower Moon so much. I had read the book, so I think it undercut my surprise about some of the twists or something like that. But maybe May December is my favorite movie that I've seen this year. I thought that I keep thinking about that.
I haven't seen a movie from May to December. That is where I'm
It's on
at. I'm
Netflix.
like,
you
okay.
would be able to figure it out.
My actual favorite movie of the year is so far is a movie called The Holdovers, which is actually a Christmas film. It's about
Alexander Payne
film with Paul Giamatti as a headmaster who's hanging out with people who are held over during Christmas break, his students, and they.
I love that. Sounds like a modern Breakfast Club. I mean, modern. Sounds like a 2023 Breakfast Club.
In that vein, and in the film itself kind of self-styles as a film from the 1970s. Anyway, it's really, really good. But I want to hear about this film. So I'm going to go
all
away.
those films sound good. Arguably. Yeah, sure, they're going to be nominated. Sure, like millions of people have watched it. Sure, they're part of the mainstream. But I would like to talk to you about a film called Jingle Smells. That's right, everybody. A holiday classic brought to you by Sean Hannity. In partnership with the American Center for Law and Justice, which is Pat Robertson's organization, along with a production company. Emma, did you know that Jay Sekulow, as in one of Donald Trump's many lawyers, has a son? There is another Sekulow.
I did not know, but I want to return to the Sean Hannity of it all for one second.
Please.
So, my understanding is that Sean Hannity is not just an executive producer of the soon-to-be-named by you Jingle Smells, because smells rhymes with bells.
I got it.
Is he also in the film?
He is in the film. He plays himself. I was really hoping for a Santa Hannity. Although I'm gonna make really bad jokes right now. So please donate before we start this segment. But I was gonna say I feel like young children have sat on his lap, but that's okay. He plays himself, and I have select clips. Now, mind you, this was exclusive to Rumble. I paid $5, which you can too. This is a promo for Jingle Smell. So if you want to demonetize this stream, go ahead. I'm bringing eyeballs your way. You're welcome. Rumble. So it premiered on Rumble, and it came out after Christmas Day. By the way, hi Emma. I just want to say hi. What's up? Hi everybody.
Hi Dave.
I write for the Prospect every couple months. every time it comes out.
Yeah, every issue of the magazine we are blessed with having Francesca in there with our back page, our comic relief.
The comic
after
relief.
The pain of the previous
The parting
63
shot.
issues.
Yeah. The last column, I figured out a way to get Joe Biden to step aside as president, the nominee for the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And just take a look at it. There's some pretty good ideas in there.
I think it can work.
I think it can work
Absolutely.
too. It has Cenk has a role to play. Also, RFK Jr. is in there. I think at one point Cenk bumps into RFK Jr., whose Vax card slips out of his wallet.
Yeah.
And but anyway, we don't have a lot of time. David, are you staying on? I don't know whether we're live. And I should address
please,
you.
please go ahead. But I don't
David
need to be
needs
here.
to hear all about jingle smells.
I want to hear about jingles. I'm part of the audience right now.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay. We can only hear you. I need to know if I should address you as well. Okay. So
And before we get into it, Francesca, I just
Please.
gotta say, the
Yeah.
reason I'm joining this stream is because of how wonderful the American Prospect is and how much I rely on it as somebody that delivers the news to our audience. I read it every day.
Mhm.
I am a huge fan of the reporters over there, everybody that's doing such great work. Like, as I said earlier, wonky is an overused term, and it's honestly an annoying term. So I'm just going to gesture to it and then move on. But saying that, like, if you actually want to understand how government works, the American Prospect is great, because a lot of other outlets are just going to say, Republicans say this, Democrats say this, and the Prospect always goes into the nitty gritty to tell you what the reality of pieces of legislation are. So happy
Absolutely.
to support the American Prospect, and everybody should be.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Like deep dive investigative journalism. Also, like there's just some of the reporting. Like I was saying that I love the dollar. I think Luke was part of the Dollar General store expose, which was excellently reported.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
So scary. And it helps
And
me
I went
understand.
to Luke for the Chicago mayoral race. I mean, he was he was awesome. Okay. But I'm sorry.
I feel like
jingle
you know
smells.
the moment in like when I read things about like private equity firms and I'm like, oh, if I was smarter, I would take you down. You know, where I'm always like, I have no idea what this, but if only I were smarter. I feel like that's where the American Prospect comes in. Like, okay, I can read a little bit about this, understand things like private equity firms and
Yes,
you know
yes.
the actual mechanisms that we're all being robbed blind is helpful. Especially for your job. But okay, so let's go here. I have queued up a series of clips, although I think I just shared this poster for an event that we're both going to be doing. I'm sorry, I literally didn't mean to put this up here, but Emma and I will be in San Francisco live in the flesh on Sunday,
that's
January 28th.
Very cool.
Isn't that cool?
I look so much better than I actually do in that.
No, you look like
illustration.
that. Girl, you look like that. You look great. So here we are. We're on anyway, it's going to be awesome. It's a live episode of my podcast, The Habituation Room, partners with the American Prospect. You become a patron of The Habituation Room. You get access to all kinds of perks, including discounts on the American Prospect itself. But I digress because we have to tell you about Jingle Smells. Can you see this, Emma?
Oh, I can.
Tell me if you can hear it and everything. Hopefully you can. So we start off with, this is the story of a young Marine, an Afghanistan war veteran who is forced by his police chief dad to work as a garbage man.
Why? Can I just ask right off the bat?
Well, there's nothing like, clearly the army didn't work. In terms of straightening him out. So the dad wants it to straighten him out because the movie opens where he is in the drunk tank, but he's not drunk. And there's a lot of references to,
because people might lose sympathy for him if that were the case, if he ever had alcohol.
Yeah, well, for sure. There's no alcohol at any point. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and I think I want to leave it to you and anyone who's, pays attention to things like the weather to point some of these inconsistencies out. It's very fun. But he has to go work as a garbage man. This is his chosen job in his small town. And simultaneously, someone else from that small town is being canceled. So here's the opening and sort of the setup. You can pause whenever, Emma. Just give me a thumbs up. Make sure you can hear this.
Okay. I cannot hear this. Unfortunately.
This is bad. I don't like that. Here, let me stop sharing it. See, we should have done a little tech test in the beginning. I think I can I not share also audio? It's been so long.
Since you've done the Zoom thing?
Yeah, well, I just never did the Zoom thing, you know? I never really, like, you know, someone who's not really employed. Okay, hang on. Okay, let's go. Oh, share sound. Here we go. I got it. I got you.
There we go.
All right, I think we're back. I don't want to blow you out. Here we go.
Welcome to the team, son. Your prayers have been answered.
Please take me back to jail.
Not a chance.
Wait, so that's the dad.
Got a dirty job. Santa Claus got a dirty job. Santa Claus got a dirty job, and he does it all night long.
Santa Claus has a dirty job and he does it all night long. I don't like where that song is going.
It really does sound like he's doing some sort of, you know, foul act, whether it be in the bathroom or the bedroom.
And he does it all night long. Here we go. Okay, here's the opening. Very important. Oh, by the way, big stars in this film. I don't know if you've heard of them, but the Dukes of Hazzard star, no big deal, John Richard Schneider.
I know him as the dad from Smallville.
Or the dad from Smallville.
Yes.
Sadly, they didn't get Gina Carano, but basically, everyone who's down for the cause except, what's his ass face? The guy who's like,
Rob
super psycher. Well, they didn't get Rob, which is like, that's real sad
Tim
for Schneider
Allen?
because Victoria Jackson did make it. Tim Allen's, oh, come on. That guy's, he's 1 foot in, 1 foot out of Hollywood. He's still employable there. He hasn't posted that many anti-Semitic memes. But Jim Brewer, none other than Jim Brewer, and here he is, the comedian Jim Brewer, doing his best newscaster voice.
Can
Here we go.
I guess he's going to do a lot of shrieking voices and then also going really guttural where his chin goes like this so that he can really emphasize the humorous nature of like the folds in his neck. That seems to be his go-to.
Yes, but no, it's not. He's got to rein it in because he's a newscaster, but also he does look like the dude from Men in Black who's like keeping his skin suit on, as you described.
I gotcha.
Welcome back to Channel 7 News. This brings us to our top story. It seems that Pativa's very own action star and hometown hero, Mason Stone, is caught between a stone and a hard place. And it seems even he can't get himself out of. Here's Julie Vincent with the Hollywood Hotline.
That's right, Blake. Mason Stone may have started here at Pativa, but he became an international superstar,
All right, pause it
playing
for a second.
superheroes
Sorry.
and mythology.
Look, this is I'm used to pausing these kinds of things. First of
You
all,
can pause it.
This seems like a underutilization of Jim Brewer's qualities. Like, I guess he wanted to show diversity that he could play the straight man. Is that the kind of situation that we're seeing here?
I mean, I think it was, look, we can offer you, you know, $3,000 and like a lot of peanuts and some vodka. Like, what role? And he's like, all right, I just want a speaking role, but not too much. He actually does a lot of heavy lifting, but you're totally right. Like, I didn't cast this, but look, Sekulow and Hannity, like, you got to utilize Jim Brewer in a comedic way. You can't just make him the
straight.
I don't know if we can swear that, but
man.
like, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And then my other comment is that if the protagonist's name is Mason Stone,
yes.
You know, when I was like in 4th grade, I would write short stories and like stuff I would say were novels, but I'd peter out after 7 pages or something like that. And it would always be my idea of like what a cool guy would sound like.
Mason Stone.
I had like internalized misogyny and hadn't realized like I could make my protagonist a woman at that point. But putting that aside, like it was always like Xander Blaze or like,
oh yeah, it's always
like,
the names of like the American gladiators, you know, like Turbo Johnson. Although that sounds really
and that's
bad.
what this is.
Yeah, well, yes, and there is another comedic actor who does make an appearance. I think I maybe shouted out, but here we go. This is the setup for everything.
Oh wait,
And
maybe
by the
it's
way,
a pun for stonemason. Okay. Anyway.
Warriors like Silver Saturn and Numlock the Conqueror. But now Mason's career has taken a turn for the worst after he was caught on camera waving a loaded weapon in public and shouting offensive, threatening statements.
Okay, so what did he shout in public? Whereas Gina Carano and other, you know, I guess celebs have been canceled because they've, again, posted a lot of anti-Semitic memes, were warned and then told not to. Whereas people were so-called canceled because they aggressed on colleagues and co-workers, you know, and all the other things. What did Mason Stone do?
I'm gonna guess he shouted something positive about Jesus.
Here we go.
May God bless America and may he protect our troops.
There we go.
USA! USA!
Mason has been.
Okay,
You know,
now
people are canceled all the time for that in America.
yes, I mean 100%. It's truly too bad. I mean, zoom out, and there's just like an arsenal of weapons, and he runs a militia, and they definitely stormed the Capitol on January 6th. But you will get canceled if you say you love this country. Everyone knows that. I'm really afraid to post actually anything online on Instagram. Like I don't want to post the American flag because I'm afraid like people will see that and they'll stop following me. Don't you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel that way all the time.
Okay, let's keep going.
Brought by his management team on the heels of the news that his scene has been cut from the upcoming sci-fi film Martian Ninja Z. An official statement from Con Radisson Studios said that Stone, who had completed filming his role of the alien ninja, will be digitally replaced by AI.
Artificial intelligence indeed.
Okay, sorry, that's
So what's the joke? So what's the joke?
Artificial intelligence indeed. Oh God, Jim. Okay, keep going.
Julie, this isn't Mason Stone's first.
No, if he were being replaced by a freaking alien, that would make some sense. But there's no indeed. Okay, keep going. I could
dust up with cancel culture.
I think it's more like talk about artificial intelligence, or talk about some like you could land that horrible joke if you wanted to.
But the emphasis is wrong. Yeah.
That's right, Blake. Last year's fans of the Martian Ninja Z comic book circulated a petition to have Stone fired after he refused to participate in a fundraiser for Democratic presidential candidate Herb Waldock, the former Wisconsin senator and dairy magnate. Stone
dairy magnate, as Republicans are on the floor of Congress telling us that we need to bring whole milk back to schools and freaking out about it. But anyway, yes.
Critics have accused him of bigotry, misogyny, and even turophobia.
Turophobia, Julie?
The fear of cheese.
Ooh, the intolerance. Social media has been ablaze all day with calls for Stone's immediate boycott. Here's just one of dozens of videos from a local activist.
Here she
one
is.
of the disgusting legacies of the fascist patriarchal agenda pushed against us by that finely chiseled specimen of a male human.
Okay, so you got that, Emma. If that finely chiseled specimen of a male human, again, what Emma was saying, Mason Stone sounds like sort of like a made up. I mean, it is a made up like hot shot, big strong man, and she's like supposed to be the activist who's like, he's just so hot. He's a perfect male specimen.
I'm confused as to why he was canceled. I thought he was canceled for saying he loved God, but he's also canceled for not attending a Democratic fundraiser.
Yes.
And why
he was already in hot water.
Why does the public care about this random guy not attending a Democratic fundraiser? Why is this even on the local news is my question.
Because there's nothing else going on.
I forgot. Okay.
Mason Stone is the brazen attempt to normalize force with a deadly weapon. We cannot sit by while lives are at stake. Now is the time to boycott Stone. We need to pass comprehensive legislation to get weapons of war out of the hands of violent anti-animal pigs.
Anti-animal pigs? I don't know what that means. First of all, can we just critique the outfit? I like that she's like, I'm an activist, so obviously I'm 65, and I'm wearing a nose ring. That's how you know I'm part of the LGBT, the alphabet, I have a 60s, but not really, more like a 90s hairband, but it's sort of like a hippie. It's just so adorably all over the place. Anyway,
Yes.
Enchantress Kale. Ooh, shots fired at the the woo community, a little bit of the mystics, the horoscope, the astrology bitches like myself.
Doesn't end there, Julie. As Martin Gravel, CEO of Cashbro Toys, is holding a press conference right now, Cashbro has been the exclusive toy maker for some of Stone's biggest films.
So you see the setup. Here we go.
Let's go to it live.
I'm Marty Gravel,
really see the setup.
CEO of Cash.
Okay, so the setup is they're canceling all the toys. Cashbro, which is the toy company, is about
Hasbro,
to.
right?
Yes, and this is none other than Julia Roberts' older brother.
No, I know. I but like, why? I'm very confused about this. Like,
no, it all makes sense and it's
the double
heartwarming.
cancellation. Okay, sorry.
All right.
Road Toys. Ever since Jack and Stanley Cashian started this great company, Castro has believed in an environment of inclusion and tolerance.
Boo.
While we've enjoyed a long relationship with Mason Stone, his recent actions do not currently align with our corporate values. Therefore, we will no longer be manufacturing or distributing any toys, games, or other products related to Mason Stone characters.
That's it. So
it's
that's
because he
the
said,
setup.
"I love America," and God loves America. I love God. Which no celebrity has ever said before, and because he doesn't support Democratic politicians. I'm not sure if the producers of this film have ever heard of somebody named Chris Pratt, because he's by all accounts a conservative, and he is like one of the most marketable action stars in the country, and none of this has happened to him, and definitely a little bit more popular than Mason Stone.
Yeah, take that, Mason. So here's where we go. Our boy, who we're about to see right now, the Marine, the veteran, who's like lost down on his luck. There's multiple references to felonies that he has committed. Now, we don't know whether those felonies were like a DUI or whether he murdered or tortured people in Afghanistan. Like, given who's producing this film, it could be the latter, and he's been like smeared and he's down on his luck, but his dad's the police chief, but you like him. And honestly, his name is Ben Davies. He's not the worst actor in all this. He's not good, but I'm gonna give him like a 6 out of 10. A lot better than Jim and or Tim. Is it Tim Brewer? Yeah, Jim Brewer, Jim or Victoria Jackson. But here we go. Notice his dad is texting me. He's like, let's meet up for a drink. Notice what time of day it is, and then look at what time of day it is when they meet up. Here we go. So he's single, he's alone. He's obviously bled all over his walls. He's microwaving his dinner. He lives like a serial killer, obviously, because that's what single men live like.
This is Mason Stone?
No. This is this is
Nick.
Nick.
I'm sorry.
This is our main character, Nick. Remember, he's a Marine. Mason Stone's being canceled in the background. That's also what's happening.
Okay,
But
Mason Stone is not the protagonist.
No.
It's I'm very confused.
Sorry,
Okay,
this is the story of an Afghanistan vet.
Yes, okay.
And he has come home. His dad's a police chief in a small town where Mason Stone's also from.
Yes, that's
His
what
dad-
confused me. They're not the
Sorry.
same guy.
Not the same guy.
They're from the same town.
From the same town.
Mason Stone's being double canceled for loving God and not liking Democrats. And
Yes.
this new dumpster truck driver
Nick is just
about-
sort of aimless.
aimless.
And
Okay.
he's about to come face to face with a bunch of toys, but I needed some setup and the canceled toys, but I needed
That was a
some
lot
setup.
of setup for a very stupid film. Like, I need way too much understanding and backstory for.
Well, I should have given you the backstory. I apologize because I actually wanted this is Rumble is a solid platform and this is a wonderful film. Here we go. Okay, so he's put something in the microwave. He's not so bright. I'm just around the corner. Come meet me for a shot, says his dad.
Wait, I don't see this. I don't see this.
Does it cut off?
No, I don't. You gotta share your screen.
Oh shit! Wait.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
I think you stopped sharing your screen, Francesca.
I have to do. Okay, share sound. Here we go. Okay, so he lives like a serial killer. Here we go.
To Santa Claus, I find the defendant to be not guilty. The case is dismissed, and you
One
are free
shot.
to go. That was the 1946.
Oh no! You're not supposed to microwave aluminum. Damn it!
Classic suing Santa. And now, your local news.
I know you just rolled your eyes. Come on, just one.
Just
Okay.
one shot, not
He's
a
gonna
drink.
go out for shots with his dad.
Oh.
Next day,
Or
later that evening,
or is he just like have blackout curtains all over the place because he's that much of a loser?
because he's serial killer. Yeah, because
He
he's
lives in a
wanted.
basement. He lives in a basement.
Yeah. The FBI is gonna break down the door at any moment. They're gonna go for croissants actually at Les Troquettes.
Okay. Yeah, this is
I
a French
saw 3
bistro.
ships come sailing in on Christmas Day. On Christmas Day, I saw 3 ships come sailing in.
Who's that nerd? Gee, I wonder. He's kind of fat and he's got a really big beard. He's gonna be important later. Oh, you know who shows up later in this film.
Oh my god, it's Chekhov's beard.
You look good, Nick. Yeah, you know, I really feel like I peaked, actually. I'm a regular Chris Cuomo. Don't rub it in.
Father and son, both.
I'm a regular Chris Cuomo. The right is so hard for Chris Cuomo. Like, they're so mad he got canceled, even though it was like clear nepotism, but they love him so much.
Serving in the same war are nearly 20 years apart.
Okay, here we go. I cut this, but
Father and son, both serving in the same war are nearly 20 years apart. How wild is that, huh?
so he was also serving in Afghanistan.
Okay.
But we're
Generational
here.
trauma. It's great.
We made it. That is the important thing.
Having a shot?
We got
No,
lucky.
a coffee shot.
Coffee shot.
No, we did not get lucky. We were blessed. We are blessed. You know what you need? You need to come to church.
Don't start that again.
Yes, I am. I'm going to start that again. It would do you some good, son. Shoot, you might even meet somebody. It's the holidays, Nick.
Oh,
I mean, who doesn't go to church around Christmas time?
All right, so that's sort of a little bit of setup about his relationship with his dad. Again, he wants him to straighten himself out.
So was the shot the joke that they were having coffee and not a
I don't think there was. I think we're talking production flaws there, Emma.
Interesting. Okay.
All right, but there's more. Don't have much time, and I'm sure everyone's really enthralled by this. And I have a lot more clips. So
no, I gotta know what you. I'll
Okay.
say maybe a little bit late just to get to 2 more clips.
well, I mean, we're gonna. Okay, so he meets a young boy, right? He's on his garbage route. This is Nick, the young lost vet. He meets a young boy, and he sort of jingle smells is kind of born through this. And take a look. And specifically, young boy who is poor and who's been bullied, and specifically bullied by a certain subsect of subhuman
wokes.
Wokes, but very particular wokes.
I'm no expert, but I think your diagnosis was correct. Chain's busted.
I don't know what. They always do this to me.
Who?
Nothing.
Who does
Hey,
this to
Silas,
you?
you can tell me, okay? I'm a garbage man.
Why is your name Silas? Also, that's a really weird name, and I'm a garbage man. You can tell me.
Okay, yeah, Ezekiel.
Okay, I don't really know what that's supposed to mean either, but I just want to make sure that you're not in any danger or anything, okay?
You're not gonna tell, are you?
Well, that kind of depends on what you're going to say. There's rules.
Some little girls up at the park were throwing rocks at me.
Some who? Some what? Some which now? Some girls up at the park were throwing rocks at me.
And my
Also
chain and
snow
that's what
and
broke.
this is
Seriously?
No. This is
California?
this is nothing but sunny snow. And I asked Matt, my husband, I was like, "Do you see this inconsistency?" And he's like, "I don't know what snow is like." And I'm like, it's just frozen rain, you ding dong. There shouldn't be sunshine. It's cloudy.
Exactly.
Constant throughout the film. It's always snowing. But that's the way Jesus is. Jesus, that's the miracle of God.
They're throwing rocks? What is this, the West Bank?
Oh, great.
Okay, Palestine
the
politics.
I like the admission there. I mean, they don't have any guns, and that's part of the problem. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, they've got rocks, and that's
Exactly.
all they have. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Fighter jets. What is this, West Bank? No. It's throwing rocks. What is this, West Bank?
Yeah.
God, this is why I don't like kids.
What?
Not you, okay? I think you're great. All right, I'm talking about the bullies. You know, mean kids like that?
You're great.
It's awful. Do you live near here?
Yeah, where do you live?
Over there on
What's your
Rice Street.
address?
They were calling me Right Rat
Why would they do that?
because everybody on Rice Street is poor.
Oh, well, hey, don't let them get to you, buddy, okay? Those are just insecure kids.
No, it's kind of true. Oh no, I gotta go.
Uh-oh.
Fine.
Here they
I got
come.
this, I got this.
The big time enemy. Worse than the corporations. It's
big
Will,
girls.
you go in,
Girls.
like, back. Hurry back to your little hole in the wall.
Take it easy, all right? What's wrong with you, kid?
Nobody was talking to you, trash panda.
Trash panda.
Yeah, nice hat, by the way. Look,
Well, Santa's picking up garbage now. Do you smell that? Yeah, it's Santa's garbage truck. Gross. Where are your elves, Jingle Smells?
Jingle smells, stinking all the way.
Yes.
They were so mean.
Yeah, they were, and you're a grown-ass man, but this is how incels are born, and you're training a little one here. And so this is the inception, this is the origin story of Jingle Smells, you guys. So he meets a kid down on his luck, and of course, he ends up... Okay, I'm going to summarize this for y'all. One of the trash jobs that he has, one of the whatchamacallits, the... one of the things he's got to like take to the incinerator is a bunch of Mason Stone action dolls. Then he meets this kid and he's about to sell the Mason Stone action dolls to like a YouTuber, Emma, like some toy blogger. But instead he's like, let me become bigger than this. Let me do more than this. Right. Let me become Jingle Smells, actually. So I'll go to that clip in a second.
He's been radicalized.
Oh, he's absolutely been radicalized. And it's very, let's see. Okay, Jingle Smells Miracle. I watched this whole film for you people, so I don't give a shit if you don't want to watch any more of this. And by you people, I mean you, Emma. Okay. All right. Because I didn't want to watch it. Oh no, stop. Francesca needs to coordinate all these things. Okay, here we go. So here he goes. He gave the little boy a toy, and now he's like, should I give these other kids toys too? He got a good list of all the good kids. Super normal thing for a 35-year-old man to do is get a list of children in a neighborhood.
Is he sleeping on the couch?
Yeah, he's got pizza too.
Loser.
He sees the pop frog.
No, I'm selling those. No, fine.
Antifa.
No, yeah, that guy definitely framed some Black Lives Matter protesters. Like this was like the umbrella guy that started like in Kenosha.
Yeah, this is a false flag Santa.
This is a false flag Santa for sure. So he leaves him on the doorstep, and next day.
Kid's a little happy for being a bullying victim.
Seriously.
Wipe that smile off your face.
Come on now, kid. Oh, trash. Yes, a garbage man is looking at you. There he is. Sunshine as the snowflakes fall. Yeah, magic hour shot. What time of day is it? Nobody knows. Back to Jim.
The saga of Fallen Star Mason Stone has taken yet another strange turn. We told you how Cashbro Toys discontinued all products related to the famous Pativa native. But now, just in time for the holidays, a number of Mason Stone action figures have suddenly appeared right here in town. Julie.
That's right, Blake. Residents are calling it a Christmas miracle. This morning, numerous children in the Wright Street neighborhood found Mason Stone toys had been left outside their doors.
In my opinion, Jingle Smells saved Christmas.
Toys that were scheduled
Jingle
for
Smells saved
destruction.
Christmas.
Who left the gifts or where they acquired them remains a mystery.
It was Jingle Smells. He signed it Jingle Smells. What are you talking about? This psycho.
As the mysterious gift giver did not leave a name.
Thank you, Jingle Smells.
It's a Jingle Smells miracle.
Jesus, my favorite guy. There's always that guy. They at least had the guy. Okay, I know we have to speed this up, Emma. So he decides he's not going to sell the toys and make some money as this garbage man. He's going to keep being a garbage man, but he's going to be Jingle Smells, which honestly is the best name for a superhero I've ever heard. Like Jingle Smells is just so solid. And now at the very end, though, there is obviously you got the climax because the corporation, the evil corporation, wants to arrest him for having sold or given out these canceled toys, and the entire community has to rally together. And Julia Roberts' older brother has to give a very moving speech.
Don't you dare.
Oh, whoops.
Arrest.
Hang on. I gotta get my volume up here a little bit.
All right.
Hang on, Dave. I'm almost done.
We got to wrap it, but here we go. Let's
Here
hear
we
it.
go.
Don't you dare arrest Jingle Smells.
He broke the law, Lisa.
He has done more for this community in just a few days than Cash Bro ever has. And we'll make sure to tell every news outlet that shows up here. And they will show up. Because Nick's story has gone worldwide. How many retailers do you think will carry another Cash Bro toy?
Yeah. She's right, Finn. She's right.
Officers, these people can't possibly have a permit to assemble.
Looks like a peaceful protest to me. Smelly, but mostly peaceful.
Jingle smells,
Yes.
stinking all the way. Come on, everybody. Jingle smells, stinking all the way.
So because the song was good, evil corporate guy changes his mind and are you seeing no, hang on. Final I'm done, David. I promise you. Get off. Everyone donate right now. Please. Cause yeah, here we go. Here is the final thing. We've got he was visited by Santa. He has a change of heart. He didn't meet anyone in church. He just met Santa, but I'm pretty sure they fucked later on. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jingle Smells.
He gets his own action figure.
So I think this might be Mason Stone, who, by the way, loves Jingle Smells.
Stolen
Again.
valor.
So I think exactly. There's a little bit of stolen from an actual vet.
The garbage truck, sold separately, of course.
All right, so it looks like the answer to our question has now been revealed. Jingle Smell's secret identity is Nick Gutman, a Marine who was most recently deployed in Afghanistan. So not only is this man not a thief, as the big toy industrial complex tried to make him out to be, he's a warrior for standing up to cancel culture. He's an inspiration to all of the kids in this great country of America. And he also is a hero that we need to honor. So tonight, we dedicate this show to Nick, his dad, Dusty, who also served in Afghanistan, and all our military that bravely defend this nation every day. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Jingle Smells.
I always like when a newscaster or an actual newscaster from the real world comes onto the film and explains the over-the-top lesson, the moral of the story. And no one puts me in more of a holiday spirit than Sean Hannity being like, see, thank you to the vet. Now, if you don't mind, we're going to privatize the VA and take away all of their health care.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well
done.
I think I gotta shut down the telethon. You're not going to get any better than that. The Eric Roberts
Emma, thank you for going on this journey with me. Maybe we should have just talked, I feel like people would have been more into just talking about Palestine for about half
Well, I mean, that's all I do, unfortunately, for the people in my life.
I think this was a wonderful respite from the rest of the world. Finally, we struck a blow against cancel culture. It's about time.
Absolutely. Well, everybody
anytime.
support the American Prospect. Great work. Love everybody over there. Thank you guys for having me, and happy holidays.
Thank you, guys.
Happy holidays. Read the American Prospect, read the back page, and come see Emma and I in San Francisco.
Yes, the 28th.
Absolutely. Thank you,
January.
Francesca. Thank you, Emma. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks to everyone out there still hanging with us. We are in hour 7 now of this thing, I believe. And I want to shout out some people who have recently given at prospect.org/telethon. Andrew from Colorado, B from Tucson, Brent from Wisconsin, Logan from Texas, Mark from Seattle, Joy from Virginia, Marcia from Utah, Austin from Indianapolis, Robert from Memphis, Patricia from California, Cheryl from Houston, Doug from Maryland, and Antonia from Chicago. Thank you so much for supporting independent media. Thank you for your donations as we continue on our end of the year campaign. I'm now going to bring in a bit of a change of pace from watching a Sean Hannity produced movie. But here is our editor at large, longtime Prospect staffer, Harold Meyerson, and he's here. He's got a special guest. I'll let him introduce it. But Harold, thank you so much, and take it away.
All right. Well, here we are, having followed the comedy hour, we are the pickle in the middle of a chocolate eclair. And I do want to introduce my guest, the distinguished historian Michael Kazin, author of many books about populism and populists and people like William Jennings Bryan, and recently the author of a book about the Democratic Party, What It Took to Win. There it is. There it is. Yes, I wasn't making that up. I had the title right. And we are going to be talking about, among other things, a rather controversial article I wrote a week ago that argued that Joe Biden is probably the Democrat least able to beat Donald Trump. And what the hell do we do about that? Since we're just talking about movies, I do want to just digress for one moment and say that the movie I've seen most recently that I'd like the most is a pre-code 1931 Barbara Stanwyck movie called Babyface, in which she sleeps with officials of a corporation going higher and higher, showing up a high-rise building, just showing her rise in the meritocracy of American movies. And it's really a remarkable movie that could not have been made after the code came in 1934. So I just want to digress that way. All right. And, the telethon is, of course, an institution hallowed by Jerry Lewis, but I want to evoke another American comic, probably in some ways more significant than Jerry Lewis, probably the biggest movie star of the early 1930s, though we don't think of him that way. He would read a paper when he was on Broadway in any of the Ziegfeld Follies and just sort of comment on the news there, that being Will Rogers. And I'm doing that because I want you to note, if I don't know if you can read, this is probably backwards, but it says Biden upset by his low polling. Well, this makes Joe Biden, roughly speaking, the equal of every Democrat I know who are also upset by his low polling and apprehensive about it. The Prospect recently had a board meeting. We do have a board, and I ended up sitting next to the pollster Stan Greenberg, whose polls echo and amplify what every other poll in existence now says, that Joe Biden is trailing Donald Trump, and even as a piece on the homepage of the Wall Street Journal makes clear at this moment, if by some mischance you should shift to the Wall Street Journal homepage, that Donald Trump leads Joe Biden on pretty much every issue, and particularly the economy, which, those of us with something of a historic memory will recall has usually been the Democrats' ace in the hole. It is now no longer the ace in the hole. It is the way the current polling looks, it looks more like a deuce. And Stan Greenberg's point, which I also encapsulated in this column that I wrote a week ago, was that most people define the economy as high prices, and that rather than tout the benefits of Bidenomics, which are both very real, but will take a time both in actuality and in economic actuality and in public consciousness to trickle down, all the factory construction and such, which is up tremendously over recent years. But like I said, that will take a while. What Biden needs to discuss is going after corporations that are overpricing. Corporations have had record profit margins over the past couple years, which the media, except for us and a very few others, really didn't get around to covering very much. Going after drug companies, more than the 10 that were stipulated in the Inflation Reduction Act, making clear where he would go on these matters in his next term, should he get a next term. But I also think, there is a certain doom loop at this point attached to Biden's prospect, which, as the Washington Post headline suggests, Joe Biden is becoming a little bit concerned about. Their argument is that, well, when finally compared to Donald Trump, voters will come back to Joe Biden. Maybe. But I was struck by the fact that in the most recent Wall Street Journal poll, while Donald Trump led Joe Biden by 4 points, Nikki Haley led Joe Biden by 17 points. And I was wondering if instead of Nikki Haley, instead of Joe Biden, if someone like Gretchen Whitmer, the Democratic governor of Michigan, recently reelected, leading the Democrats to a sweep of this swing state, how she would fare against Donald Trump, I think there would be quite possibly an equivalent bump. Now, that said, we are in a political climate within the Democratic Party where incumbent presidents are not very often opposed from within the party unless there's a huge policy rift, which, despite the rift over Israel and Palestine, is not yet really definitive as the Vietnam War was in 1968. So, as I said, we have here the one of the preeminent historians of the Democratic Party, former editor of Dissent, someone whose work I've been reading for many years, and it's always great. Michael Kazin. Michael, what are the Democrats' options, and what are the historic antecedents, if any, for this kind of thing happening? Other Democrats emerging, or perhaps even Biden releasing his delegates, if it's clear he has, a huge uphill battle.
Well, first, salute to the prospect. I'm going to drink to the prospect.
Thank you. What is that? Is that Cabernet
it's a
or
cocktail
Coca-Cola?
hour? One way to make yourself feel better about bad polls is to, have a little Chianti. So,
oh, good. Okay.
Salute to all of you. Salute to David and everybody out there. I've watched some of the telethon today, and it's not Jerry Lewis, but it's pretty damn good. So.
We strive.
Drink to
we
that.
strive for that level of
to get to the more depressing news. Well, as you said, Harold, whenever incumbents, first-term incumbents want to run for re-election, they usually get the nomination. That's true for Republicans as well as Democrats. The last Democrat who had a chance to win the nomination, who did not decide to run, was, of course, Lyndon Johnson in 1968. Mostly because he would have lost, but also there's a recent biography of Lady Bird Johnson, which argues that she made him promise not to run for a second term. But I think if he really wanted to, if he really felt he could have won, he would have. The last incumbent to decide not to run, who actually certainly could have won, was Calvin Coolidge, way back in 1928. So in a very Republican era. So the problem, as you mentioned, is that first of all, the filing deadlines have very close to passed in many primaries. No Democrat has stood up and said that they wanted to run. No Democrat with any real appeal. Dean Phillips doesn't really qualify. Neither does Marianne Williamson. And the problem, of course, I'll get to the problems and then maybe potential solutions. The problem, of course, is that if Biden wants to run, and he clearly does want to run, it's at this point almost impossible to stop him. And even if there were at this late moment, a viable Democratic candidate to run against him, maybe Whitmer, maybe Newsom, maybe somebody else, it would cause a rift in the party. And rifts in the party in the primary process are not good. It may, Bill Bradley running against Gore in 2000 may have hurt Gore to a degree. Certainly, Teddy Kennedy running against Carter very much hurt Carter, I think. We don't know if he would have won otherwise, but and to have a divided convention does not look good. I was in Chicago in 1968. I got arrested for demonstrating against the Democratic Party in that election. And clearly those demonstrations, the divide in the party at that point were very bad for the party. So, unless Biden wants to bow out, which he certainly could do at any point, including at the convention, because the convention is the body which formally chooses the candidate. But since the McGovern-Fraser reforms, which we can talk about, of the early 1970s, all delegates are first of all popularly chosen and not chosen by state parties, a small group of bosses as they used to be. But also, they are bound, most of them, on the first ballot to vote for the candidate who won their caucus or their primary. So even if Biden's even less popular than he is now, by party rules, they are bound by the vote of their primary or caucus, unless they decide to overrule that rule, which they can do as well. So there is some give in party rules for delegates deciding not to vote for the candidate who actually won their primary or caucus, which right now pretty clearly, for want of another serious candidate, Joe Biden would do. So, the other thing could happen, of course, is Biden, for health reasons, could bow out, but then the default candidate would obviously be Kamala Harris, and I don't know what her polls are against Trump, but they're probably not very good either. So we very likely are going to be stuck with Joe Biden, and hopefully Biden looks like a better choice. For most Americans don't want either of these candidates. Remember, they don't really want Trump or Biden. A generic Democrat. Some polls have showed a generic Democrat running against Trump. That generic Democrat wins by 5 to 10 percentage points. So there's a lot of things that could happen. It's possible that Trump will be found guilty before the election. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible in one of the cases, especially the election case in D.C. Historically, it's very hard to defeat an incumbent who wants to run for re-election. Very hard to defeat him for the nomination. And, that's the situation we're in. And we have to hope that 10, 11 months from now, things look different.
Well, the reason I arose there was I too was at the 1968 convention. I have a staff pass into the convention hall for the third night.
I was on the streets, Harold. I was on the streets.
Yes, well, I was, the youngest person on McCarthy's staff. Staff. I was 18. And for what it's worth, on the last night of the convention, the cops ran out of people to beat up on the streets. And they came into the headquarters hotel of the McCarthy campaign, the Conrad Hilton, and beat us up. So, don't get a swell head. I must say, I wrote a piece for the New Republic, your sister or brother publication recently, yes, arguing that, in fact, I was wrong to not support Humphrey in '68. Talking to young people now, young progressives especially, who say they will never vote for Biden because of his support for Israel in Gaza. And I argued, first of all, what the U.S. was doing in Vietnam was directly, causing the deaths by Americans of many more people than have died in Gaza. But also, the choice between Humphrey and Nixon should have been clear to us then, and the choice between Biden and Trump should be even more clear to any young voter today. Well, given that Trump may be the only proto-world leader who actually, gets along with Bibi Netanyahu at this point, does suggest that whatever Biden's failings may be in terms of Israel-Palestine, things could always get somewhat worse. Going back to that pivotal year of 1968, where you and I both remember the Chicago police, among other things, the year began, or late 1967, which is sort of comparable to where we are now. This began with a character named Allard Lowenstein, who went around and kept saying, the Vietnam War is unpopular, it's immoral, somebody should challenge LBJ. And he was scoffed at and dismissed, and he kept trying to get Robert Kennedy to enter the fray. And Kennedy kept saying, I don't think so. And finally, Gene McCarthy was kind of an unlikely person to do this for a whole sort of reasons, including, I can attest personally, having been with him on a number of occasions, that he did not like to campaign, which is always a bad sign in a candidate.
He was a better poet than a politician.
Yes, that Gene McCarthy finally agreed to. There was in the Washington Post story, whose headline I held up earlier, a thing about Elisa Slotkin, who is running for what will be the vacated seat in the United States Senate from Michigan, saying the way Biden is polling now, it could cost me the seat, even though, this should be basically a clear victory for Elisa Slotkin. I'm just wondering how many Democrats, looking at the election and looking at if Biden is a drag on the ticket, if eventually, when do these, is there any way that these undercurrents can simply become currents and not so under? I'm belaboring the same point, I guess, but it just seems to me that a certain level of apprehension spread among not simply the Democratic electorate, but among Democratic electeds could well take a toll.
It's possible. I think they have to agree on a candidate, because the worst thing that could happen is four people try to run at the last minute. They soak up all the money, all the media attention that otherwise would go to, the nominee, and that's the story. Instead of what are Democrats for? What do Democrats want to do in the next 4 years? Democrats have a good story to tell, actually, and Biden has a good story to tell too. Part of the problem is that Biden is a terrible storyteller. He's never been a good speaker. He doesn't inspire anybody, and he really was best as a senator. I think he did a fairly good job as a senator. The Anita Hill hearing, Clarence Thomas hearings notwithstanding, but that's the problem. I think. I mean, we're talking about tactical decisions here. Not. Of course, there are lots of people out there online who say, "Why can't they find a better candidate?" But some of the reasons I mentioned before, and what I just said as well, it's not as if you can just pick somebody and that person can do everything right roughshod everybody else. Biden has a lot of loyalty, I think, among not as much as used to, but among Black voters, among older voters as well. Those polls show older voters are still more in favor of Biden than younger voters. Older voters vote more than younger voters do. Look, I'm not anyway dismissing the problem. Obviously, my counter history is after the 22 midterms, which go remarkably well for the Democrats, Biden says, I want to leave it to a younger generation. And then there's time, a whole, more than a year and a half to other people to start campaigning. But he didn't do that. So we have to hope there'll be a kind of popular front against Trump the way there was in 2020. I mean, remember, Joe Biden was not all that popular in 2020 either. My son, who's a Democratic Party operative, his line, which is probably other people say this too, they say, if the election's about Trump, we win. If the election's about Biden, we lose. Now, right now, that doesn't look like such a good prediction, but it still could come true because Trump is very good at making enemies, and he likes to make enemies, and that could help the Democrats if, in fact, Biden is the nominee.
Your comment about, Biden not being a very good speaker or salesman, certainly for his own program and own perspectives. In my piece, I wrote, he's, as a speaker, he's neither forceful and often not audible. And I actually got a significant response to the word audible. It seems to me that the oldest part, the oldest thing about Biden, the oldest affect is actually his voice. That he sounds like an old man, whereas Trump still bellows, basically. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's pure nonsense quite often, but it's audible nonsense. And maybe, the audible nonsense may have an advantage over inaudible sense. So we shall see about that.
Can I make one more point about the larger picture?
More points,
if you don't mind. I know you probably got to go on to, you have Hollywood stars coming up, I'm sure, next on the lineup and everything. I don't want to get in their way, but in the international picture, what we're seeing here is happening around the world. Really, you have center-left figures who are in trouble in a lot of parts of Europe, for example, in Argentina, as we just saw, running against charismatic right-wing populists who are pushing on immigration, who are saying, damn the establishment. So Trump, as Americanly horrible he is, that's a terrible adverb, but he's very homegrown as a horrible person and politician. Nevertheless, is part of this larger wave, I'm afraid, of right-wing populism around the industrial world, especially, and so that's something we have to focus on as well, not just focus on the individuals here.
Well, speaking of the center left, I mean, Europe is sort of the historic home of social democracy. And to the extent that, class politics has, suffused that ideology and existed, it's, certainly in European nations, Scandinavia, Germany, when it's not Nazi, etc. But I'm struck by the fact that immigration and the kind of loss of relative racial homogeneity in countries like Scandinavia which were the most social democratic of all, they've suddenly become like America, in which the working class has always been racially divided, and certainly easy to turn whites against blacks, not just in the working class, but if you're talking about building a class politics around sort of a social democratic perspective, that you do need a working class that thinks of itself as, an entirety within a nation. And that's one of the themes of your book about how Democrats win, right? That they're talking about those kinds of issues. And they've always had the problem of racism. Well, I mean, for many years, the Democrats advanced the politics of racism before the Dixiecrats went over to the Republicans, beginning with Barry Goldwater. But Europe is now, strikes me as going through an Americanization period in a bad way, which is not, I would not, they should not be welcoming this. And we've seen this picture here.
That's definitely true. I mean, as you know, the time of greatest advance for social democracy, if you can call it that, not quite social democracy, but the closest facsimile to it for the United States was from the early 1930s into the mid 1960s, when immigration was very low, in part because of racist immigration policies passed by Republicans in the 1920s. And in Europe too, it was the period from the post-war period, post-World War II period, up until and 1980s into the early 1990s, when social democracy was at its height in Europe as well. And that's a period when there was immigration from former colonies and other places, and from Eastern Europe to a degree, but not like we've seen in the last 20 to 25 years. So yeah, I mean, people unfortunately, they like living among people who they feel comfortable with, and it's one of the historic tasks of the left, the democratic left, and here in this country and around the world too, to make people to focus on economic issues, on welfare issues, on a decent society for everybody. But it's difficult, to do. We have to keep doing it, but it's not easy, and there are setbacks, as we're seeing now.
And that's a case that we make a lot. It's sometimes in your voice, sometimes in mine, sometimes in Bob Kuttner's or Paul Starr's or David Dayen's, or our next speaker on this, Gabrielle Gurley, who we'll bring on in just a moment. But Michael, I want to thank you for being here. Chianti, right? Was that Chianti?
Chianti, and I've been running for the prospect since it was formed in the early 1990s, I think. So it's great to be here to help you a little bit, and a longtime subscriber, and I will get, as soon as I log off, I will donate. So,
oh boy, okay.
And everybody should.
Thank you, Michael. And the way to donate is you go to prospect.org/telethon. And there you can make your donation. And of course, if you itemize your taxes, it's tax deductible. If you don't itemize your taxes, that doesn't make a damn bit of difference. But anyway, it's prospect.org telethon. So thank you again, Michael, for joining us. And now it's interesting, since we were discussing the issues of race and electoral majorities, we are now seeing all kinds of issues in which Republicans are kind of going to war against cities which are more racially diverse than the countryside. And we have a de facto urbanologist and city watcher here at the American Prospect, who, when we're in the office, their office is directly next to mine, and that is our deputy editor, Gabrielle Gurley, who joins us. And if you have been watching the telethon from its inception, and your name will be inscribed in some list of immortals if in fact that is the case. But if you've been watching the telethon since its inception, you will have seen Gabrielle earlier leading a discussion among our interns. Gabrielle heads up our intern program in terms of selecting a few folks among the gazillion who apply at different times of the year, and then having them do both the work that's essential to getting out a number of our stories, like fact-checking and such, but also developing their own talents as writers and reporters. And she's just indispensable in that task and in many others as well. So Gabrielle, welcome back.
Hi there.
Hi there. And let's talk about cities, because cities have their own problems, even if they weren't being attacked by Republicans. And there are a number of cities that you write about for us, beginning with the one in which the Prospect office is situated, Washington, D.C. And, none of these cities fared all that well during the pandemic, and none of them have fully recovered. So what's the story in D.C.? What's going on here?
Well, that's all very, very true. But I think the death of cities has been greatly exaggerated, if you will. They're not dead. They have survived to varying degrees. Some are doing better than others. But it is kind of coming down to a survival of the fittest, and some are kind of flailing around as they try to come up for air. And DC, Washington, DC, is definitely one of them. It's having problems primarily because, unlike New York or Philadelphia or Boston, that have a lot of things going on in their center cities, beyond retail, they have hospital systems or educational branches in the downtowns. DC, as we call it here, DC is a one government town. And that's it. The government is the federal government, obviously. And federal employees are not fully back at work. About 1/3 of the federal workforce is coming into the office, but the rest is doing some combination of remote and hybrid. Some employees are coming in 3 to 4 days a week, but even that has made a difference in the downtown. Restaurants are suffering. The tourist season is effectively over. So downtown is not as vibrant as it has been. I mean, you see empty storefronts in a lot of downtowns. Certainly, I was in Philadelphia for the day last weekend. There are plenty of empty storefronts downtown, but it was pretty much packed. And I had a long conversation with a city worker who just struck up a conversation as I was walking down one of the main streets there, and said, yeah, it's really great to see so many people downtown. There were Christmas shows, there were holiday fairs, there were all sorts of other activities going on in the area beyond retail and restaurants. And DC has had a similar dynamic. This holiday season, it's got a Christmas market, but the downtown area, particularly where some of the retail has been floundering, due in part to government workers not being there, but also due to an uptick in crime. There are empty storefronts, but there are also flash mob type robberies. There's loitering, there's drug sales, there's carjackings. Violent crime in DC has gone up at a higher rate than a number of other cities, including Philadelphia, including New York. Chicago, I also believe, is on the list. And the Mayor Bowser, has taken a fair share of the criticism on that. You mentioned Republicans at the top, and a Republican actually is responsible for the next major battle that is currently underway in the district, and that is the potential move of the Washington Wizards basketball team and the other professional team, the Washington Capitals, to Northern Virginia.
Right, and the Capitals are an ice hockey team.
Ice hockey team.
Yes.
That's right. Right. Ice hockey. Did I say it was basketball?
No, you did.
I was right.
No,
Okay.
you're fine. Keep going.
Don't want to get those mixed up because they have nothing to do with each other. Glenn Youngkin has basically lured the teams and its billionaire owner, Ted Leonsis, to a relatively new development in the city of Alexandria on the border with Arlington and Northern Virginia called Potomac Yards, which is also where Amazon has its new headquarters, and what's going to become of that is anybody's guess, given the decline of in-person work. But it's something that it's non-binding. The legislature has to pass it, but it has set off a firestorm of opposition, not only in Washington, D.C. proper, but also in the Maryland suburbs of Washington and the Virginia suburbs of Washington. It is rare that two politicians across three different jurisdictions can rouse the collective anger from their citizens, but Muriel Bowser and Glenn Youngkin have managed to do the impossible. It's really, really upset people. Stadiums are a mixed development for cities. No one really, it's funny, in all the online discussions I've seen about this potential deal, no one wants to give a bailout to a billionaire who is perfectly capable of renovating the arena in Washington if that's what he wants to do. And at the 11th hour, the District of Columbia has offered him $500 million, but he seems to be determined to go to Northern Virginia. But economists like Andrew Zimbalist who have studied stadiums and stadium building and stadium deals has said basically that if there's a cultural benefit to a city, it's well worth a price tag. And that seems to be some of the commentary that I'm hearing and reading about this deal. People don't like the idea of subsidizing Leonosis, but they really, really, really want the arena in downtown Washington. Marylanders have said, we're not trucking over to Virginia to see this team. We're certainly not going to take a long metro ride to see this team. Northern Virginians don't want the traffic. They say that the new metro station that there isn't built for this. So it's a real mess. And it's hard to know how it's going to turn out right now. It's unclear what the legislature might do.
Yeah, there's been extensive writing by academics and others about these kinds of subsidies to, obviously, it's very rich people or very well-heeled corporations that own these teams to begin with. Right. That has become kind of, for years it kind of was under the radar. It's not under the radar anymore. No. It's a real issue. But I mean, you're also right that it can, depending on, the part of a metropolitan area that a stadium goes into, it can certainly create an immediate surrounding that is, more vibrant than what was there before, often. If you look
I would say if Washington, D.C.'s downtown was functioning at its pre-pandemic levels, people might say, if he wants to take the teams and go to Northern Virginia, okay. But this would leave a big hole in downtown Washington. That is pretty much the problem. But it's interesting that nobody likes this deal.
Yeah.
Not the receiving jurisdiction, not DC itself, not Maryland. So it will be interesting to see what happens. Washington is also at the mercy on transportation front. The Potomac Yard Station apparently is not well used, if you will, and some of the least traffic that have the less ridership may actually go on the chopping block if the district cannot get the funding it needs from Maryland and Virginia. It's a metro, the transportation network, the public transportation network is heavily dependent on contributions from those two states, along with the federal government. It has no independent source of taxation that it can raise, for example. So that's a problem for.
Can I ask you about just the relative health of public transit in a lot of the cities you've looked at? Because obviously ridership collapsed during the pandemic. And to the degree that more people are working at home, ridership probably hasn't come back to pre-pandemic levels. I mean, so is there is it better in some cities than others? How does that look?
Well, I would say in New York, it seems to be on its way to a healthier spot. And New York also got a great funding deal. They were finally able to work out a deal with the state legislature, and a lot of that had to do with the departure of Andrew Cuomo and Bill de Blasio. They were constantly feuding and couldn't get anything done. And at the same time, so they were able to work out a package of tolls and increases in fees and efficiencies to help the New York system. At the same time, there's also going to be a congestion tax, which will probably go into operation in the spring. And so
now that's been talked about for decades. I'm trying to remember if that was talked about when I went to Columbia, which was about the time that Alexander Hamilton went there. It was a long time ago.
Well,
but they've been talking about a congestion tax in New York forever. It's really gonna come.
It's about 20 years, roughly 20 years, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Everybody is now signed off on it. The feds have signed off on it. The state is on board. It's going to happen, and we'll see how it is received. But New York can only hold so much traffic, and the MTA needs an injection of funding. So this is the way to do it, and we'll see how it turns out. Governor Kathy Hochul has also gotten some money out of Eric Adams, the mayor of New York. Not as much as she wanted. She wanted $500 million. He said, "How about less?" And they met at $165 million.
This is for funding the MTA.
MTA to put in to increase the city's contribution to the MTA. And so they were able to get that. But New York is things are looking up for public transportation in New York. And when you talk about regional taxes to fund transportation, you have a city like Minneapolis that's managed to approve a 3/4 cent regional sales tax to help build new sections and maintain the transit system. And that's something that has been talked about in Washington, but has not happened given the cross jurisdictional pressures.
My old hometown of Los Angeles has twice voted, and it had to clear. This is Los Angeles County, which is 10 million people. It had to clear a 2/3 supermajority both times of an added sales tax to fund the city's essentially existing bus system, but mainly the still under construction subway system in LA, and quite impressively, just because LA, I think Angelenos had it with being stuck in traffic. It got that 2/3 majority both times in the last 25 years it has been put on the ballot. And LA does have something of a subway system. Not that I don't think it goes to enough places for it to be widely used. David Dayen, when he comes back, and tell us his adventures, if any, on the LA subway system. I don't know. I don't know what they have been. But when cities have a lot of traffic or see it getting worse, they sometimes vote for this sort of thing. And I would imagine trying to get crosstown in Manhattan could lead to a certain resignation about having congestion pricing. Well, maybe it'll help.
Well, yeah, but most New Yorkers take the subway. I mean, New York is the kind of city where there are lots of people who don't have driver's licenses because they rely on public transportation. And New York is definitely unique in that regard, but it's not alone. I would say probably in the top 5 cities, you probably have a fair number of people who are completely reliant on public transportation. As far as tax assistance, many of the Sunbelt transportation systems, particularly in the South and places like Houston, I believe has a sales tax on to help contribute to the system, but it is not uncommon to have fractions of a penny for contributions to transit. It's still going to be tough. People's cities' COVID dollars are running out. So that is behind the push to find funding for some systems.
Now, I should add, since you inadvertently created a segue here, that the prospect needs your support, and we welcome support of any kind, but we don't think a fraction of a penny is actually doable digitally when you contribute by going to prospect.org/telethon. I don't think we have the level of digital sophistication, try though we may, to register fractions of a penny. But you can certainly give fractions of $100. 1/10 of that would be $10, which we'd gladly accept. These are the things that enable us to have Gabrielle assessing the comeback status of major American cities, and our writing fellows to be in court following the continuing adventures of Google. Our money does not go to almost anything other than what it takes for us to write and report. We sublet a couple of rooms from the Economic Policy Institute for our office. That's honestly not that much. We don't have a lot of overhead. We have as little overhead as I have hair on the top of mine. And, your support is what keeps us going. And we welcome it. We need it. And as evidenced by the fact that I'm willing to use Gabrielle's reference to a fraction of a penny to segue into a fundraising pitch.
Now, you were going to talk to us about what some Republican run states are up to when it comes to their main economic engines, the bigger cities in their borders, within their borders.
Right. Well, they're happy to have them as economic engines, but they don't want them to vote.
It's funny that.
There's a specific political arena of tension in the United States these days, and that's when blue cities, and most cities are blue, exist within red states. And so, if you look at the record of red states going back to a number of years ago, when Birmingham, Alabama sought to enact a minimum wage ordinance for Birmingham, and the Alabama legislature passed a law saying you can't do that, or going to the next state over in Mississippi, where the state legislature is basically installing its own police and court system in the capital of Jackson, which is a city that's heavily Black with Black leadership. I was doing a little count today, and of the 35 largest American cities, 28 have Democratic mayors, which is essentially literally 4 out of 5. And when those 4 out of the 5 are in red states, those red states are trying to close off their ability to pass any ordinances of their own. Texas, the legislature this year passed something called the Death Star Bill, which forbade cities from enacting any ordinances in 8 broad subject matter areas like labor, environmental, consumer, protections that go beyond the virtually non-existent protections that exist statewide. To nullify that. And by the way, today, Governor Abbott of Texas signed a bill authorizing police in Texas to arrest immigrants who are undocumented. So in a sense, the Texas legislature and the governor believes that they can preempt cities and they can preempt federal immigration policy. The only level of government that counts in Texas is the level of government controlled by Republicans. That's how it works. And, so we're seeing that now in Texas. Now, there is a clause in the Texas state constitution that says cities are entitled to home rule on areas where they actually, have specific competency in a local issue.
Sure.
And it's on that basis that a judge in Texas struck down this Death Star bill. But because good old Ken Paxton, the state attorney general, himself this close to being in jail, Ken Paxton appealed it. The law still went into effect, although my understanding is there have yet to be any suits brought about that. Now, Florida has created a really kind of bewildering variant on this. In Florida, if a city passes a regulation or an ordinance which a business believes basically cuts into its revenue, that business can go to court to sue to have that ordinance struck down. But just by going to court, the ordinance ceases to be, enactable, operational.
So we're going to go to court. We're going to bring a lawsuit, and automatically it goes into effect.
Automatically, that ordinance is just put up on the shelf.
That's chilling.
And even if they lose the suit, which I would assume many of them will, it still is another, I think, 45 days before the ordinance can be put back into effect. This is like the dream legislation, not just of ALEC, which is the right-wing state legislative, bill writer, but also the National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, and the National Restaurant Association, and groups that really don't want to pay their workers hardly anything, and will look for any pretext. So this Florida bill, I am not accustomed to any legislation that says, well, if you file suit, the regulation is therefore suspended.
Well, it's certainly bizarre that these Republican legislatures want to drive out, businesses, which is basically what they are doing. I mean, you can look no further than Mississippi, where businesses don't even want to go because of some of the regulatory oddities that are there. They have, because of the workforce, that they don't have the trained people that they need. So if this continues, that's kind of, they're the poster child for be careful what you wish for.
Well,
as far as
well, as I said,
disempowering cities.
You're right that these are the economic. Look, the economic engines of Texas are Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, El Paso, Austin. But they don't like people voting there because they don't vote Republican, and not now having made it hard for people, as hard as they can, for people to vote. Now they're also saying, and we don't want the officials you elect to have the power to do anything. So they're coming at it from both directions, from both ways. And look, we've always had issues in this country between the city mouse and the country mouse. That's a traditional old story, but it hasn't always been that hasn't always coincided with huge partisan differences.
It hasn't been
and very different constituencies between rural and urban America, and we do have that now. Gabrielle, thank you.
Thank you, Harold.
A bit of a tour through American cities as they hope to come back and fighting upstream against Republicans who only want them to come back economically, but no other way. With that,
all right,
David, are you here?
Yes, thank you both. I appreciate it. Should I answer your question about the LA subway?
Yeah, have you ridden the LA subway?
Well, I have. That was the first when the line in Santa Monica opened. That was the first east-west public transit, other than the bus, since the 1940s, I believe, since the streetcar, and it's on the same right of way. as that streetcar.
Wow.
During the pandemic, they actually made the subway free for a couple years, actually. The problem is that their shift of ridership resources, their shift of resources in terms of public transit went from away from the buses and towards the subways, and that actually really affected those the poorer populations that really depended on the buses.
Right.
So that was a real, I think, problem and maybe a miscalculation. We haven't really seen the full burgeoning of the subway because the target date is really 2028. In 2028, the Olympics come to Los Angeles, and they want the thing fully built out by then. So right now, we have a subway that goes east-west. We have another one that goes out to Pasadena. We have one that goes south to Long Beach. But between now and 2028, and they've already started some of this work, they finished the regional connector, which is downtown, where 6 different subway lines feed in, and now it's more seamless that they go out. You can go from Santa Monica all the way to Boyle Heights and East LA, where you couldn't. You would have to have changed trains before. But they're going to do the green line to LAX, the airport. There's going to be an actual airport line. There's going to be additional lines to the Wilshire corridor and West LA, north of Santa Monica. And so it's almost like come back in 4 years and we'll see exactly how built out this is.
See how it goes.
Okay.
Wow.
So that is that. Thank you guys.
All right.
Really appreciate it. As we said, prospect.org/telethon is where you can donate. Harold was mentioning what he is doing. He is writing about that issue, that topic regarding the cities sort of having their democratic rights and their ability to put forward legislation as they see fit taken away in red states. That's part of a larger project that we're doing for our next issue, which I'll give you a sneak preview of in February of 2024, about threats to democracy, and not all of them necessarily come in the form of Donald Trump. We're talking about this issue that we just mentioned. There are threats to democracy in terms of ballot measures that don't then end up getting onto the ballot. Since Democrats have been able to put together successful ballot measure campaigns, whether it's on abortion or marijuana or minimum wage, what some red states are doing is making it impossible to do further ballot measures. They're just changing the rules midstream. We see threats to democracy in the workplace in terms of a union. The members of an employer can pass an election and become a bargaining unit, and then they can't get a first contract. So their democracy, their democratic rights are taken away. We see threats to democracy in corporate America, in the bankruptcy system. We're supposed to have this system where everybody gets a second chance, and that's true for some, but not for others. So that's kind of the broad scope of what our February issue is going to look like. And now you have a sneak preview of that. I'm going to bring on at this time Ellen Meany, our publisher. She was here way back in the beginning of the day. For those of you who have been on for all 7 hours of this, Ellen was here earlier, and she's going to give us a little update on how we're doing with the fundraising of this telethon. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, David. This has been just an interesting day of, quite the variety of entertainment, and in like a wonky way, as the prospect is.
I haven't sung "You'll Never Walk Alone" yet. That's coming up at the end. So stay tuned.
I was thinking we needed, some Monty Python transitions in between some of these things, but it's been very interesting. And it's been very successful, I think, for our first telethon. We're up around $6,699 just for today. And that's just on Act Blue. And as our regular readers might know, we have many, many different ways to contribute. So even when the telethon is done, you can go to our donate page on the Prospect.
And that's Prospect.org.
Donate.
Yep. Right.
And it has many different ways. So if, for instance, you're not an Act Blue member, or or you don't use Act Blue, you can donate through Give Butter or through PayPal, or you can become a member through our Hype interaction. And that's the pop-up that you see that says, this is not a paywall, because we are, as Bob mentioned in his segment, we do not have a paywall, because, David and I feel very strongly that people should have access to this information. And when you don't have access to good information about what is going on in, civic life, you end up with, in a sea of misinformation, like looking at the lowest common denominator type places to get your information from.
Yeah.
And that is something that the Prospect, I think, contributes to by not having that paywall.
Absolutely.
So this is why we're asking for your support today and always. And it's been just kind of a fun thing to do.
Yeah, we definitely strongly believe in that. I mean, we are rapidly moving in our media ecosystem to a place where there's almost a two-tiered system of information. So if you can afford it, if you can pay a large subscription rate, you can get the skinny from people like Politico Pro or Bloomberg or the New York Times or the Washington Post or all of the Wall Street Journal, Financial Times. You can get access to sort of information for elites. And sometimes if you're talking about these trade publications, even more political intelligence of like, here's what's really going on, and for everybody else, they have to sort of scrounge around for bits and pieces, whether on social media or in whatever they can find. And it's an unequal system, and it benefits those who have the means to subscribe to 10 different newspapers and figure out what the hell's going on. And yeah, you're right. We are fundamentally opposed to that. We believe that we shouldn't have this two-tiered system, that people, everyday people, need this information. Everybody needs this information in order to make informed decisions about who has power, what they're doing with it, and how we can bring that power back to broadly distributed among the people. And so with your small donation, with your dollars, and your dollars help those who can afford it get that information, right? I mean, if you're able to give, if you've been successful this year, you're able to help us out. Somebody who maybe had a tough year can still go on our website, can still go to prospect.org, can still read that information, can still use it to make choices and understand the world around them. And that's really, really important to us. And that's why, we do things like this and try to find resources wherever we can so that we can keep it free and open to everybody.
Yeah. And that's another reason why we make so many different ways of donating accessible. Why we maintain a PayPal page and why we maintain a Give Butter page and an Act Blue page along with Hype. So if you have any other place that you typically give, you can use that. You can also send us a paper check in the mail.
That's right. And we do get them. We do get them
in DC, and we still have a tiny home office there, and that's an important part of what we do. So what's next, David?
Well, here's the thing, guys.
Are you going to sing?
In this last hour, we were supposed to at 7:30 have a segment with Maureen Tkachuk, who's our investigative editor. Unfortunately, she's come down under the weather today. She's feeling not very well at all. So we're probably going to have to scrap that segment, which means the last, 50 odd minutes here in between me pleading with you to help us out and give us whatever it is you're able to afford is mostly going to be from me and, hearing from you What I would say is that if we want to open this up, if you want to put something in the chat, questions you have for me, questions you have about the prospect, questions you have about politics, power, ideas, whatever it is, I'd be happy to answer them. We're going to keep this rolling on until 8 o'clock, as we said we would. This is the 8th and final hour of our telethon here. I just think it has been absolutely great. I can barely even remember how many guests we've had on this thing. This has been like a month of podcasts in one extravaganza here. We've been bringing people on left and right. What I think it shows, and I'm really grateful for this, is that we have a lot of friends out there, that we have people who believe in the Prospects mission, whether they wrote here before, whether they worked here before, whether they're just people we rely on as sources, or whether they're just admirers of what we do. We were able to put this. When did we come up with this? Like a week and a half ago. I mean, it really was not that long ago. And
let's put on a show.
Exactly, and we were able to do it in a way that I thought brought to you a really, really important and interesting set of interviews and discussions. And it's the kind of thing. This was basically a verbal version of what we do at prospect.org every day, talking to people who have important things to say, telling you the news as it happens, and bringing you the analysis, the information that you need to better understand what is going on in this crazy world of ours, especially as we head into this just critical year here in 2024, as Ellen rolls her eyes and agrees with me.
Right. And the segment with Rick Perlstein was really pretty interesting for that. The idea that we have this just endless parade on media going into the presidential election. It's gonna, I'm in Wisconsin. The advertising is going to be
a swing state, one of the 3 or 4 we have. Yeah, I mean, we talk about threats to democracy. The fact that about 46 states don't really matter in presidential elections, and a few people in a few places like where Ellen is, or in Arizona, or in Georgia, or in Pennsylvania, or in Michigan, are really determinative of who gets to fill these agencies across the entire federal government and make decisions for the entire country, shows that our what exactly are we saving here? Like, what kind of democracy is at stake, and how can we make it better? I mean, that's I think the thing that we have to think about as we understand that this is a really intense election and something important that we have to deal with. Trying to make it so that this weird system that has been built up over the last 250 years actually, serves the people better. That is something that I think we're dedicated to doing at the Prospect, and with your help, we can continue to do it.
Yeah, the infernal triangle is really going to be apparent, I think. And I think actually other segments today touched on the, democratic fecklessness part of that. The fact that, we just don't get enough strong action from certain sides of the aisle. and how that's going to end up playing out as, the media just keeps up the Joe Biden is too old to be president trope that is going to, to continue on. And I mean,
the thing I think about that, and we actually did a podcast episode about this, myself and Bob Kuttner, is that the entire discussion around Biden's age, around his, potential fitness, is predicated on this idea that there is, that presidencies involve one person, that they involve only a single individual that makes every decision across the federal government. I think we both know that that's not how this works. That administrations are built up among thousands of people, all making very specific decisions that are really important for the greater prosperity of the society and the greater social good. We talked a lot today about decisions made at the Federal Trade Commission, at the Department of Justice, at the National Labor Relations Board, and all those people. When you're talking about Biden, you're also talking about them. You're talking about Lena Khan. You're talking about Jennifer Abruzzo, the general counsel of the NLRB, who we profiled at the beginning of the administration. You're talking about Rohit Chopra at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, who we also profiled at the Prospect back in, I believe it was early 2022. You're talking about all these people, and we know we have a very clear idea, and our last issue of the Prospect laid this out very particularly. We have a very clear idea of who those people would be replaced by if Donald Trump were to come in and get another term of office. We're talking about people like Stephen Miller. We're talking about people like, Steve Bannon, maybe. We're talking about a crazy amount of folks that, and we know what they're going to do because they put out this book. The Heritage Foundation put out this 900-page book called Mandate for Leadership, something they've been doing every year since 1980, every 4 years, every administration, every presidential year. And it lays out in excruciating detail what they plan to do if another Republican comes into office. And Harold Meyerson, we had read that entire 900-page book, and he wrote a story about what that next Republican presidency would look like. And so, we don't have to think about this stuff very particularly. Like we don't have to imagine what's going to happen. We know what's going to happen, and it's because we've reported on what's going to happen.
Right.
So,
I think you can shout out some more donors.
I'm going to shout out some more donors, and then we're going to get, we do have a special guest. This is Prospect Holiday Telethon International, because we have somebody coming in from South America here in a second. But first of all, I want to thank Catherine from Ohio, Susan from Oregon, Stephen from Indianapolis, Ira from Pennsylvania, George from Massachusetts, Eric from Wisconsin, Dean from Honolulu, hello, Kim from Los Angeles, Vincent from Phoenix, Roger from DC, John from West Hollywood, Matt from Indiana, and Elizabeth from Fort Lauderdale. Thank you all so much for donating to this marathon that we're doing. Feels more like a marathon than a telethon to me at this point. But I'm going to bring on right now the Great Labor Report. Thank you, Ellen.
I'll bow out.
Thank you so much. All right, take care. Right now, I'm going to bring on Great Labor Reporter from Payday Report, Mike Elk, who is with us from Brazil. Where in Brazil are you at, Mike?
I'm in Rio de Janeiro. I'm actually in my old college bedroom. I'm from Pittsburgh, but I did 3 semesters of college down here.
Oh, is that right?
Art teacher. Hence why there's this fancy art. Payday does not have the budget to afford this sort of thing. Let our readers rest assured.
Very good. Well, and why don't you let us know what you're doing down there in Brazil?
Well, I went to college with a woman by the name of Marielle Franco. She was a Rio City councilwoman who was assassinated in 2018 by paramilitary forces linked to Bolsonaro. It was later shown that the guys who were the gunmen just so happened to have breakfast with Bolsonaro that morning, Small world, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, imagine that.
And so we're doing a documentary about her and the landless workers movement, which is a movement that, using provisions of the 1988 Brazilian Constitution, goes out and occupies land and forces the Brazilian government to buy it and redistribute it. And there's over 400,000 families have gotten land this way. And they're the largest producer of organic rice in Latin America. They're the largest producer of milk in Brazil. And it's a really exciting story. And they've dedicated this settlement to Marielle Franco. So we're doing a documentary about that. But, it's actually interesting. if you want to bring up the reach of the American prospect, I was down here for Father's Day, Brazilian Father's Day last August.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with my host sister and her brother-in-law. And her brother-in-law is this big news junkie, and not an activist, but just a well-educated guy. And he was asking me for recommendations of who to follow. And I told him to follow you. And he said, "Oh, yeah, I'm already following the American prospect."
Fantastic.
He wasn't following you, but it goes to show you that a lot of people that are in the know read it, even people overseas. And it's really important. And you've had a great bench of labor reporters, folks like Harold Meyerson and Stephen Greenhouse, and great folks over the years. Is that we're at a point where the labor movements in other countries are inspiring one another. We've certainly seen that recently in the U.S., where a few weeks ago, the only unions that had called for a ceasefire in Gaza were the UE and the nurses union. And now you're seeing the postal workers, you're seeing the UAW, you're seeing SEIU 1199, you're seeing SEIU Healthcare PA. I think there have been a couple other big names have come out. The president of the NEA, the largest union in the country, have come out. And some of that is almost due to the pressure of what unions overseas have done. Because a month ago, when there was a handful of small Bernie, allied unions coming out for a ceasefire, all the major unions in Canada had already called for a ceasefire, all the major unions overseas. And so, these labor leaders watch what those folks do, and labor leaders in other countries watch one another. And certainly a story we reported on recently was during the General Motors strike. There was a group of Brazilian auto workers that went up to the U.S. And toured the picket lines. And then in the middle of that, 12,000 GM workers in Sao Paulo went out on strike on their own. Really cited, the UAW as an inspiration, but the solidarity was a two-way street, because when Joe Biden was talking about maybe walking a picket line and getting pressure, President Lula visited him. Now, Lula is a big UAW guy. He's been an honorary UAW member since the 80s, when the UAW helped finance the anti-dictatorship movement in Brazil. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that what really brought down the dictatorship in Brazil was Lula and these other folks organizing strikes against General Motors. And the UAW and the AFL-CIO and other groups getting in and pumping in money and pumping in support while they were seeing their work outsourced to Brazil. So there's a long history of exchanges between UAW members and Brazilian auto workers. And so when Lula visited Biden before the UN speech, 6 days before Biden went on a picket line, Lula personally pressed Biden on, you really need to get out there and walk a picket line. So, while these stories, I might be a Pittsburgh guy and I spend a lot of time down here, they're all very interconnected. I mean, people in other labor movements read about labor movements overseas and they say, why isn't that happening here? Why isn't this happening there? And it's inspiring.
It's amazing.
One thing that we were proud of was we started a strike tracker in the U.S.
Yeah.
And then in England, they started a strike tracker. It might not be that your average rank and file worker is reading every day, but when you're talking about the limits of possibility, it really does matter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think what's interesting to me in that is that these things are interconnected, and this is a global movement for labor because it has to be, because capital is mobile. And so labor needs to think on that international playing field, or otherwise, what did we see at the outset of the UAW strike when they closed the plant in Belvidere, Illinois? They moved that labor down to Mexico. They moved the production of those cars. And there were a lot of people at the time that thought this is the beginning of a broader flight away from U.S. factories, from the big three automakers, and into, particularly at Stellantis, which is the owner of that Belvidere plant, and into places like Mexico and maybe other places. So it needs to be international in a sense, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, look, just today in my hometown, Pittsburgh, we've got news that U.S. Steel is now being bought by Nippon Steel, the largest Japanese steelmaker in the world.
Yeah.
Speaking of the UAW, they've just launched in the South.
Yeah.
Talking about Hyundai. I know in Indiana, you're talking about Volkswagen in Chattanooga, where I've spent a lot of time over the years.
Yeah.
And to get fair elections there, you're going to need workers overseas who have more power to strike. And that's a two-way street, we go back to Brazilian auto workers. When I was covering the Nissan union election, there's only 3 Nissan plants out of 45 in the world that are non-union, and they're all in the South. And so Brazilian auto workers from Nissan in the south of Brazil traveled up to Mississippi. I randomly met them on the side of the road. And they were like out there and they were denouncing tactics. And these guys were like, what do you mean people wear adult diapers? Like, really? Like, I thought we did away with that when we overthrew the dictatorship, And I went down and I visited them during the presidential election. And we were sitting at this round table, and it was recorded in this podcast. And this one union organizer, this Brazilian union organizer, was like, yeah, in the US, they have this whole cottage industry. It's called union busting.
Right.
Everyone's sitting there like, wow, they do this stuff in the US. So, it's a two-way street, but often, the US labor movement does provide a lot of help and resources. But I do think we often get pushed by bolder, more militant labor movements, particularly in places like Brazil, where the guys that are heads of labor movements that are like my dad's age, guys that came about in the 80s, these are guys who went on strike to take down dictatorships. I mean, these are tough folks, and particularly in Brazil. I mean, Lula was a Brazilian auto workers leader, so his whole crowd around him is all his old guys from that world. So it really does play a big role.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Volkswagen, and that's the one of the plants where they seem a little more advanced. I think they announced 30% of the workers there have signed cards already. You reported on the last, maybe the last two, Chattanooga. The last 3. Okay, there you go. The last 3 Chattanooga attempts to organize that plant. That plant now makes EVs. It makes the Volkswagen ID.4, which is Volkswagen's only electric vehicle in North America, or at least in the US. Tell me about what you think it will take to get over the top there, because those elections were very, very close, and they got they got neutrality from the company at least one of those elections because tell me about that.
Well, the first time they ran, they sort of had union neutrality, but thing is, there's Volkswagen and there's Volkswagen America. And all the guys who ran Volkswagen America were these old Toyota guys that had scrambled up, and they really didn't like it. And if they were going to pick union leaders, they're going to pick their union leaders, and they're going to fire the troublemakers. So they sort of did, and they sort of lost. But, for 10 years now, more than 10 years, it was 10 years since the first election. I first went down there 10 years ago, 2015. For 10 years now, they've been really, really trying hard to unionize there. The last couple of years, they haven't been so much in terms of resources.
And they have like a minority union in place there? Yeah,
they have it's UAW Local 42. And they've done some stuff. They've had some shop floor actions. They've had some small wildcats. They've tried to push the company, call the company out. They've met with their European unions. They've tried to push for better conditions. They've helped get people reinstated a couple times who were fired illegally. They've helped people get settlements. But I think there's going to be a massive fight there. It's going to require massive fight resources from the UAW. And I think the UAW is going to pump it in. Sean Fain's right-hand man is a guy by the name of Chris Brooks, who's from Chattanooga, who wrote a master's thesis on I think at UMass Amherst on the organizing drive there. And I know this is certainly their top priority. That this is. I mean, I certainly want to be there when they win. I mean, I've been down there for 3 elections.
Yeah, I mean, I've
heard that. Well, it'd be nice to be there for a win.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard that too. That I mean, these southern plants, whether it's Volkswagen in particular, to a lesser extent the Hyundai plant. There's a new one going in Georgia, and there's also existing plants, I believe, in Tennessee, and there's another the Nissan plant set of plants down there. I think these southern factories seem to be the early focus of UAW in this effort to really expand their base and help what I believe it's as many as 100,000 auto workers that are non-union in this country. And it's crucial for the transition movement, right? As we transition to electric vehicles, very few of those, and certainly none of the sort of electric only companies are unionized. Tesla is not unionized. Rivian is not unionized. And so you need to sort of start with getting a foothold in one place and moving on to the next. That was seemingly the point of the Big Three negotiations. But of course, it's harder when you don't have the union in place than it is to negotiate a new contract when you do have the union in place and you have the ability to strike.
Yeah, and you're seeing these companies really respond. I mean, in Volkswagen and Chattanooga, they offered folks an 11% pay raise, right?
Right.
So they're nervous.
And that wasn't the only place. It was several of these auto factories where you've seen the addition of this. So yeah, really interesting. Just as we wrap up here, the other labor action, I'm not sure how much you know about it, because I do want to hear a little bit more about your impressions of Brazil and maybe your impressions of the what's happening across the border in Argentina as we see Milei begin his assault on the state in Buenos Aires. But you could. Why don't we start there? I mean, tell me about your impressions of what's the climate there in Brazil and that part of South America.
Yeah, well, the climate here in Brazil is somewhat divided. Lula is in power, but you have a Congress that's still controlled by Bolsonaro allies.
Right.
Lula is getting some things done, but it's very much. I mean, he's to the left of Biden. But it's very much a situation where he's operating in a coalition environment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's really facing an uphill fight. And there's still a Bolsonaro movement that is very, very strong, although Bolsonaro is prohibited from running for president for 8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Brazilian Supreme Court found that he violated so many laws.
Is there an heir apparent, like within his orbit, that might take over in the next few years?
Michel Bolsonaro.
Right. Okay. There it is.
Well, there's a lot of talk of Michel Bolsonaro, and then there's a lot of talk on the other side of Janja Lula, who's Lula's 77.
Right.
And actually, what's interesting about Lula is that when Lula was in jail, was getting sentenced to go to jail, and he was falsely imprisoned for 2 years and later exonerated.
Right. Mm-hmm.
His wife died of a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
And he started correspondence with a Brazilian sociologist. Lula is 77 and she's 59. She's about 15, 16 years younger than him. And it was this very kind of public love affair that the whole country became enamored with. Imagine if Barack fell in love with Michelle after his first wife died in the middle of being in prison. I mean, this was the level of cultural obsession with this. And Lula actually was really funny during the campaign. He gets on like the most popular podcast. Like imagine going on like a more edgy version of like Pod Save America or something like that.
Right.
He says, look, when I'm president, I've fallen in love again, and it's really changed my ability to see new possibilities. When I'm president, everyone's going to date. There's not going to be any more loneliness. Everyone's going to meet something. We're going to set up a ministry of dating. We're going to stamp out this loneliness.
I like the idea of a public Tinder, like a public financing for a dating service, a dating app.
Well, it's interesting you bring this up because there was a big article that came out in Wired actually about this recently.
Mm-hmm.
That Tinder and Bumble and those groups, they outsource the moderation work to Brazil and other countries in Latin America to English speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can pay them less, but they still pay them in dollars, so they're still paying them more. The exchange rate right now is 5-1.
Oh,
which makes it quite cheap for payday. I mean, I just went grocery shopping and spent $30 for a week's worth of groceries.
Not bad.
Which is pretty good. So let the readers rest assured, I'm not buying art. I'm staying with some friends.
That's right. That's what we've said throughout this thing, is that with low overhead. I mean, we're doing this with off-the-shelf stuff on Zoom. We've put no dollars, very little into this telethon. We put all our money into our journalism, just like you do at Payday Report.
Yeah.
I just want to mention some more donors here. David from Seattle, Bradshaw from Boston, Michael from California, Andrew from Maryland, Maxine from New York City, Charles from Cincinnati, Nigel from Georgia, Andrew from New York, and Christopher from Massachusetts. Thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting independent journalism. We really, really, really appreciate it. Mike, maybe I'll just close with one last thing. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but one labor fight that seems to be ramping up here in the United States is Anheuser-Busch and the Teamsters. What do you know about that, and what do you expect to happen there?
Well, I'm certainly personally very familiar with Anheuser-Busch's products.
I gotcha.
But I just saw that they had a 99% strike vote authorization, which is which is impressive, and it goes to show. I mean, I was talking with John Nichols, the reporter from The Nation, the other day, a great reporter, and we were talking about the same day the headlines came out. UAW to try again at Chattanooga and Volkswagen. Wisconsin Supreme Court may repeal Scott Walker's anti-union law. Right. And I joked to him, it's almost like the whole anti-union period of the early 2010s could just be erased.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's go down memory lane here for a second. That you and I and Dave Weigel, who's now at Semaphore, were pretty much the only national journalists who were on the scene at Madison in 2011. I always tell this story that we were walking down the street. It was after Amy Goodman had a Democracy Now! Event in the big theater there in Madison. And we were going back to our hotels, and a guy in a Wobblies hat, I don't know if you remember this, came up to us. He had a Wobblies hat on, and he turns to us and he goes, "There's talk of a general strike." Which there wasn't really, but it was hilarious. There was an atmosphere there that was unlike a lot of what I've seen before. And you could see the seeds of where we are now, even though that was obviously a terrible time for the decimation of public unions in Wisconsin. But you can see the seeds set for the fight back. And we're starting to see now that fight back be realized.
Well, I mean, talk about the UAW, right? The UAW in the early years of Obama got shoved down their throat as part of the bailout, this two-tier wage system.
Yep.
If they would have tried to strike, they would have been wiped out.
Right.
And now you saw them come and get the president of the U.S. on their picket line. Right. And so, I look at this Anheuser-Busch number, 99%, and I think about, 10, 15 years ago when I was a rookie on the labor beat, which, it's interesting you bring up. When we bring up Nichols, because I remember John Nichols after Wisconsin used to joke, Mike Elk's the best labor reporter on the age of 30. He's the only one, which was funny at the time. But now I look at the beat and I really think, the beat is so deep that the stuff that used to be easy scoops is like, wow, who are you? Mike Elk? We don't. Sorry, we're busy. I think that's a good thing.
I mean, you really have a labor press now in a way that you didn't in the U.S. Not even 10 years ago.
And I would argue after the pandemic that it's not just that we have more labor reporters, but we have more people during the pandemic that incorporated labor reporting into everything that they did.
Right. Yeah, I think that's right.
Much more of a skill set that regular reporters have now of having, and many of them have been through their own union struggles too.
And look, if you think about it in terms of policy, it was not typical in this country in years past to have labor be thought, anything more than an afterthought in a lot of policy decision making. And now, it's not everything that we want, but the Senate did pass some things to give incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act if there were prevailing wage requirements for construction. There are incentives in certain grants for union neutrality. We saw that at a factory that we wrote about, Bluebird electric bus plant down in Georgia. There was because they got a grant to make electric buses from the government, I believe the EPA, there was a union neutrality agreement there, and they end up winning that union fight, which they had been going on for about 10 years before that they accepted that grant. And it's not that, that grant meant that the company was totally welcoming of the union, but it meant they had to watch themselves a little bit more. And the people down there who were, participated in that fight said, yeah, it helped. So there's a different conception in policy too, even though we don't have the PRO Act or anything. There is at least some attention being paid to labor in a way that I don't think we saw in the 2010s and certainly not in the 2000s.
Well, this is a funny story that I think you'll get a kick out of. I worked at Politico very briefly. Long story short.
Right.
And I got assigned to work with Maggie Haberman of the New York Times to write a story on how labor was feeling. This was December 2014. Labor was feeling about Hillary. And I went to Maggie and I said, I really think Bernie's going to shake up the way labor makes Hillary compete for endorsements. And I said to Maggie, I said, Maggie, I really think, they're going to make Bernie is such a big kind of guy when it comes to walking picket lines that all the unions to get Hillary to get the endorsement are going to ask Hillary to match.
Right.
Because they all want to endorse Hillary, but if Bernie's coming out to the picket line, then it's like, hey, aren't you going to come out too? And she said they wouldn't demand that. They wouldn't demand they get involved. And now that's just the standard Democrat thing.
Right. Right. I mean, you had a U.S. president walk a picket line for the first time in American history, and in a picket line for a successful union fight, a successful strike. It's not something to look at, make light of.
And this is important to bring up, and I don't want to run on because I'm obviously very excited to be on a telethon. This is a dream come true. Someone who watched PBS a lot as a kid.
Not only are you on it, you're closing it out, man. We have only one more segment after this.
I mean, how much more money do we have to raise? Do you want me to get on Twitter? Does somebody got like a 20 they could throw in?
I would love that. You got to do it. We are heading towards a goal. Just to tell you, we're heading towards for an end of the year goal of $200,000, and we are at about I think we're at about 70,000 at this point, and we still have a few weeks left, and hopefully we'll get there. But this telethon has been great to reach out to our readers, really as a service to our readers, to give back. We have, I believe, close to 150 or even more new donors that donated today. We're really excited about that. And because I see you on the grind on Twitter all the time asking for new donors. It's hard to get somebody to give to a publication. It's hard to get them to invest in you, to put their trust in you. And you're able to do it because you're upfront with everybody, and they know what they're going to be getting, and that's what we're striving to do here today.
Yeah, and I think that's important because I've spent almost all my career in the nonprofit media world.
Right.
I worked at Politico briefly. I worked at The Guardian, which is technically a nonprofit, which is a big nonprofit trust. And in that kind of space, you really have to build relationships with your readers. Everybody comes up with these ideas of, oh, we're going to do TikTok and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And those things are important. But at the end of the day, if your readers don't care enough that they're like, oh, Mike Elk, I like that guy, going to write him a $100 Christmas check, you're not going to survive.
It's critically important. We don't have, like you don't have, we don't have endless amounts of corporate advertising that we give out. We don't have billionaires that decide to have a little vanity project on the side for a couple of years until they get bored with it and decide to do one of these kind of journalism projects. We survive because of our readers, and it is absolutely correct. You have to have that relationship. You have to have that mutual respect with your readers in order for them to take that step. And it's a big step for them to invest in you. And that's what we're trying to do here. That's what you do all the time. And it's, when it works, it's the greatest thing in the world to be able to call out a bunch of names and say, thank you for believing in us. It's the greatest thing in the world for a journalist.
It really is. And, when I first started reading, this was during the run-up. This is during the war in Iraq, during the blog days, right? This was pre-social media, where you didn't have Facebook, you didn't have Twitter.
Right.
YouTube was invented around 2006 when the George Allen Macaca moment happened.
Right.
But there was a real community, because the only way you could really discuss things was to get into the comment sections and maybe post a journal and get it curated or get it upvoted somehow.
Yeah.
And those daily cost conventions were really, they're really fun now, but they were really, at the time, really groundbreaking of independent media system. And then you sort of saw the big corporate media system sort of co-opt the blog style. And then you saw social media come along. So you saw left groups invest more in social media than in necessarily giving grants to bloggers and people like that to go out and to do projects.
That's absolutely right. And, I was part of that wave of bloggers, first wave bloggers in 2003, 2004, 2005. I went to that first yearly COAS convention, which is what they called it, and remembered, you would go up to people and you would immediately look down at their tag, which would have their username, the name that they used on Daily Kos, and be like, oh, you're that guy. You're Jim Johnson or whoever it was. And it was like a family reunion. These are the people that you were talking about in this, talking with in this virtual town square for so long. And you finally get to meet them. You finally get to see what they looked like. And it was this great moment of discovery that happens in a very different way now. And it makes it very hard to establish this relationship that you're talking about. But the way we try to do it is by giving quality journalism every day and making ourselves, a resource to people for their media diet, which is incredibly important in a country where media has become less and less of a factor and more demonized and more corporate than ever.
And I think the one thing I hope the readers listening at home understand is oftentimes, I think the folks in indie media are like the trailblazers that show mainstream reporters how to go out and cover these things. How do you go out and cover complex union story? Oh, look, I already did the homework for you. Just it's laid out here. We did this strike tracker where we were tracking strikes around the country on this map. And we've been picked up by the Washington Post, the New York Times, NPR, all those places.
Yeah.
And now Cornell has a much more sophisticated strike tracker, much more sophisticated than we could do with a very large team. But that goes to show that indie media is often the trailblazers. That the stuff we do is replicated. There's so many times I get calls from folks at the New York Times or the Washington Post where they're looking for sources, or they're looking for ideas, or they read something, or I find out that some interview we did with Randy Weingarten got forwarded all around the New York Times.
Right.
And that happens to your publication all the time. People in the White House read the American Prospect.
Yeah, we're aware of that. I hear it from people. There's the running joke I have on the place formerly known as Twitter is read the Prospect and get the news first, because 5 days later you'll see the same story altered slightly on the New York Times or on the Washington Post or wherever else. It's something we take pride in, that if you are a subscriber, if you are a member of the Prospect, you're going to get that information before anybody else. You're going to understand the country and the world in a better way because you gave that support. And so we've got about 10 minutes to go in this thing. Mike, thank you so much for dialing in from Brazil. Really, really appreciate it. Mike's at paydayreport.com. He's also worthy of your support. And keep hitting Twitter, man, and get people to donate because we love to see your stories.
Well, thanks so much, and great having me on. And I hope folks go out and donate $20. You know, in crowdfunding, every little piece of momentum matters. So if you give 20, somebody else might give 20.
And the website to go to is prospect.org/telethon. That's where you can donate for the next 10 minutes. And we're going to keep that up. So, throughout the end of the year, that's where you go. It's easy to say, easy to remember, prospect.org/telethon. All right. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Yep. Take care. All right. We have 10 minutes to go. I want to say a few words here and thank everybody who was involved with this today. This was an experiment. This is not something that we normally do, sit on a stream for 8 hours. But we have had as many as 800 people in the stream at one time. Even now, we have 150 people watching, which is great. I want to thank all of our guests. It started early in the morning here, or I guess at midday on the East Coast. In my morning, I'm in Los Angeles, with our live left anchor with Ryan Cooper, our managing editor, Alexei the Greek, and Matt Brunig from People's Policy Project. We had Ellen Meany, our publisher. We had Ganesh Sitaraman. He is a Prospect board member, but also the author of Why Flying is Miserable and What We Can Do About It. Check out that book. We had Jeff Hauser on from the Revolving Door Project, a great partner of the Prospects. We had Hasan Piker, a great streamer on his Twitch stream. We had Sam Seder. We had Matt Stoller from the American Economic Liberties Project. Speaking of the old blog days, I know him from way, way back. Sam from the Majority Report is a great friend of the show, great friend of the Prospect. Has our people on all the time. Really appreciate him. Lindsay Owens, I want to thank her from Groundwork Collaborative. Expect another Groundwork and Prospect collaboration in 2024. We had Ryan Grimm from The Intercept, author of the new book about the Squad. It's called The Squad. Gabrielle Gurley we had on with all of our interns who are doing a great job for us. Jack Styler and Jelena Montez and Micah Morton-James. We had Rachel Cohen, Jonathan Geyer, Alex Salmon, and Jared Facundo. This was our alumni segment where they all, Rachel's at Vox and Jonathan has been at Vox and New York Magazine and Alex is at Slate. Jared just finished his fellowship. He's now at the Capitol Forum. He was on, they were all on talking to us about their experiences at the Prospect. We had Bob Kuttner and Paul Starr, thanks to them, co-founders of the magazine, talking about the history. Rick Perlstein is the great historian and author, is going to be doing a weekly column for us starting next month in just a couple weeks. And this telethon helped us to raise money so we can actually pay him every week. It's going to be great to have his support and his writing, his excellent writing in 2024 for us. Luke Goldstein, our staff writing fellow, was on with Lee Hepner and Katie Van Dyke from the American Economic Liberties Project. Thanks to them. Thanks to Francesca Fiorentini and Emma Vigeland, who did a hilarious segment about a Sean Hannity produced movie that is, I guess, premieres this Christmas season. It's a Christmas film. We had Harold Meyerson, our editor at large, with Michael Kazin from Dissent and the author of What It Took to Win, book about the Democratic Party. Harold was on later with Gabrielle. And then we just had Mike Elk there. Thank you to all of them for lending their time. to us as we went forward with this incredible event today. And then I want to thank some of the people behind the scenes. Lauren File, who's a staff associate with us, does a lot of the stuff that you don't see that's behind the scenes, but does great work for us there. And then Tisha Mavaram, who really put this whole thing together. This was her idea about a week and a half ago. And we went from nothing a week and a half ago to an 8-hour podcast, an 8-hour stream, live stream, all day long to raise money for us. And so Tisha did an incredible job coordinating this, putting this all together, making sure the guests got in on time. This was an unbelievably seamless event. The fact that we did not have major technical difficulties at all is a small miracle, and it's a testament to the great work that she did. So we have about 5 minutes left. I'm going to ask you one last time. I'm sure if you've been on this stream for as long as I have, you're sick of me saying it. I'm sick of me saying it, but we really, really need your support. It's prospect.org/telethon. That is where you can donate. No donation is too small. If you can give $3, we would love to have $3 from you. We'd be honored. If you can give $5, if you can give $10, if you can just help us with the people who can't afford it in this holiday season, to be able to continue to provide this product for free and give it, make sure there's never a paywall, that everybody has access to this information, that we continue to grow and thrive and bring this work to you every day. 5 days a week, sometimes on the weekends, and our magazine 6 times a year. Now, just to talk about if you want to go the extra step and become a member, what you get our magazine, as I say, 6 times a year, delivered to your home. You get access to the website that everybody gets. You get access to special events when we hold them, whether it's things like this or closed virtual events or even live events, which we've done in the past and I believe we'll continue to do in the future. And also access to private chats with our writers and editors that we do on a periodic basis and are going to do more of, frankly, in 2024. You get all that with a membership for as low as $5 a month. There are 3 levels to membership: ideas, politics, and power. You can check that out at prospect.org/membership. But for the duration of this telethon, which is just 4 more minutes, and then I'm going to be happy to get off this couch. It's prospect.org/telethon. Please give today. If you close out and we go away, you can give to us. We're going to keep up prospect.org/telethon through the end of the year at least. That's where you can go to donate. Thank you very much for watching this. I really have been impressed with how this is going. We do this for you. We do this for the readers. I really, really, really appreciate it. Keep coming back to prospect.org in 2024. We have some really good stuff planned. I think you're going to like it. If you believe in this work, if you support this work, if you want more of this work, we can't do it without your support. So I'm going to close this up maybe 2 minutes early. I'm going to give myself a break. I've been talking most of the day here. But thank you for joining this first ever and maybe annual, who knows, maybe annual telethon. And have a really good night and have a happy holidays, a happy new year. And